The last time I got the hero recruitment scroll was that of Nelson. He was also his first hero, but he didn't have a tier requirement. So he summoned the orange template Nelson purely by his life. And this time, the recruitment volume is directly fixed in orange, which is a guarantee. Hero recruitment scroll, orange. Category, recruitment volume. Description, after use, a random orange template hero can be recruited. This time there is no faction requirement, and I don't know what heroes will be recruited. Hopefully there won't be any weird races or factions. All in all, it's a good thing that I'm about to have a second orange hero. Suppressing the excitement in my heart, I put away the recruitment roll first. There are many people here, so let's wait until the main territory is used. Feng Hao continued to check the remaining drawings while Jia directed the skeleton to move the gold coins onto the dragon's back. First-class jewelry shop, wood 550, stone 800, leather 300, hemp rope 220, iron 120, metal parts 50. After getting the tailor shop and blacksmith shop, Feng Hao no longer simply believes that this kind of shop only sells jewelry. It should be similar to the role of a tailor shop, and it can recruit occupations such as jewelry craftsman. The specific role will be clear when it is built after going back. Idol of Deception, wood 550, stone 1500, natural gem 5, magic essence 2, charm essence 2. Description, the god of deceit will bless the leaders of this realm, bestowing deception and deceit to those who have ulterior motives. With the construction of the first two idols, the idols are not so unusual. But this time is really different. The god of fertility and the god of slaughter blessed this territory, while the god of deceit blessed the leader of the territory himself. Look at the content more like the leader of a scam organization, not like a nice guy. Another point, let Feng Hao start to speculate. The items rewarded by a place are often related to the region, and the deceitful statues are opened here in the orcs. Does anyone here believe in the god of deceit? It's a bit confusing. Let Clay pay special attention to it, and don't make any trouble because of these things. Continue to the next item. Storm Wind Fine Iron Open Helmet, blue. Category, helmet. Defense, level 3 defense. Set effect, attack power plus 3%, maximum vitality plus 5%, skill success rate plus 15%. Description, the favorite armor of rude warriors. I heard that wearing this armor can win the battle. Blue suit armor, very good equipment. Especially the suit attributes, attack power, life, and skill success rate are all very important attributes. Especially now that the infantry's equipment is too complicated and they are all spelled out in blue and green, and now it is just right to unify the equipment, which can also improve the overall combat effectiveness. Stone base black railway lamp, wood 100, stone 50, iron 20, cast iron block 10, glass lampshade 1. Description, the sun is not so low, it is a street lamp covered with glass. Got glass. If he could make glass, Feng Hao would be the first to make windows to prevent rainy days and winters. Dragon Tooth Necklace, purple. Category, necklace. Effect, melee attack power plus 5%, physical recovery plus 10%. Description, a necklace as powerful as a dragon. It will bring you great physique and strength. The dragon tooth necklace is not a real dragon tooth. That is, the size of the little finger, the shape of the canine tooth, and the material is like jade. The name of Longya should be the name given by the producer himself. Jia, Feng Hao shouted. Ah. In the distance, Jia was standing on the dragon's back, tying the money box tightly with hemp rope. Although Jia has nothing to spend, she is also a financial fan. Search a place more seriously than anyone else. This is for you. Feng Hao threw the necklace in his hand, and Jia took it in her hand and looked at the dragon tooth necklace. For me? Feng Hao nodded, and Jia held the jade-like tooth-shaped pendant and looked at it for a while before she put it on her neck with a face full of joy. Thank you. Jia's loyalty to you increases by 10, and the current loyalty is 97. Jia's loyalty has risen by 10 points directly, and it will reach 100% in just 3 points. Feng Hao offered her food for her to wear, but he didn't expect to get a necklace, but the price went up by 10 points. All the coins had been tied to the dragon's back. Feng Hao and Clay ordered a few words and left Cold Wind City with Jia and Tong Niu. This place will be managed by Clay first, and after Nelson produces new heroes, The new heroes will be sent over. The bone dragon soared into the sky and flew towards the direction of the territory. On the way, throw the copper bull in the city where Zhongbin is, and then send Zhongbin back to the original city. With the addition of Cold Wind City, food has become a problem. We must let Zhongbin rush back to expand farmland and increase output value. When he returned to the territory, the sky was already dark. This day just passed. Il prepared a sumptuous dinner for the two of them. When Njia began to tell Ir what Cold Wind City looked like, Feng Hao had no chance to interrupt and could only kill time while eating and watching regional channels. Grass. A group of people came during the day. They seemed to be soldiers from a nearby city, and they talked a lot about what tax they came to collect. You didn't FCK him, and then shouted, blinded your dog's eyes, and didn't even look at who offended. It's the protection fee, so let's settle the matter. I don't dare not to hand it in. Hundreds of people have come here, and the equipment is all that kind of awesome equipment. Fortunately, after handing in, they will send me a certificate. I don't need to hand it in for half a year. Then you are not bad. The territory is near the human city-state, and you can receive some shelter. Well, it sounds like I envy you. I also want to pay some money and develop slowly. Hey, I'll cut in. Put it in, tap. Seriously, I recruited a blue hero in the wild today with a training skill that can train archers into rangers. Damn it, I'm going to take off. The big guy is awesome, the archer hero. Men and women, can you FCK? Man, can you wait until the loyalty reaches 100 and try? Boss, you are the first hero in the region. I haven't heard anyone mention it. Who said that? You forgot, after the first 7-day trial, there is a ranking of points, and Feng Hao ranked first. So he was awarded a hero recruitment volume, and the name should be used to recruit heroes. Yes, I still remember Feng Hao took a photo. There are white legs in the corner of the photo. It must be a recruited heroine. The case is solved. Feng Hao is recruiting heroines. Pass it on. Feng Hao married a heroine. Pass it on. Feng Hao is a woman. Wait, aren't you talking about my recruitment of heroes? Why do you mention Mr. Feng Hao, and let me pretend for a while? No need to pretend. It's quite similar. Feng Hao looked at the regional channel and almost spat out. You can bring yourself to talk about anything. It can also be seen from everyone's chat that most people are still very unfamiliar with heroes. Maybe there are people who have recruited heroes like Feng Hao, but they must be in the minority. Close the Book of Lords and eat all the rice in the bowl. Let the two girls eat slowly and walked out with the hero recruitment roll. Stand in the open space in front of the Lord's mansion. Whether to use the hero recruitment volume of this faction, after use, an orange hero can be randomly recruited. Use. Then, the recruitment scroll in his hand emitted a faint light, and it slowly drifted away like burning paper. The next second, in the open space in front of him, a complicated array appeared. Under the shroud of orange light, a figure slowly rose from the ground. Successfully recruited, the ancient blade, Dimitega, Orange Tier 8 hero. Seeing the hinted name, Feng Hao was stunned again. 4 character titles are rare. Even Nelson has only 2 titles. The orange light became more and more dazzling, and a tall and straight figure gradually became clear. When the light dissipated and Dimitga's figure was revealed, Feng Hao's brows wrinkled again. In front of him was not an imaginary human being, but a tall lizard man standing there. The height is nearly 2 meters, and the blue skin can clearly see the light of the scales. He was wearing a set of golden armor, holding a golden helmet in one hand, and holding a metal long sword on the other side. I've seen your majesty. The lizard man spoke first, kneeling on one knee with the sound of armor colliding. Welcome to join, Dimitega. Feng Hao hurriedly smiled and helped him up. Ancient Blade, Dimitega's loyalty to you increases by 5 points, and the current loyalty is 95. So tall. Just joined and achieved such a high level of loyalty. It seems that neither the hero nor the purchased slaves will achieve such a high level of loyalty in the initial stage. Thank you, your majesty. The lizard man got up again. You can just call me an adult. The territory is still under construction, and everyone's joint efforts are needed. Yes, my lord. The lizard man said, and then stood aside, like a guard, not making a sound. Feng Hao also opened the Book of Lords to check his attributes. Blade of the Ancients, Dimitga, Orange Tier 5 hero. Faction, Lizardmen. Template, Gold. Racial characteristics: life, cold blood, underwater breathing, scale armor. Legion talent: tactical camouflage, rune guardian, two-handed sword commander. Skills: foggy sky, imprint of heresy, fanatical belief, blessing of ancient saints, fierce/sweep. Inherent abilities: domain commander proficiency, advanced two-hand sword proficiency, advanced tactical proficiency, advanced religious belief. Cold-blooded: cold-blooded creatures increase stamina and fighting spirit by 15%. Water breathing: this unit can breathe underwater normally. Scale armor, natural armor, increased defense by 25%. Tactical camouflage: this unit leads the army and can enter the invisible camouflage effect when it is stationary. Rune guardian: this unit leads the army, and any blessing effect increases by 10%. This effect includes but is not limited to equipment, treasures, runes, beliefs, organ jars, and other props and magic. Two-handed sword commander: command the two-handed sword units, increasing the attack power by 25%. Mist firmament active. Spit out a piece of fog, covering the designated area, increasing the magic resistance of friendly units in the fog by 20 and the recovery of stamina by 25%. Mark of Heresy active. The home team can mark the target, causing 10% additional damage. Fever Faith passive. Attack speed increases by 15%. Gift of the Ancient Sage passive. Blessed by the Ancient Sage, this unit is not affected by any negative status. Slashing active. Slam the enemy, 150% damage bonus, 15% chance to cause knockback. Sweep active. The long sword sweeps across, dealing 140% damage to the enemy in a large area in front. Description: the lizardmen have gradually withdrawn from the main stage of this world, but they still cannot erase their former glory and power. Orange hero, as strong as ever. In the entire attribute, in addition to various powerful skills, it also reveals a religious color. Dimi? Teja, have you had dinner? Fong Hao was still a little unfamiliar with this name. After reading the first two words, he had to open the Book of Lords and take a look. It's fine for your lord to call me Dimi. I haven't eaten yet. Dimika replied. Well, I'll have someone prepare dinner for you, and then I'll take you around the territory to get acquainted with you. Fong Hao just wanted to ask Ir what else to eat, so he turned around and asked again, Dimika, what do you eat? Meat or vegetables? My lord, my diet is the same as that of humans, and there is not much difference. Dimika said again, it is good. Fong Hao just took a step when he saw Njia rushing out from inside, Ir chasing from behind. The two rushed out fighting, and when they saw the lizard men in golden armor outside the door, they stopped and stared straight at the lizard men. What is it? Njia whispered. This is Dimika from the Lizardmen clan, and is a new hero. Fong Hao looked at Dimika again and said, Dimika, this is the chief servant of Yitzi. This is Njia, is also a hero in the territory. Miss Miss Anjia. Dimitega greeted actively. Hello, Mr. Dimitka, Il replied. On the other hand, Njia was attracted by the other party's equipment, and this golden outfit was quite attractive. Il, look at what else to eat, and prepare it for Dimitega. Okay, master. Fong Hao looked at Njia and said, Njia, take Dimitka to introduce the territory, and by the way, introduce the blood hunter as well. Okay. Njia agreed and took Dimitka to the distance. After arranging these things, Fong Hao also walked to one side. Before he goes to bed, he will build all the construction drawings he has obtained and understand its functions and properties. Standing in front of an open space, Fong Hao directly opened the Book of Lords and found the construction drawings of the jewelry shop. First-class jewelry shop, wood 550, stone 800, leather 300, hemp rope 220, iron 120, metal parts 50. Put up. The light flickered, and a hut was slowly taking shape. 5 minutes. A log cabin shop appeared in front of him. First-class jewelry store. Available to recruit. Goldsmiths. Golden Carver. Creeping Spine 1. Remarks. You can recruit troops of your own camp in this building to forge iron and repair weapons. Required for upgrading. 1,500 for wood, 1,700 for stone, 700 for leather, 220 for hemp rope, 20 for iron, and 40 for metal parts. Really? Same as tailor shop and blacksmith shop. Functional arms can be recruited through buildings. Since it is called a jewelry shop, then the profession of gold carving is to make jewelry. Generally, when the building is upgraded to level 5, special attributes will be added. With sufficient materials, Fanghao directly rose to level 5. Level 5 Jewelry Shop. Available to recruit, goldsmiths. Golden Carver, Creeping Spine 1. Ability, Craft Specialization. Technology Specialization, Machining Accuracy plus 5%. Remarks. You can recruit troops of your own camp in this building to forge iron and repair weapons. Required for upgrading. 5,500 wood, 6,500 stone, 600 hard and tough wood, 800 stone brick, 50 iron, 220 metal parts, for essence of perfection. Fanghao also explored the characteristics of the building. After the building has been upgraded to level 5, a new attribute has been added. The range from 1 to 4 is just an excess, and only 5 is effective. The upgrade is complete, and the next step is to recruit goldsmiths. Listening to the name is quite tall. It should not disappoint Fanghao. Golden Carver, Creeping Backbone 1. Are you recruiting? Recruit. Starting with a 100-fold increase, recruiting skeleton carving goldsmiths 101. The light flashed, and 101 goldsmiths with skeleton carving came out. The gold carver is tall and thin, with a leather bag hanging around his waist, which contains various gold carving tools. I've seen your lord. A group of gold carvers saluted in unison. The pupils of the gold carver burn with a faint blue soul flame. Well, everyone is welcome to join. Fanghao looked at the leader. What's your name? My lord, my name is Luke, said the goldsmith who led the skull carving. Okay, Luke, you are the captain of the gold carver from now on. I will hand over any tasks to you, and then you will assign them. Fanghao still chose a captain. This is also convenient for him to manage, without having to remember the names of so many people. It's an adult, willing to serve you. Skull carving goldsmith Luke's loyalty to you increases by 5 points, and the current loyalty is 85. Fanghao nodded and began to check the properties of the gold carver. Skull carving goldsmith, first order. Faction, undead. Racial characteristics. Undead, hollow skeleton, light weakness. Skills, intensive, precision production. Fine repair. Repair the accessories to restore durability. Precision production. Good at making small precision crafts. Inherent skills. First level carving gold mastery. Note, from clothing hangings to weapon accessories, it is inseparable from the figure of the gold carving craftsman. Integrating art into life and making life full of art is what every craftsman pursues. The role of the goldsmith is to make various handicrafts, including but not limited to rings, necklaces, emblems that nobles like to wear, and crowns of kings, all of which belong to the work scope of gold carvers. You need to fix these two things. Fanghao took off the mine necklace and flame ring. Both of these have been with me for a month, and I just happened to have them repaired today. Okay, sir. It can be repaired tomorrow morning, Luke replied. Well, take a look around the territory to see if there is anything you need to do, and report it to me then. Fanghao continued. These 100 people can't just stay like this. See what needs them to do, and then assign tasks. Understood, my lord. After explaining the task, Fanghao once again built houses for the skeleton carving goldsmiths, telling them that they can rest and arrange their working hours. Fanghao left here after gaining the loyalty of the goldsmiths. There are 3 architectural blueprints left. They are Hero Altar, Smelting Furnace, and Idol of Deception. First come to the statue area. On the open space 2 meters away from the statue of slaughter, choose to build this statue of deception. A blue light emerged, slowly framing a sturdy silhouette. The light dissipated, and the image of a tall and thin man holding a mask appeared in front of him. Idol of Deception, blue. Category, special building. Effect, speech success rate plus 30%, favorable. The opposite sex has an additional plus 10%. This effect only applies to the individual leader of the faction. Description, the god of deceit will bless the leaders of this realm, bestowing deception and deceit to those who have ulterior motives. The deceitful god actually provided an effect. It's the ability to express eloquence. No matter what you say in the future, the other party's credibility with you will increase by 30%, and the opposite sex will have additional effects. that said, "This is the grandfather of the liar in this world." When a liar becomes a god, this is also a bit powerful. It can be said that this is the most useless statue in Fong Hao's territory. The territory is either skeletons or contracted heroes and slaves. Who are you deceiving yourself? Is typing on a regional channel a speech? Otherwise, this idol is useless at all. Even if it was useless, Fong Hao couldn't dismantle it. This is the third idol. As long as one more statue is built, the prerequisites for the drawing of the wishing pool are satisfied. At that time, you can make a wish in the wishing pool and get the materials you want. He wants Longjing now, and increases the number of bone dragons to a terrifying number so that no one dares to provoke him again. After building the statue, Fong Hao moved forward. Continue to build the hero altar 2 meters to the left of the meritorious trial site. Hero altar, hard and tough wood 5,500, stone brick 5,000, iron 2,200, traces of prayer 20, traces of gods 10, perfect essence 30. In a golden light, the construction of the hero altar was completed. Hero altar, orange. Category, special building. Ability, resurrection. Resurrection, traces of life 1, mithril 20, faction materials 20, war coins 2,000. Hero units such as transformation, crafting, and summoning cannot be resurrected. Resurrection, you can revive the hero unit of this faction. Soul imprisonment, soul destruction will not be able to resurrect. Description, here, you can revive your heroic subordinates. Of course, there are always ways in this world to imprison and smash your soul. Yes. Be careful of those guys who play with the dead. After this construction is completed, heroes who die in battle can be resurrected later. The last smelting furnace remains. This Fong Hao does not intend to build in the territory. He wants to gather the smelting furnace factory in the Cold Wind Mountains, and in the next 2 days, he will recruit a large number of skeleton blacksmiths to work in the factory in Cold Wind City. In the territory, only the blacksmiths who repair and forge equipment should be kept. After all the work, it was getting late, and Jia took the lizard hero for a long walk and recounted all the areas in the territory. "Sir," Dimika saw Fong Hao and saluted again. "Well, there is nothing special in the territory. That is, when the organ museum is closed, Bachelor Nelson is working, it is best not to disturb him." Fong Hao said softly, "Understood, I will abide by the rules of the territory." Dimika replied. Dimika's answer was flat. This made Fong Hao glance at him more, and it seemed that there were so many undead in the territory, and there was no trace of strangeness or fear. "Have you ever been in contact with the undead before?" Fong Hao asked. "No, my lord." "Aren't you curious about the presence of undead here?" Fong Hao continued to ask. "It's not surprising." Dimika thought about the wording. Inheritance and continuation are all in different forms to continue to protect my beliefs. If one day I am going to die, I may choose to become an undead and continue to be myself. Do responsibilities. I go. Are the lizardman's beliefs so firm? Well, maybe what you said is right. Fong Hao and the two came to a place not far from the Lord's mansion. "I will build a mansion for you here, with luminous stone chandeliers and furniture warehouses." Fong Hao opened the Book of Lords, built a house, and rose to level 6. At level 5, the wooden house has become a 2-story stone building. "How about it? Is your architectural style like this?" Fong Hao asked. "Thank you, my lord. I only remember that the place I used to live was very humid, and the buildings were mostly made of stone bricks." Dimika replied softly. "Okay, go in and have a look. If you need anything, you can move in and rest early." Dimika nodded, took his weapon, and walked directly into the house. The next day, Puril City. Today, the streets of Puril Town are unusually lively. The Hot Pot restaurant has launched another marine-themed event. On the simple wooden platform, the rabbit maids sang and danced, showing their talents. Even if it is not so professional, during this period, several civilians have seen professional performances. The main thing is the lively atmosphere. In the early morning, the entrance of the Hot Pot restaurant was full of people, and they gathered around several floors to watch the performance. Even more people gathered than when the city owner released new policies in the past. Even if you don't eat hot pot, come to watch the show. Inside the store, all the seats were filled, and the guests tasted the newly launched seafood pot. "How about it? Is the effect okay?" Fong Hao stood in front of the counter. Behind the counter, Xian Yao Yao wiped her sweat and said while keeping a book, "Yeah." Fu Lei went back to pick up the goods again. "There are too many customers, and I can't supply it every day." Xian Yao Yao is Fu Lei's girlfriend, and this time she also came to the store to help with the accounting work. In the past, Fu Lei brought fish to the city to sell, but he may not be able to sell all of them by sunset. It also needs to be brought back and dried into dried fish. It's good now. Fu Lei has gone back for the third time to replenish the stock. If this is the case every day, even if he makes more money, the number of fish will not be able to be supplied. Only today, during the outbreak period, there will be more people, and it will gradually decrease tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. Fong Hao said, "This is very clear in his heart. The population of Pural City is limited, and most of the residents are just looking for freshness. Tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, the number of people who eat fish pod will gradually decrease. After all, most people are civilians, and they will occasionally improve their lives. By the way, boss, several nearby villages have been attacked by wild beasts recently. Fu Lei wants to take this opportunity to help a few villages eliminate wild beasts and then reclaim them as affiliated villages." Xian Yao Yao said. The nearby villages in her mouth are several small villages near the freshwater lake. They all rely on fishing for a living. If they can be harvested as affiliated villages, they can also increase the production of freshwater fish. Yes, pay attention to safety. If the village is unwilling to join, don't force it. Fong Hao thought for a while and said, "Okay, when Fu Lei comes back, I'll tell him." "Well, okay, you can do it. I'll go to the opposite pub and sit back." "Good boss." The temperature in the store was too high, and when they came out, both his and Njia's foreheads were covered with beads of sweat. Wiped off his sweat, he walked straight to the opposite pub. Enter the tavern. The proprietress leaned her chin in a daze and only glanced at the two when she saw the two coming in. "Why? Are you in a bad mood today?" Fong Hao sat down in front of the bar. The lady boss rolled his eyes at him and said, "You kid came to see me for a joke. What do you mean by that?" "Humph. Your shop is getting more and more prosperous. You look at my tavern, there is still a person." The proprietress complained in dissatisfaction. She also took a few bartenders from the tavern to try the hot pot. It was really delicious, different from anything they had eaten before, and it was like an addiction. As soon as I smell the aroma wafting from the store opposite, I can't help swallowing and want to eat again. And today, Fong Hao's shop has launched a hot pot for marine activities. Those rabbits sang and danced in the morning. It attracted a lot of guests, and the proprietress was jealous. In addition, the business of his pub is getting worse and worse, and he is full of anger when he sees Fong Hao. "It's just this morning, and it's not your tavern's prime time." Fong Hao comforted softly. "Hey, there aren't many people in the evening now. This tavern, my old lady, is almost over," the proprietress said with a sigh. She looked a little frustrated, but she wiped her hands with a rag and took 2 beers for the two of them. What can she say? The restaurant opened by Fong Hao is really delicious and attracts most people in the city. Moreover, the drinks in Fong Hao's shop have been adjusted back to their original prices, and she has appropriately reduced the price here, but she still can't compete with others. What else can I say? I can't let Fong Hao close the restaurant in order to take care of her. Look again. If you can't, come and help me," Fong Hao said with a smile. This time the proprietress did not refute, but sat aside and thought. It seems that the pub is really not able to go on. Fong Hao didn't say much, and his eyes fell on the notice board on the side. There are still no new maps today, but there is a new bounty. A new reward is written in the column below the sword of probation. Bounty: escorting the convoy. Task: escort the cloth merchants in the city to the city of Lysis. Requirement: a mercenary team of 10 people. Reward: 200 gold coins. The reward released by Tavik? Fong Hao asked the proprietress. "Well, I heard that I will be out of the city tomorrow, and I haven't found a suitable escort team yet." The proprietress replied softly. "I remember that Tavik was very rich and had his own caravan, so why did he hire mercenaries?" Tavik was the cloth merchant in the city. Fong Hao, who rescued his daughter from the kidnappers, also knew Tavik. In Fong Hao's memory, he had his own caravan, and he traded among the surrounding cities. Why did he still put a bounty on the tavern? It's not clear. There may be a lot of cargo this time, and there may be other dangers on the road, the proprietress said listlessly. Okay. Fong Hao drank the beer in his hand and walked out of the tavern with Njia. The two went directly to Tavik's residence. After the briefing, I met Tavik very smoothly. Mr. Fong Hao, Miss Njia. Tavik smiled. Mr. Tavik. The three sat down in front of the living room, and a servant brought drinks and pastries. I saw the reward issued by Mr. Tavik in the tavern. It said that a 10-person team of mercenaries needed to be hired. Fong Hao said straight to the point. Tavik was stunned for a moment, but he didn't expect Fong Hao to come to him for this matter. Nodding his head, he said, "Not one. As long as 10 people can join, the reward will increase if the number of people increases." I remember that Mr. Tavik has his own caravan. Why do you need so many people all of a sudden? Fong Hao finished, took a sip from his glass. Hey, Tavik looked sad. I encountered some troubles and lost a lot of manpower and goods. And this time I have to take the goods to Lysis City, so I have to hire those mercenaries. Only thinking of increasing the number of people, there will be no chaos. Tavik didn't say it directly, but he could guess something. The own caravan must have encountered danger, and the casualties were heavy and could not complete this escort. And Tavik had to send the goods out before posting a bounty in the tavern. However, in the recent incident of the Firewolf mercenary group, the mercenaries have been tracked down and controlled by the city owner, and many mercenary groups have left the city of Puril to develop in other cities. This also made Tavik unable to find the right team for a while. Where is Lysis City? Is there a map? Fong Hao asked softly. Tavik was stunned for a moment, and then a look of joy appeared on his face. He knew Fong Hao's strength. If he could persuade Fong Hao to escort him, he wouldn't have to worry about the safety of the caravan. Yes. Tavik immediately asked people to get the map. As the map unfolded, Fong Hao also knew the location of Lysis City. Lysis City is to the south of Puril City, although it is considered a city, but the distance is not too close. Fu Lei's fishing village is sandwiched between the two. Mr. Fong Hao, if you are willing to escort me, I am willing to pay you double the original cost. Tavik's tone was full of expectations. Fong Hao thought about it. This is a city that can follow Tavik to the next human city. Whether it is follow-up development or understanding surrounding forces, it will be helpful. He looked up again and looked at Tavik opposite. I can escort your caravan, but the remuneration may need to be changed. Oh, what does Mr. Fong Hao want? Sacred snow silk, a cultivable young silkworm. Hearing Fong Hao asking for the silkworm of Shengshua silk, Tavik looked at Fong Hao suspiciously. Could it be that Fong Hao hasn't given up on sericulture? The silkworm I bought from myself last time hasn't died, but it's still dead, and I still don't give up. But that's not what he needs to think about. Fong Hao has a good team in his hand, enough to escort his caravan to safety. He knew this, since the other party wanted to exchange the remuneration for silkworms. He could also accept this condition. Okay, since Mr. Fong Hao wants it, I will naturally not be stingy. So I will also use the silkworms of Shengshua silk as a reward. Tavik slapped the table heavily and said loudly, Holy snow silk is the best silk in Tavik's hands, and it is sold to nobles or merchants from all over the world. When other people buy, he will only sell finished cloth, not young silkworms, so as not to cultivate a competitor. But Fong Hao was different. He was obviously an outsider who didn't understand anything. Even if the whole process is taught to him, it will be difficult to achieve something in a few years. It is more likely that the interest has passed, and he will give up. Therefore, Tavik is not worried about Fong Hao at all, but the young silkworms are equally precious and more valuable than gold coins. There is no way. Who made him really need manpower now? When do you leave? Fong Hao asked. Tomorrow morning, at the gate of Puril. Okay, I'll bring someone over then, and we'll set off together after gathering. It is good. The departure time was determined, and the two sat down and chatted. The Minister of the Interior has been making connections in various places recently, hoping to get the city lord to release his son through his contacts. But this time the city lord seems to be determined to convict his son, and he is still locked up in prison, and no one is allowed to touch him. In the past few days, the people in the city have been discussing this matter. Secretly applaud. Finally caught the bully. After chatting for a while, Fong Hao and the two also left Tavik's mansion. At about 3 or 4 in the afternoon, Fong Hao and the two returned to the territory. Turning over and jumping off the monitor lizard, I happened to see Dimik Ga just returning from patrolling. Take off the helmet on the head, revealing the blue lizard head. Sir, Dimitka saluted respectfully. Well, by the way, I'm going on a mission tomorrow. You and Injiao will go with me. Just leave the territory patrol to Bloodhunter. Fong Hao remembered the matter of escorting the caravan tomorrow. In the vicinity of the territory, the patrolling effect is not very effective. 500,000 undead were stationed there, and no creature dared to approach. Even the beasts moved their lair away and found another place to live. As your lord, Dimitka replied with a nod. Kindness. Farewell to Dimitka. Fong Hao returned to the lord's mansion. As soon as I walked up to the third floor, I saw Ear cleaning in her room. Ear is allowed to enter his own room, and Ear usually arranges the washing and drying. Master, you're back. Ear stepped forward and helped him take off the leather armor. Fong Hao went to Pural City now, but instead of wearing that heavy metal armor, he put a leather armor on the outside of the mage's robe to prevent the occurrence of special circumstances. And Fong Hao asked and nodded. By the way, Master, I just cleaned the study and saw a broken pendant. Would you like to send it to Mr. Luke to fix it? Ear said softly. Luke? Oh, yes, the newly added goldsmith. The name was a little unfamiliar, but I quickly remembered that it was the newly recruited goldsmith of skeletons yesterday. Fong Hao asked again, which pendant? He didn't remember any broken pendants. He only had one, my necklace, and he took it back this morning. I'll show it to you. Ear trotted to another room and came over with a rusty pendant. Silver pendant. Category, necklace. Description, an ordinary pendant that is almost worthless, but holds all the thoughts of a father. You can sell it or return it to Gregory. Originally, there was a small mechanism in the middle of the pendant, and the shell would only be opened with a single click, revealing Gregory's name inside. But now the shell has fallen off, and it has completely changed into two things. The main body is covered with rust, and the corrosion is more serious. This is what Fong Hao found on a corpse in the wild. At that time, it felt like it should be a task, so it has been kept until now. If it hadn't been mentioned by Ear, he really wouldn't have remembered it. Well, show it to Luke. You don't need to refurbish, just fix the cover. Fong Hao said. Looking for Gregoria, it can be choking. Take it one step at a time. Keep it after repairing. Maybe you can use it later. Okay. Ear took it and went to find Luke. Fong Hao changed into a comfortable outfit and walked out of the Lord's mansion again. Go straight to the blacksmith shop. Sir, what can I do for you? Ku Lin, the skeleton blacksmith, took the initiative to walk over, holding a wrought iron hammer in his hand. Well, it's okay. You guys are busy. I'm here to recruit some people. Now the blacksmiths are very busy. The two battles of Skull Shard and Blood Maw have received a lot of equipment. The blacksmiths are working overtime. The repairs that can be repaired are sold, and the irreparable ones are reheated into cast iron blocks. Fong Hao came here now, not to arrange new jobs for them. Instead, recruit enough blacksmiths to send them to the forge factories in Cold Wind to replace the orcs who don't have the ability to forge iron. Blacksmith, Creeping Backbone 10, are you recruiting? Adjusted the number of recruits to 10. Recruit. Starting with 100-fold increase, recruiting skeleton blacksmith 1010. A large piece of light flashed, and more than 1,000 blacksmiths appeared. Chi Shushu looked at Fong Hao. I have seen it, Lord. All the people saluted Fong Hao. Well, everyone is welcome to join us. This time I will arrange you to work in the factory in Cold Wind City, Fong Hao said loudly. Follow your orders, my lord. Fong Hao invited Injia and arranged for these skeleton blacksmiths to sit on the bone dragon. Give them to Clay, that is, the shaman. Fong Hao instructed Injia. Since the Hamadan family issued a notice of missing people, Fong Hao rarely let blood hunters show up outside. Some tasks are left to other heroes to do. This time, likewise, the task of leading the team to Coldwind City was handed over to Injia. Understood, leave it to me and rest assured. Injia patted her chest and assured. Well, be careful on the road. Come back directly after you finish your work. Don't go out to play. Okay, are you done? It's over. Injia patted the back of the bone dragon and took more than a dozen bone dragons to the sky, heading towards the Cold Wind Mountains. At dusk, Injia rushed back, and the skeleton blacksmiths were also handed over to Clay. The next day, early morning, Fong Hao, Injia and Dimitega had already arrived outside Pural early in the morning. Tavik's caravan has already tied up the goods, and the caravan is like a long dragon, making final adjustments. In addition to Fong Hao, Tavik's own people, and several squads of mercenaries. Mr. Fong Hao. Tavik stepped forward to meet him, his eyes lingering on Dimitga's body for a while. A lizard man. Not only Tavik, but all the people in the vicinity looked here, and their eyes fell on Dimitga. Mr. Tavik, this is my bodyguard, Dimitga. Fong Hao introduced it deliberately. Oh, hello, Mr. Dimitga. Mr. Tavik. The two said hello. Tavik continued to look at Fong Hao, looked around again, and asked curiously, Mr. Fong Hao, where are your soldiers? It's getting late, and we can leave then. I have already made arrangements and will join us on the way, Fong Hao said. Ah. Tavik didn't quite understand what Fong Hao meant. The person who made the arrangement did not come from the territory, but joined on the way. Tatata. Just when Tavik wanted to inquire in detail, there was a sound of armor rubbing from behind, and a human swordsman walked over with 3 companions. The leading man is in his 40s, with a strong body and a bushy beard. Mr. Tavik, who are these? The man's voice was low. Captain Godwin, this is Fong Hao and his guards. This time he is traveling with us as a caravan guard. Tavik introduced. Godwin glanced at the 3 of them with a bad expression and stayed on Dimitga's body for a few seconds. Su Sheng said, Mr. Tavik, I don't think these people are necessary. The jagged mercenary group is enough to escort your caravan to safety. One more person, one more guarantee, Tavik said. Godwin glanced at the 3 again and said to Tavik, Mr. Tavik, maybe we need to have a good talk. After he finished speaking, he took Taviko aside and talked in a low voice. This Godwin doesn't seem to be very friendly to us. And Jia said with his hips on his hips, I have already made a plan in my heart to beat the other party. It's not just unfriendly, it's weird. Fong Hao said, in the Book of Lords, let Fu Lei transfer some more people and wait for him on the way. The other party's attitude made Fong Hao suspicious. The mercenary group accepts tasks and earns money for escorts. That is to say, the remuneration they deserve has already been negotiated with Tavik, and whether they join or not has any effect on them. There is something odd about the rejection that is being shown now. Not long after, Tavik came over while greeting the team to set off immediately. Mr. Fong Hao, the road is not near, let's set off now. It is good. It seems that Tavik was not persuaded by the other party, and still insisted on letting Fong Hao and the 3 stay. The convoy began to set off. The mercenaries and Tavik's escorts surrounded the goods in the middle and formed a long line to go south along the main road. Dimitga controlled the monitor lizard, and Fong Hao spread a thick leather blanket on the back shelf, lying on it and watching the regional channel. Although he doesn't talk much in the group, he loves watching everyone chat. There is a feeling that we are still living in modern society, and everyone is carefree and talking about the mountains. After walking for about 2 hours, 50 Apei infantry joined the team when they passed Fu Lei's city. 10 carriages were assigned to escort them. In the team of the jagged mercenary group, a mercenary urged the horses under his crotch to catch up with Godwin, the head of the regiment in front. After checking the next 4 weeks, he said in a low voice, the regiment commander added 50 people at a time, and some brothers recognized the man. He saved Tavik's daughter, and he was also the cool shop in the city. It's open. Godwin looked back at the monitor lizard and continued. Do you know where the female orc and lizard man came from? I don't know yet. I only know that the female orc is the guardian of that human being. This is the first time I have seen the lizard men. The mercenary thought for a while and continued. Captain, those 50 people are well equipped. There will be casualties. Shut up. Godwin scolded in a low voice and looked around vigilantly. I know in my heart, when the campsite is confirmed at night, I will tell the news to the Grizzlies, and we will negotiate 7 or 3 points. And we want Tarvik's head. Godwin's heart also tensed when 50 well-equipped Apei soldiers joined. I thought that my plan was seen through, and that these people were dealing with themselves. Later, when he saw them start escorting the convoy, he knew that he was a false alarm, but the addition of these people forced him to change his original plan. Okay, head. The mercenary nodded, slowed down the speed of the horse, and returned to his escort position. The caravan went all the way to the south, and they simply took a sip of lunch on the way. As night fell, the guards and mercenaries began to camp. They are going to spend the night here, and they are praying in their hearts that the beasts nearby will not wander here. Even if he came, he was full for a walk, not hungry. Simple defensive measures were taken, and a tent was erected. Caravans provide food. You can also eat your own food. A pot was propped up, and Fong Hao threw the hot pot base in it. Soon, the aroma will be released. There were not many seasonings added, and only a few people surrounding them could smell it. Don't worry about the smell being too strong and attracting nearby beasts. At this time, Njia came over. Sitting down, he lowered his voice and said, "You guessed it right. Someone from that iron-blooded mercenary group left the team and went to the east. There was no horse riding. I'll go now and catch him back." Hearing Njia's words, Fong Hao's hand slammed slightly. As I guessed, this mercenary group really has a special purpose. Njia, put the meat in the pot first, and don't let outsiders get close to the tent. Fong Hao instructed and went straight into the tent next to him. Open your backpack and take out a palm-sized skeleton bird. Skull bullfinch, first order. This is a kind of bird whose territory has been transformed. The original appearance is somewhat like a sparrow on the earth, but now it has been transformed into a skeleton. Open the tent up a slit and place the bullfinch outside. Immediately cast divine proximity. God's target, skeleton bullfinch, fit is 98%. This kind of non-aggressive transformed arms has a really high degree of fit, directly 98%. In the next second, a faint blue soul fire appeared in the eyes of the skeleton bullfinch, flapping its wings and heading towards the direction the mercenary left. East of the camp, about 20 minutes away. This is a dense forest, and there is a camp surrounded by wooden walls in the dense forest. Skull Gray Sparrow kept a distance and followed the mercenaries to the front of the camp. As soon as the mercenary approached, he was found by the sentry. "Who? I'm from the Jagged Mercenary Corps, and our leader asked me to come over and discuss a cooperation with the Grizzly boss." The mercenary hurriedly expressed his intentions. "For fear of the people above, I couldn't see them clearly when it was dark, so I gave myself an arrow." "The iron-blooded mercenary group? You wait," the sentry said, telling his companions to look at him, and turned to find his boss. Not long after, a woman in brown armor climbed the city wall, but did not let the gate of the cottage open. "I'm a grizzly bear, just say that if you have anything," the woman said loudly. "Boss Grizzly, our regiment commander asked me to inform you that he passed by with a fat sheep. If you are interested, we will score 7 or 3 points." The mercenary said loudly. 7 or 3 points. He put 7 in the front, which means that his side should account for 70%. Humph. That Softagawin would be so kind. He must have encountered a hard stubble. Grizzly said with a sneer. "Yes, we originally planned to eat all of them, but a team of 50 people was suddenly added on the way. The head of the group didn't want to cause casualties, so he asked the Grizzly boss to take action." The mercenary continued to speak loudly. "At that time, you will put the responsibility on our grizzly bears, and you will have an excuse to push it all down. The mercenary group robs its own employer. This is a very serious matter. Without mentioning the prosecution of others, the Jagged Mercenary Group will not be able to get along. Team up with a bandit cottage, push it to the top of the cottage, and cultivate yourself for a few more months. It's a good way to clear the relationship. Boss Grizzly, Tavik, a cloth merchant, I brought a lot of silk this time. If you are interested, I might as well go back to do business." The mercenary said directly. "Here's silk. Grizzly has something. Silk is called soft gold, and it is very valuable." In the end, the Grizzlies were tempted. He said, "Okay, I'll take over this job. Maybe we can cooperate more on this kind of thing in the future, and everyone can make a profit." Yes, the boss of the Grizzlies thinks the same as the head of the team. "Okay, when I gather a good manpower, I will go with you to destroy this caravan." The city gate opened, and the mercenaries also entered the cottage, waiting for them to assemble their troops. Fong Hao released the gods. Pulling open the tent and walking out, he said in a solemn voice, "Dimikga, Onjia, get ready, and lead someone to destroy all the Jagged mercenaries, leaving none of them." Hearing Fong Hao's order, everyone was slightly taken aback. And Jia was the first to react and said, "They want to grab the goods." According to Fong Hao's meaning, she has been observing the movements of the Jagged Mercenary Corps and has noticed some subtle movements. Now that Fong Hao wants to kill people directly, he must fight back before the enemy makes any move. Yes, they found a mountain bandit named Grizzly Bear. There are still a lot of people. We have about 20 minutes to eliminate the jagged mercenary group first. Otherwise, it will be difficult to deal with it. Fang Hao said. The speed of speech gradually increased. Everyone's faces became solemn. Let's just kill it like this? And Jia continued to ask. Time is tight. Kill them directly. And when all the opponents are eliminated, I will explain to Tavik. Fang Hao said. It is good. Everyone nodded, swallowed the food in their mouths, and picked up the weapons around them. The intersection of the two teams. Fang Hao and his party came aggressively, which still attracted the attention of the jagged mercenary group. They also took out their weapons and stood guard. Fang Hao stood at the back of the team and shouted, Captain Godwin, my purse is gone, and my subordinates happen to see that it was made by your people. Give me an explanation. As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at Godwin behind. In the mercenary group, there are some people with dirty hands and feet, which also happens from time to time. You read it wrong. The people of our jagged mercenary group wouldn't do such a thing. Godwin looked at each other vigilantly. Seeing that he couldn't lead Godwin out of the crowd, Fang Hao said directly, Your people left something behind when they escaped, and I'm not afraid of you denying it. After saying that, he took out a burlap bag and threw it at the other party. The sack that was just thrown, without controlling the strength, flew over the head of the jagged mercenary group, attracting everyone's attention. Puff! The sound of sharp weapons entering the flesh suddenly sounded, followed by shouts of killing. Dimika took 50 AP infantry and rushed directly into the enemy crowd, swinging the giant sword in his hand and slashing at the enemy. The entire camp was instantly flooded with shouts of killing. I don't know what happened in the distance. The guards of Tavik, who were killed by the two groups, surrounded the entire tent. Looking nervously ahead, the broken limbs were flying around, and the blood was splattered on the battlefield. The long sword in Dimika's hand swept across, instantly severing several people in front of him. Blood splashed on the armor and slowly flowed down. Godwin watched his subordinates suffer heavy losses. The lizard man was like a god of death, quickly reducing the number of people on his side. I started to panic a little. Even the regular army in the city would not have such fighting power. It's just a slaughter. Seeing the tall lizard men walking towards him, Godwin felt a little dazed in his heart. Those whom Lao Tzu killed. I've seen more than you, and I'm not afraid of you. Godwin held the sword in his hand tightly and roared at the lizard men. With such a shout, the fear in my heart instantly reduced a bit. His eyes became firmer. That's right. I have been a mercenary for nearly 30 years, which time did not climb over the tip of the knife. Why am I afraid of you? Everyone will die, and people will die. Godwin danced a sword flower, and with a little foot, he took the initiative to rush towards the lizard men in front. Go to hell, cried Godwin. Dimika looked at the human who rushed up, and the long sword in his hand gradually showed a golden light. I respect your choice. The long sword was swung out, and it was like a golden light slashing down. Click! Godwin looked at the broken sword in his hand in surprise, and in the twisting turn, he saw his headless body. The death of the leader of the mercenary group also accelerated the pace of the battle. In less than 10 minutes, the battle was over, and none of the jagged mercenary group survived, and all were killed here. There was a strong, bloody smell in the air, which made the people who were tired and hungry lost their appetite. Fang Hao took the other people who were bathed in blood and walked straight to the area of Tavik. The guards of Tavik, holding their weapons, trembled a little and were wary of the killing gods in front of them. Mr. Fang Hao, who are you? Tavik asked in a trembling voice. Tavik, do you believe me? Xiang, believe, you saved my daughter, I believe in you. Okay, the jagged mercenary group has colluded with a group of mountain bandits. I don't know the name of the mountain bandits, but their leader is a woman named Grizzly Bear. They will attack in 10 minutes. All your people will be handed over to my men. Command. Fang Hao quickly recounted the matter. Huh? Oh, Grizzly. Tavik quickly recovered from the shock. Hearing Grizzly's name, his face became even more difficult to look at. Mr. Fang Hao, are you telling the truth? The leader of the mountain bandits is called the Grizzly Bear. Tavik asked hastily. Grizzly, a woman, the cottage is to the east. Quick, quick, get out of here. Tavik hurriedly ordered, ready to leave. Can you run them with the cargo? Give your troops to my commander. We can survive, and the cargo is safe. Fong Hao stopped Tavik, who was a little flustered. Ah, good. Everyone is under the unified command of Mr. Fong Hao now, Tavik said immediately. Now he has no second choice. If Fong Hao wanted to kill him, his people would definitely not be the opponent's opponents. Everyone listens to Dimikga's unified dispatch, and whoever dares to keep commanding, I will cut off his head directly, Fong Hao said loudly. Dimikga stepped forward, took off his helmet, and wiped the blood on it. Begin to explain to you the route that the enemy will attack in the next arrangement. 20 minutes. Deep night. Grizzly took his own people and followed the mercenaries to the location where the caravan was stationed. The mountain bandits shuttled through the forest so that the sound of insects in the past also closed their mouths. Tavik is a well-known cloth merchant here. In the past, the merchants were very secretive, and it was difficult to find the whereabouts of the caravan. Silk is also known as soft gold, and even if it is 30%, they still make a lot of money. Therefore, even though Grizzly Bear was not feeling well recently, after hearing the news of the jagged mercenary group, he still agreed. Who would refuse the fat meat delivered to their lips? Everyone is close to the edge of the forest, and as long as they rush out of the forest, they can see the camp of the caravan. Stop. Suddenly, the Grizzlies stopped and stopped the team. What's wrong, Boss Grizzly? The mercenary braked suddenly and asked Grizzly curiously. Grizzly frowned and asked curiously, Are you dead? What's dead? During the battle for a while, the head of the regiment said that he wanted Tavik's head, one that could recognize his face. The mercenary said, No, a lot of people have just died, and there is a strong bloody aura ahead. Disturbing noise. The rest of the people also sucked hard. No, there must be something wrong. Be careful. Grizzly said coldly. It is good. A few people were just about to move forward when someone else let out a surprise. Hey, why is there such a big fog? On the left and right sides, a large piece of fog rose at the same time, spread quickly, and covered everyone. On both sides of the dense forest, a large fog suddenly spread. Just as the Grizzlies and the others frowned, the fog had already covered the team. The trees are intertwined, and the trees shade the sky. The fog in the middle of the night reduced the visibility of the bandits, and they could only see things about a meter in front of them. Boss, the situation is not very second, a mountain bandit said softly. Grizzly also knew it, grabbed the mercenary who was leading the way beside him, and scolded, What's going on? The mercenary was pushed around by the Grizzly Bear, staggered for a while, supported his helmet, and said, Boss Grizzly, could it be just an ordinary fog? Our iron-blooded mercenary group has absolutely no other ideas. He also didn't know what happened. Besides, it is normal for fog to rise in the forest. However, the voice just fell. On both sides of the team, there was a rustling sound. Something seems to have rushed out of the woods. What? There are enemies. A series of shouts resounded around the team. Then came the sound of fighting and the screams of mountain bandits. Grizzly's expression changed, knowing that he had been attacked. Come with me. After saying that, he moved towards the place where the fighting sounded. But just after a few steps, the sound of his own people shouting and killing came from the position behind him. His own team was completely surrounded and besieged. Everyone move closer to me. Hurry up. Grizzly growled loudly. The people around followed the sound and moved closer to the Grizzly. At the same time, Dimikga and Jia and others also knew the position of the leader of the team. The fog that Dimikga and Fong Hao cast at the same time. In this windless forest, it played a role far beyond imagination. Dimikga's misty sky releases fog to block his sight, while providing magic resistance and 25% stamina recovery for teammates in the fog. And Fong Hao's clouds and mist, after covering the enemy, can directly reduce the morale of the enemy by 15%. When the two were superimposed, the entire mountain bandits instantly became a mess. When the fog shrouded the entire battlefield, Dimikga led a team of nearly 100 people through the dense bushes and rushed directly to the bandits on the edge. Like a ghost in the forest, it didn't make any sound, like a spear stabbing the enemy. The bandits cried out loudly and begged for help, but the fog blocked their sight, so that the rest of the mountain bandits were frightened when they heard the sound, and they dared to run around together. It wasn't until he heard the voice of the chief Grizzly Bear that he determined the direction and began to move closer to the Grizzly Bear. The screams around him became more and more intense. Dimitka dropped the blood on his long sword, and his icy vertical pupils looked at the location of the grizzly bear in the mist. It's all cleaned up. And Jiao walked over from the other side with the team and joined Dimitka. Just now, they cleared away the people around the bandits at the fastest speed, thus reducing the number of each other. Well, prepare for the final battle, Dimitka said softly. Everyone rearranged their equipment and clenched their weapons in their hands. Kill! Dimitka raised his long sword and took the lead in rushing to the depths of the mist, where Grizzly and the others gathered. Kill! Kill! The team followed closely behind, and there was a roar and roar. The teams of both sides collided abruptly and started fighting in the fog. Grizzly used the shield to defend, while turning the battle axe in his hand. This time at least she knew who her enemy was, but she still fell behind. As the battle continued, the Grizzly's manpower became less and less, and at this time there were only more than 20 people left, struggling to support. And the tall lizard man on the other side, like a god of killing, slashed down and harvested the lives of their companions with a single sword. If this goes on, everyone will die here. Boss, I can't stand it anymore, one person said. Grizzly's expression was solemn, and he could see the strength of the lizard men. In this way, they can only die here. Gritting his teeth, he swung away the enemy in front of him and shouted loudly, "Raise the whip! Raise the whip!" The surrounding bandits shouted together. Immediately afterwards, all the mountain bandits turned around and ran, and some threw away their weapons and ran into the distance. In all directions, fleeing in different directions, Dimitka and the others killed the bandits who were forcibly left behind, but the rest of them could only watch them go away. Stop chasing, clean the battlefield, and we'll set off directly in a while, Tavik said at the back of the team. These bandits are hard to clean up. They know the surrounding terrain better than anyone, and if they lose a fight, they flee. Listen to Mr. Tylock, clean the battlefield. The rest of the people have a fire and eat, and everyone rests on the road, Fong Hao said loudly. By this time the sky was already bright. Everyone dragged their tired bodies into action. Some swept the battlefield, while others started to make a fire to cook. The sun rose, and the team began to set off again. The fighting last night had exhausted all the soldiers, but now was not the time to rest. On the edge of the jungle, the bandits who escaped were still watching from a distance. Observe the movement of the team. Fortunately, the members of the jagged mercenary group died, and the horses were given to others. Everyone could rest on the horses and even take a nap. On the carriage, Fong Hao was so angry. Mr. Fong Hao, if there is no Li, the fate of the caravan is simply unimaginable, Tavik said. Even though the matter has passed, he is still a little shocked. At this point, recalling some of the little actions of the jagged mercenary corps, everything made sense. He still underestimated the greed of the mercenary group. They even sold their employers for money. I am also the guard of the caravan now. I should do it, Fong Hao replied. No, it's two different things. You saved all our lives, Tavik said again. It's all right. Everyone is friends. Help each other. Fong Hao leaned lazily on the chair. By the way, how long does it take to reach the destination? Such a hurry. The physical strength of the soldiers in danger can't support it. It's fast. The team can't stop. It will arrive at Lysis City before dusk, and once it stops, it will have to stay in the wild for one night, Tavik replied. No wonder Tavik was in such a hurry. In addition to worrying that the grizzlies would attack again, he had to enter Lysis City before dusk. Otherwise, everyone will continue to spend the night outside the city, which is even more dangerous. It is good. The two chatted on the carriage, then leaned on the back of the chair and closed their eyes slightly. Very late at dusk, the team finally came to the city of Lysis. The towering arrow towers and the endless city walls prove that this place is more prosperous than Pural City. A group of caravans pulled the goods, and the guards were covered in blood, which still attracted the attention of the guards. Tavik got out of the car and explained for a long time, and then showed various vouchers before allowing the caravan to enter the city. All were assigned rooms and were guarded. Fong Hao lay on the bed tiredly and went straight to sleep. 2 hours later, the servant woke Fong Hao again. Tavik changed him into an aristocratic costume and took him to the city lord's mansion. Night. When the two came to the city lord's mansion, a lot of people had already gathered in the beautifully decorated hall. Like Tavik, They are well-dressed and well-behaved. After meeting each other, they all smiled and said hello. Only when they passed by mistake, they secretly spit twice and scolded a dog. The lady of the city is here. At this moment, the high-pitched voice of the waiter sounded in the hall. With this shout, the hall instantly became quiet, and everyone stopped what they were doing and looked towards the stairs on the second floor. Fong Hao yawned and swept his eyes around. What the hell? Don't have dinner. Are you not going to a dinner party? On the stairs on the second floor, a woman with a graceful figure walked out, about 30 years old and less than 40 years old, but well-maintained. The long burgundy hair was slightly curled and scattered on the sides, and she was wearing a red dress, which was tied tightly around her body, which showed the richness of the woman. With a smile on his face, he walked down the stairs. The city lord of Lysis City must be in poor health. Fong Hao looked at the city lord's wife who was walking down, and he had already come to a conclusion. But it's not right to think about it. You can rely on potions to change your physical fitness. Lysis City is so big, and buying some potions to replenish your body shouldn't be a problem. That being said, the city lord will have a good time. Is everyone here? The city lord's wife asked. Glancing at the people present, they finally landed on Fong Hao in the corner. Everyone bowed their heads. Only he looked up at himself. Fong Hao realized that his eyes were found and smiled awkwardly, pretending to watch the decoration in the hall. Madam, everyone is here. The servant on the side replied softly. And the city lord's wife walked to the front of the hall, lightly stepped onto the high platform, and said to the people below, Before winter comes, I will represent Lysis to participate in the Federal Council. You are famous cloth merchants in the city. I hope you can if you are satisfied with the works. The selected cloth dealers will be exempt from tax for 1 year in the shops in the city. After the city lord's wife finished speaking, all the cloth merchants below showed eager expressions. Whether it is to come up with a work that satisfies the city lord's wife, or to have a tax-free status in the city for 1 year, it is an important thing for businessmen who do business in the city. If the lady of the city lord attends the parliament and wears her own dress, then she is invisibly advertising herself. In a few years, business was no problem. More likely, let your store become famous in other cities and expand more business. Okay, let's start. You don't want to go back to rest until midnight, said the lady of the city owner. Begin, the first Weston troop, said the servant. A man with a pot belly came out with a smile, took out his own design manuscript, and prepared clothing samples. Mrs. Rebecca, this is our latest dress, Rose Night. The material is selected. The man talked eloquently, from the raw materials to his own design concept, as well as the meaning contained in the name. This red-based costume tells a long story. Immediately afterwards, the second store came on stage. This was a somewhat feminine man, with a swaying waist and crotch when walking. If he hadn't had a mustache, Fong Hao would have thought that he was disguised as a man. After the feminine man finished his introduction, the city lord's wife nodded unconsciously, seemingly satisfied. Then came the third, and the fourth, showing up in that order. Choose a dress and make such a big battle. Fong Hao asked softly, covering his stomach. It's like a commercial bidding, but it's just to choose a dress. These people really have nothing to do. All cloth merchants prepare and are selected every year, and their business can double in the past few years. Tavik explained in a low voice. Choosing a dress has become a tradition for cloth merchants. Even if you lose the election today, you must prepare for next year immediately after you go back, so that you can take back what you lost in one fell swoop. This has also become the focus of comparison among cloth merchants. Sales are no longer important, and being recognized by Mrs. Rebecca has become the goal of the industry. As long as Mrs. Rebecca is selected, ladies and celebrities from all circles of power will come to this shop during the year. Business is doubling. Have you been selected? Fong Hao asked curiously. Still working hard, still working hard. Tavik wiped his sweat and said, This year, we risked our lives, and you are the hope of the whole village. Tavik's sweat was even denser. Do your best, do your best. Seeing this scene, Fong Hao also knew that he was going to hang. Tavik had no confidence in himself after seeing the first few designs. It appears that this year is also a participation award. Soon, they arrived at Tavik. He took his own works and walked up with the entourage on the side, and began to show the dresses he designed for the lady of the city. Brown and blue color matching, waist, and tutu skirt. It is also very good-looking. But all works are similar, just with different modifications in color, embroidery, and lace. There are no bold breakthroughs. Until Tavik saluted and came back, the city lord's wife did not show any expression and continued to watch the introduction of the next cloth merchant. "How is it?" Feng Hao asked. "Work hard next year." Tavik sighed. Feng Hao thought for a while and said, "Can you draw that design?" Refers to the design draft in the hands of the cloth dealer, which outlines the figure of the figure and the shape of the clothing on the paper. Meeting. "Then you draw me one, and my firm will also participate." Feng Hao said, "You also have a business?" "It's just established. It's called the Bone Cloth Shop. Hurry up, follow my words." The two put their heads together, and Tavik opened the toolkit and began to draw according to Feng Hao's introduction. Time passed little by little. On the stone platform, Mrs. Rebecca looked at the cloth dealers below, but she was a little disappointed. These were all famous cloth dealers in the city and surrounding cities, but none of them could produce works that satisfied her. She needs to represent Lysis City in Parliament, and it is also a time to highlight the competing interests of urban development. Dressing seems to be just a comparison of appearance, but in fact it can best express the development status of a city. No matter the occasion, people's first impression is very important. But the designs handed over by these people this year are no different from previous years. Accumulate some precious cloth and press on a gorgeous and slightly profound story. This is the case every year. Even if I am used to it, I am still a little disappointed in my heart. Just when Rebecca wanted to choose someone who could still talk about the past, she suddenly saw two people in the crowd with their heads lowered and whispering. It was the young man who just looked directly at him. Now that everyone is looking up at the introduction on the stage, what is he studying with his head down? How does he always behave in the opposite way to others? When the last cloth dealer finished his introduction, he went down. Everyone looked at the lady of the city owner, waiting for her to choose the cloth shop that was selected today. Just under everyone's attention, the city lord's wife pointed out, "You are also a cloth dealer? Do you have any works?" Everyone looked in the direction they pointed, and saw that Feng Hao had just raised his head. Feng Hao coughed lightly, pinched Orchid's fingers, and said in a voice, "Mrs. City Lord, I'm a cloth dealer, and I brought today's work as well." Originally, he wanted to introduce his works normally, but it was found that after the introduction of two somewhat feminine men, the city lord's wife nodded unconsciously, which made Feng Hao temporarily decide to give up his dignity and sacrifice for the sake of art. Showed this form. "Since you are also a cloth dealer, let's talk about it. You don't want to go back like this, do you?" Rebecca said. "Yes, the lady of the city owner." Feng Hao walked out while twisting his waist while holding his design draft. The action is exaggerated, so that everyone can't bear to look directly. Only Feng Hao himself became more and more energetic, and the orchid fingers swayed gently. Feng Hao boarded the stone platform and took out his own design draft. The design draft uses a 4-frame screen design. It is to divide a piece of paper vertically into two halves. The left side is the overall design of the clothing, and the right side is divided into 3 small grids. The first is jewelry, necklaces and earrings, the second is belts, and the third is stockings and high-heeled shoes. Showing the picture to everyone, Rebecca raised her eyebrows and finally saw something different from before. Cough, cough. Clothing is never single, just like the face of a person. If you give him a good facial features, but you have a mustache, it will look very strange. Humph. A cold hum came from the audience, and more people bowed their heads and snickered. So, I carried out the overall matching, from the dress to the jewelry, and even the socks and shoes, in order to bring out 1/3 of Mrs. Rebecca's beauty. Feng Hao said. The clothes on the design plan did not use the same wide skirt as the others. In terms of design, it is relatively bold. The blue off-shoulder dress has asymmetrical front and rear design at the skirt, which further highlights the long legs of women and the layered design. From the front, it is a short skirt that only reaches the base of the thigh, which can show all the thighs. At the back is an irregularly spliced patterned skirt, which falls directly to the ground and extends to the back. The whole place was quiet. Everyone stared at the design displayed by the strange man on the stage. It's no longer a question of good looks. You let the lady of the city wear such a short skirt, which is shorter than those women who make a living in the tavern. What does it mean? Go get that bronze mirror, Fong Hao said to the servant beside him. The latter glanced at the lady of the city master, and when she saw her nodding slightly, she brought the bronze mirror in the corner over. Mrs. Rebecca, please stand in front of the mirror, Fong Hao said. Libido was actually a little tempted. After all, this was the most innovative and bold design she had ever seen. In Fong Hao's throat, he involuntarily stood up and walked to the opposite side of the bronze mirror. Fong Hao smiled slightly and put the design draft aside, so that Rebecca could see herself in the mirror and the design draft in her hand. Compare the introductions one by one. The neckline is designed with a tube top and off the shoulder, which can bring out the skinny collarbone and your graceful neckline. The design draft is placed on the waist again. The waist here can fully show your graceful posture. Continue to put it on the legs. Madam, the hem design is enough to outline your sexy curves. I have been designing clothes for so many years, and I have never seen such beautiful legs as yours. The blatant compliment made Rebecca feel a little hot. How could this young man say such a thing? In front of so many people, he praised his whole body. Taking a deep breath, Rebecca sat back in her seat and began to think in her heart. There has really been no breakthrough in dress design these years. Even if they are allowed to design for 2 years, they will still come out with those styles. Looking around everyone, his eyes finally fell on Fong Hao. What's your name? Fong Hao, Mrs. Rebecca. Fong Hao still kept his throat tucked. You're also a cloth dealer? What's the name of the storefront? Bone Cloth Shop. Everyone was stunned. What is this name? Not like a living business. Okay, your bone fabric shop will be set this year, but the position of the skirt needs to be lengthened, Rebecca said. All the cloth dealers in the audience were a little helpless, and they actually lost to a kid who suddenly popped up. There is nothing to say about the loser. The opponent's design does have some flaws, but they can be modified in the future, but overall they are more innovative and bolder than them. It doesn't matter if I lose this time. I also learned new typography and bold skirt designs from the other side. I will use it myself next year, and then these will be my own. Okay, Mrs. Rebecca, some details can be negotiated at that time, Fong Hao said. Rebecca nodded slightly and said, okay, the people from the bone fabric shop stay, and the rest go back first. Your business is still operating normally in the city, so don't worry about that. Yes, Mrs. Rebecca. The others saluted and exited the hall. Even Tavik exited the hall and waved to him at the door, said to wait for him at the door. In the hall, only Fong Hao and Rebecca were left, as well as several female servants. How long has your fabric shop been in business? Rebecca asked. A century-old shop, immortal inheritance. Fong Hao replied softly. His throat was a little uncomfortable. Which city do you live in? Haven't you heard of it before? Rebecca continued to ask, but she was somewhat interested in the young man in front of her. He didn't have the compliments of a businessman, and he was unfamiliar with the rules here. To the north of Pural City, it was the first time I followed Tavik cloth merchants to Lysis City, Fong Hao said truthfully. Rebecca nodded and continued. I am very satisfied with the design of the costume. Do you need me to contact the jeweler to make the rest of the jewelry and the white stockings? Fong Hao came up with a complete package, which belongs to the package from head to toe. Clothing can be fixed. What about the rest? Time waits for no one. No, I will complete all of these. As long as Mrs. Rebecca provides me with detailed physical data, I will also provide jewelry and stockings. Fong Hao directly took all the things on himself. This surprised Rebecca even more, emphasizing, Are you sure you can do this? Of course, I'm not here to make such a joke with you. Okay, then come over tomorrow morning and hand over the data to you. I hope you won't disappoint me, Rebecca said solemnly. Fong Hao nodded with a smile and watched Rebecca ascend to the second floor. Get out of the city lord's mansion. Tavik was still waiting outside the door. How is it? It's over. Tavik asked anxiously. It's settled. Come and get the size tomorrow, Fong Hao said as he walked out. You really succeeded, my God. The two boarded the carriage and headed for the residence together. On the way, Tavik kept thinking about some details in the design drawing. The next day, in the morning, after lunch, Fong Hao came to the city lord's mansion again. After expressing his intention, a maid took him directly to the second floor. The maid closed the door lightly. Madam, Mr. Fong Hao is here. Let him in. Sir, please. The maid pushed open the door and motioned Fong Hao to go in. Walking into the room, golden wheat on spilled from the window to the ground. In the center of the room, On the gray-blue sofa lay Rebecca naked, with a blue blanket covering important parts of her body. Beside the sofa, leaning against a half-painted oil painting, the paint was still wet. Seeing Fong Hao's eyes straightening, Rebecca's brows instantly wrinkled. Cough. Mrs. Rebecca, your routine is very easy to wrinkle. If you want to keep your skin young, you must rest on time. Fong Hao walked in with his throat tucked and his waist twisted. Rebecca's brows stretched again. Lying on the sofa stretched a big lazy waist. Fong Hao walked into the room and sat down on the chair beside him. The waist is straight, and the hands are folded on the thighs. Playing a more feminine image, and looking at the plump, fair-skinned body in front of her with fairness and integrity. You still have research on skin? Rebecca turned around, her long hair scattered, revealing pointy ears. Fong Hao's heart moved. Elf. The elves were the rulers of human cities, which was really beyond Fong Hao's expectations. But these have nothing to do with him. He is just a passing cloth dealer. Let's not talk about research. The skin needs to be maintained. The moisture in the skin is adequate. And the most important thing is to have a normal work and rest time. Fong Hao recalled the advertisement of the mask on TV. Hee, it seems that you know quite a lot. Rebecca smiled slightly. It's just some messy and useless knowledge. Fong Hao smiled slightly. Madam, you look at the data. Rebecca got up and wrapped the blue blanket around her. I thought about it last night. It's better for you to measure it yourself. After all, this dress is very different from the previous type. Rebecca takes dress very seriously. The selected fabric shops will receive a tax exemption for 1 year in the city in order to encourage those fabric shops to keep innovating. Design better dresses. But in the past few years, there have been no works that satisfied her. Fong Hao, this is the first design that breaks the inherent concept of dresses. Yes. Fong Hao got up and took out the measuring tool. The tools were borrowed from Tarvik, and the idea was to make himself look a little more professional, not expecting Rebecca to need him to measure herself. Take out the tape measure and approach Rebecca. The blue blanket was just around the armpits, as if tied to the towering twin peaks, and the ravines were clearly visible. Madam, please raise your arms. Fong Hao said softly. Rebecca raised her arms. Fong Hao put the tape measure around his chest, and with a little force, he made a round indent. Fong Hao turned around and counted the numbers on the paper beside him. Rebecca's body is full of two opposing temperaments, the identity of the city owner's wife and the indifferent expression, giving people a dignified and elegant, even a little indifferent feeling. But the figure and appearance are gorgeous and mature. Fong Hao recorded all the dimensions, and Rebecca sat down again. When will I be able to see the stencil? Rebecca asked. Forming a garment requires several steps. Need a few more tries. Try to try it on for you once a week. But the distance is not too close. It may take up to 2 weeks. Fong Hao calculated the time in his mind and replied. Okay. Rebecca continued. Don't you plan to open a shop in the city? In your opinion, it may be welcomed by the noble circle. I'm thinking about it, but I just came to Lysa City, and I don't know the rules and procedures. I'm afraid it will take a while to open a store. Lysa City is not like Puller City. There is only one commercial street. There is no need for market research. As long as you open a store on this street, it is the best location. But the city of Lysis was several times larger than the city of Puril, and the population was larger, and the city was populated by commoners and nobles. If you want to open a store, you really need to do some research. Of course, shops must be opened, hot pot restaurants, and this time fabric shops, too. Just need to plan well. You don't have to worry about this. As long as you can complete the dress according to the design, I can help you with the store, and this time the reward is still valid, a 1-year tax holiday. Rebecca said with a smile. As the city lord's wife, she can still decide this sentence. Supporting a store is not a big deal in such a big city, not even a trivial matter. Then many thanks to Mrs. Rebecca. Fong Hao thanked. The two continued to chat and modified some details in the dress. It wasn't until Fong Hao left that Rebecca leaned on the sofa again and fell asleep groggy. After walking out of the city lord's mansion, Fong Hao squeezed his throat. Outside the gate, and Jia saw Fong Hao coming out and went up to meet him. If you can't come out, I'll rush in. No, just talk about some things normally. The two walked out. Fong Hao finally stopped talking in his throat. Tavik said that he will return to Puril tomorrow morning and let you have anything to deal with today. And Jia followed behind and said, It is good. Where are you going now? Go to the pub here to see. Fong Hao said. Lysis is very prosperous. Horses and carts can run side by side in the middle of the road, and there are shops on both sides. At this time, they also started to operate normally. In some open spaces on both sides, there are also quite a few vendors. Some of them put their items on the mats, and some are carrying the goods to sell loudly. Fong Hao and the others stopped in front of the pub on the street. Just pushed the door and walked in. At this time, there were already a lot of drinkers in the shop, chatting and bragging while drinking. Fong Hao sat down at the front desk. His eyes fell directly on the notice board on the side. There are several bounties densely written on it, but none of them are adventure maps. The content of the reward is mostly trivial matters in the city. What to drink? Asked the innkeeper. Beer bar. Is there anything special in the store? Here are 2 side dishes. Fong Hao said. Just here to solve the lunch problem for 2 people. The steamed chicken and meatballs in our store are very popular in our store. If you want to take some away, I recommend you to buy some smoked ham. The taste will definitely satisfy you. The boss estimated the food intake of the 2, introducing. Okay, then steamed chicken and meatballs. Prepare a portion of prosciutto, and we will take it away. Going tomorrow morning and taking some prosciutto to eat on the road. Not bad. Okay, I'll prepare it for you right away. The boss smiled. After a while, beer and meatballs were served, and only the steamed chicken was still being processed in the back kitchen. Boss. Fong Hao greeted softly. Guest, you said. The boss came over with a smile. Don't you have a single-page map? It's the stronghold found by some caravans along the way. Fong Hao asked. It usually happens. Recently, cloth merchants from all over the world came, and Mrs. Rebecca ordered some dangers along the road to be cleared, and the map page was removed. This cleanup is not very clean, but in the middle of it, I was threatened by the bandits of the grizzly bears. Of course, the grizzly bear had no intention of robbing Tavik's caravan at first, but was bewitched by the jagged mercenary corps. In the end, Fong Hao killed a lot of people. Oh, Fong Hao wanted to speak, but a muffled sound came from the side. Looking back, I saw an old man who overturned the chair, put 1 foot on the fallen chair, and rolled up his sleeve. Let's see. This is the mark left when the vampire bit me back then. The old man was disheveled and smelled of alcohol. He rolled up his sleeves and showed it to several people at the same table. Hodge, just blow it. Vampires bite their necks. How can they bite their arms? And your mark is left without a bath, right? Vampires' teeth can still bite out patterns. A drinker looked at glancing at his arm. He said loudly. A few people on the side also laughed. Hodge glanced at his arm and muttered. I haven't showered for too long. I can't see it anymore. Pooh. He spat out a mouthful on his arm and began to rub hard. God, don't disgust us, can we believe it? You can continue to tell your story, starting from when you stabbed the vampire with a silver needle before you died. The drinker on the side said quietly, distanced himself from him. Old Hodge raised the chair, sat down again, and said, The silver needle pierced the vampire's neck. Guess what? What's wrong? I can clearly see that the stabbed place didn't heal so quickly. Blood flowed out of the wound, and I was decapitated because of excessive blood loss. Old Hodge said, Didn't you just say that you were stabbed to death with a sword? Why did you cut off your head now? Is that so? Well, I drank too much, and I can't remember. In short, I found that vampires are afraid of silver, so I designed a silver-tapered arrow. It must be easy to kill vampires. Did you use it later? That is naturally used. Now that the human race has the current status, it is largely my credit. Haha. Okay, I thank you for humanity. The rest of the people followed suit and laughed. Fong Hao asked curiously while eating the steamed chicken, Has he really killed a vampire? The boss glanced at old Hodge. Do you think he has killed a vampire? If he killed a mosquito, then he should have killed him. Forehead. After lunch, the 2 left the pub with the packaged prosciutto and returned to their residence. The next day, Tavik's caravan left the city of Lysis and began to return. This time I didn't encounter any trouble on the way. After walking for 2 days, the team arrived at the city of Puril. Rose Tavern. Fong Hao sat in front of the bar with a serious face. There are many faces in the tavern today, those people sitting in the corner of the shop, wearing robes and hoods. Bloodless, Tier 3. Bloodline. The name makes people have to think of vampires. What's the background? Fong Hao winked at the pale-blooded person. I don't know. I came here this afternoon, and I always wear a hat during the day. The lady boss replied in a low voice without looking sideways. The pale-blooded person came a while earlier than Fong Hao, which was regarded as front and rear. What are you doing here? Fong Hao continued to inquire. I don't know. I just wanted to ask me about the undead in the north, but it scared me to death. The proprietress patted her chest. Since the last time the mercenary died in the shop, although the city owner said that it was done by the Firewolf mercenary group, there are still some rumors that they were all killed because they offended the undead in the north. Now when the proprietress heard the undead, her heart trembled. The store just opened, and suddenly a bunch of strange people appeared, and they also inquired about the undead. They can't be pagans, they're so mysterious. It's possible that there is blood on your body when you get close. Don't come in contact with them. Heretics are crazy. The proprietress continued to wipe the empty wine glass in her hand. Fong Hao touched his chin and glanced at those people from time to time. The Blood Clan is inquiring about the undead again. It looks like the vampires got the news that the Blood Hunter has been turned into a skeleton. But he didn't launch an attack directly, so he probably got the news through a third-party channel, and he didn't know much about the undead territory. These people should be just scouts or spies. They want to live here? Sitting there so coldly will affect business. Fong Hao said again. Originally, the pub was a very lively place. Even if someone sang and played drunk, everyone would applaud. It's good now. These people went to that pestle, and the whole tavern was quiet. The business that has been suppressed by Fong Hao Hotel in the past few days is not good. Now that these people are here, it seems even more deserted. I asked. They don't live here. They leave when the city gate closes at night. The proprietress said again. That's fine. Fong Hao said, estimating the time for these people to act. The news of the pale-blooded person was almost finished, and Fong Hao's eyes fell on the notice board again. In the past few days, there were 2 bounties on it, Water Well Ghost and Dangerous Surroundings. Reward, Water Well Ghost. Task, destroy the monsters that appear in the well. Requirements, none. Reward, 5 gold coins. The reward is 5 gold coins, which is too little. Not to mention the possibility of casualties in the battle. Even the money to mobilize the troops will exceed the amount of the reward. Move on to the second one. The trouble in the village. Task, solve the trouble in the village. Requirements, none. Reward, 15 gold coins. It didn't even write any tasks. Not much is given. These 2 bounties are given so little, so you can give them up too. Fong Hao looked at the proprietress again. The tavern announced a reward, but there was a fee. The reward money is not enough for the tavern. The nearby villages came to announce the bounty. If you can help, please help. What can you do? The lady boss said helplessly. Does the city lord's mansion care? Humph. If you care about them, you won't come to the tavern to offer a reward. This city of Puril is not as good as a year. The proprietress sighed helplessly. Tell me where these 2 villages are, and I'll go take a look then, Fong Hao said. Okay. The proprietress pointed the location to Fong Hao on the map. After chatting with the proprietress for a while, Tavik arranged for someone to deliver the baby silkworm of the sacred snow silk that was promised. A total of 100, you can go back to cultivate. This amount is already the maximum amount Tarvik can take out. And Fong Hao didn't say much. The production of his own dress, high-quality cloth still needs to be purchased from Tavik. Fortunately, within a week, the pattern that promised Rebecca will be made and she will try it on. After chatting a few words with the proprietress, I went to the store and told Xiao Bai and the others not to go out for a walk at night and pay attention to safety. He rode the monitor lizard and returned to the territory. By the time the 3 returned to the city, it was already late. Master, you are back. Ear brought a group of maids out to greet him. Fong Hao also knew that they were worried and said with a smile, It's okay. This trip went well. Hand the box containing the baby silkworms to Ear. Ear, this is the baby silkworm of Shengshua silk. You send it to the silkworm breeding room. Oh, okay. Ear took it carefully and walked towards the silkworm breeding room. And Jia followed Ear and discussed what to eat at night. Dimitka was about to leave, but was stopped by Fong Hao. Dimitka, sir, what are your orders? Dimitka asked. There are some pale-blooded people in the city. They are the scouts of the Blood Clan. It is very likely that they will come to the territory to inquire about the information tonight. When that time comes, you and Shuehoan will prepare. Once you find any traces, you will kill these people. Fong Hao directly said. The living are of little use to him. Only the dead can reflect the value of use. Yes, my lord. Dimika agreed and walked out of the city. Dimika left, and Fong Hao also returned to the lord's hall. Sit down and said to the maid, "Call Sawyer, Kulin, and Luke." "Yes, master." After a while, Sawyer the skeleton cutter, Kurlin the blacksmith, and Luke the goldsmith walked in. Fong Hao motioned the three to sit down at the wooden table. "This is a list I negotiated in Lysis City, and I need everyone to assign jobs." The blueprints were placed on the table for the three of them to take turns to read. "My lord, the design of this dress is quite good. I don't know it came from the master." Sawyer looked at the design drawing and was full of admiration. "Oh, there is no master. I just messed around with it. I didn't expect that the lady of the city lord of Lysis City took a fancy to it, so I placed an order with us." Fong Hao said flatly, This stockings, she also agrees." Sawyer looked at the stockings on the design and asked, "In terms of stockings, Fong Hao and Sawyer have big differences. Sawyer believes that making stockings out of holy snow silk is a waste." The two argued several times, and even now, he couldn't understand the fact that the stockings were recognized by the other party. "Agreed. I'm coming for the body size of the city lord's wife. Can you see what you can achieve?" Fong Hao looked at the three of them. The three put the blueprint on the table and began to observe carefully. In fact, Fong Hao was a little unsure in his heart. "As I thought about it, I let the design draft come out. If it can't be completed by then, it will be a shame." "No problem. All the crafts can be done." All three said there was no problem. "Sir, the material for the dress." Sawyer spoke again. "The fabrics are all high quality bought from the cloth dealers, and they have already been shipped to the warehouse. If you still need something, you can bring it up, and I will go to the cloth dealers to purchase the goods." Fong Hao said, "Okay, I'll arrange to start work immediately." Sawyer nodded and agreed. The tailors are in charge of the clothing and stockings, and there are basically no problems. The largest amount of work is actually a goldsmith. It is necessary to engrave intricate patterns on the delicate chain buckle and then set the gemstones. It looks very beautiful, but the process is quite complicated. Fortunately, there are many gold carvers in the territory, and the production speed can be much faster when the time comes. The three said that there was no problem, and Fong Hao was relieved a lot. "Well, I plan to open a brand to sell our works. This is the first step and a very important step. So everyone has worked hard these days and tried to be perfect." Fong Hao said softly, "It's an adult." The three nodded, exited the room directly, and returned to their respective places to start rushing to work. After sending the three away, Fong Hao also exhaled. "Pick up the fruit wine brought by the maid and drink it." The brilliance of the dress was blown out. If the three of them said they couldn't finish it, then he would be embarrassed. Although he did not leave any mortgage for Rebecca, it would be a little difficult for him to develop in Lysis City in the future. Will definitely be named a liar. Just breathed a sigh of relief. Skeleton merchant Doken walked in. The salute said, Lord, you have received a reply to the order of the business alliance that you filled out last time. This is the blueprint you received." Doken handed over an architectural blueprint. Hearing the news, Fong Hao was overjoyed. "After taking over the blueprints, I also saw the blueprint information, the Mausoleum of Giant Stones. Boulder Mausoleum, blue hard and tough wood 1200, stone 3500, stone brick 4000, leather 500, rope 450, cast iron block 200, metal parts 120, shadow stone 5. Description: in this deeply buried megalithic tomb, it is now full of noisy and violent undead. Seems to be quite a powerful troop building. Sir, the new order has been placed. If you need anything, you can go to the Shangming to fill in the new order." Duojin said again. "Orders are replenished every 7 days, 2 at a time. It's time to replenish the order after going out by myself for the past few days." "Okay, I get it. Then, don't disturb the adults." Duojin saluted and withdrew. And Fong Hao also walked out of the Lord's mansion and built the Shinda, giant stone mausoleum. Fong Hao went straight to the undead area. The transformation field is still working around the clock, transforming the corpses after the battle 2 days ago. Select an open space and directly choose to build. The blue light lit up, and a mausoleum was slowly built under his feet. When the light dissipated, an entrance to the underground tomb appeared in front of Fong Hao. Built entirely of stone, The dark doorway leads all the way to the depths of the ground. Giant stone mausoleum. Category: Architecture. Available to recruit: Wild Graveguard. Desolate Graveguard. Creeping Spine 4. Description: In this deeply buried megalithic tomb, it is now full of noisy and violent undead. Upgrade prerequisite: Lord Stone Castle. Required for upgrade: 2,200 hard and tough wood, 5,500 stone, 5,000 stone brick, 1,000 leather, 950 rope, 400 cast iron block, 220 metal parts, 2 traces of death, 10 shadow stone. The prerequisite for building upgrades is the Lord's Castle. And now the level of the Lord's Mansion is called the Lord's Stone Building. If nothing else, the next level is Lord's Stone Castle, so you can continue to upgrade to the next level. The troops that can be recruited are deserted tomb guards, which do not sound like regular troops. Which regular army is going to guard the barren tomb? But from the consumables of the 4 wriggling spines, it can also be inferred that it is a Tier 4 unit. It is also the highest level of arms in Fong Haoben's camp buildings. Recruit 1 try first. Select 1 for the quantity and select recruit. Triggered by a 100-fold increase, recruit 101 barren tomb guards. Whoa! 101 tall skeletons in rotting robes appeared in front of Fong Hao. These skeletons are very tall. The skeleton warriors recruited before are about the same height as Fong Hao, about 1.8 meters. But the barren tomb guard in front of him was half a head taller than Fong Hao. Desolate Graveguard, Tier 4. Faction: Undead. Racial characteristics: Undead, hollow skeleton, light weakness. Skills: Slashing, breaking armor. Fixed skills: Advanced strength mastery, intermediate defense mastery, intermediate two-handed sword mastery. Slashing: Slashing adjacent units. Physical damage increases by 100%, and there is a chance to have a knockback effect. Broken armor: This unit deals extra damage to inanimate armor, shield, armor. Description: When they were alive or awakened, they were all powerful warriors. They held huge swords and slashed tirelessly at their targets. Even the most powerful enemy could not escape death. Appeared: Great swords. Fong Hao has begun to suspect that these barren tomb guards are the Ape infantry after death. Even in the description, all have good compliments on them. Perhaps the former Ape Corps has made many achievements in this world. Similarly, the appearance of the two-handed sword has also solved Fong Hao's long-standing concerns. It's the issue of Dimitga's leadership. Dimitga has the commanding bonus of the Ape arm and the Legion's stealth ability. Together, it can be said to be quite powerful. Before the barren tomb guard came out, he thought of letting Dimitga lead the Ape infantry of humans. Fong Hao discovered a serious problem when he was ambushing the Grizzly Mountain bandits in the jungle. That is, it is difficult for human arms to achieve the overall static state under tactical camouflage. Dimitga can do it, and he doesn't even blink his eyelids when he enters the state. But the human legion can't do it. The time is short, and it can persist. Once more than 10 minutes, one of the legion scratches his butt, and this invisible state will be invalid. Therefore, in the battle that night, they were ambushed in the distance of the jungle, rather than using tactical camouflage. Now the appearance of the barren tomb guard has perfectly solved this problem. These skeletons on standby are as motionless as stone sculptures, let alone for dozens of minutes, even for a month. It can be regarded as solving the problem of Dimitga's arms. Fong Hao continued to open the Book of Lords and made a storm armor suit and a white steel heavy sword for the barren tomb guard. After all the packages, let them go outside to accept the arrangement of blood hunting. Night. Thousands of meters away from the territory, there are several figures hiding in the darkness, observing the territory from a distance. From time to time, he would take out a pen and paper and record what he found. The location of the level and the number of arms are roughly recorded. If we are a little negligent, we will lose our lives. Captain, the Duke asked us to check the young Master Giovanni, and who is the leader here, but there are too many undead here, and it is impossible to get close. Wait a second, we still have plenty of time. If we stay here for a few more days, I don't believe that the leader here will not come out. If we find valuable information this time, we can become a real blood clan. When it comes to becoming a blood clan, the eyes of all the pale-blooded people become hot. Okay, let's listen to the captain. Okay, You go to the east. You go to the west. Remember not to disturb those skeletons. Let's gather here in the morning and return to the tavern in Pural City to sort out the information. Yes. After speaking, several people quickly dispersed and went in different directions. On the branch, a skeleton bullfinch looked in the direction where the few people were leaving. The soul fire in the pupil went out, flew into the sky, and flew towards the direction of the territory. Fong Hao sat up from the bed and rubbed his temples. These blood clans are really hard to find in the dark. If it weren't for a few people chatting, Fong Hao would be really hard to find them. He got out of bed and walked out of the room. In the hall, Dimika, Anjia, and Blood Hunter waited silently. Seeing Fong Hao walking downstairs, he stood up and asked, "Sir, have you found the traces of those blood clans?" "I found out. There are 5 people in total. 2 of them are in this position on the south side, and the other 3 are in these 2 positions. The 3 of you are riding the bone dragon to bring back all of them, and none of you can run away." Fong Hao on the map, point out the location to 3 people. "Yes, my lord." The 3 mounted the bone dragon and flew in the direction they chose. 20 minutes later, on the floor of the hall, there were 4 corpses and a pale-blooded person trembling all over. "You are very lucky. The other 4 people are dead. You are the only one who survived. I don't know if you know how to cherish this kind of luck." Fong Hao stood in front of the pale-blooded person and said softly. The pale-blooded person raised his head, and his pupils shrank suddenly when he looked at Fong Hao. He had seen this human during the day and had some impressions in the tavern. "If you swear you will let me go, I can tell you anything you want to ask." The pale-blooded person was unexpectedly calm, and naturally he knew why Fong Hao left himself. Even now, all 4 of them are dead, and he is the only one alive. You can only get the news you want from his mouth. This is his bargaining chip, and naturally he must make good use of it. "Hamadan family sent you here?" Fong Hao asked the pale-blooded person. The other party's expression did not change, and he remained silent. If Fong Hao didn't agree to him, he wouldn't say anything about the intelligence. "You are still the first, dare to talk to the undead." Fong Hao didn't know whether to praise his bravery or stupidity. At this time, the sound of the bone dragon falling to the ground came from outside the door. He Jing strode in. He Jing was dressed in heavy armor, with a black iron knight sword hanging from his waist. He strode over, bowed and saluted. "Sir, are you looking for me?" "Well, today I caught a few vampire spies near the territory, and they've been killed now. Please try it." Fong Hao pointed to the 4 corpses in the center. "Okay, my lord." He Jing stepped forward to check the corpse and said, "Sir, I need 8 creatures." "It is good." In the open space outside the hall, Black Wattle drew a complex pattern under the corpse. The 2 one-horned sheep were pulled down and bleed before the lines, and the dark red blood was drawn towards the dead corpse. The next second, the corpse sat up straight. The only surviving pale-blooded person not far away was so frightened that he slumped on the ground, his face full of fear. The undead thing is too scary. The corpse sat up with doubts in his eyes. He Jing looked at him and said, "You are already dead. Now what do I ask you to answer?" "It is good." "Where are you from? What are you doing?" "We are the scouts of the Hamadan family to investigate the disappearance of the young master Giovanni." As soon as he spoke, the pale-blooded person's body began to swell at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the speed of He Jing's questioning began to speed up. "How many people have you come here, and have you spread the news?" 5 people, no, haven't sent." Boom. The pale-blooded person's body instantly exploded. He Jing did not stop and continued to draw the second pattern. After the 2 living animals were bled, the second corpse sat up again. "Where is the Hamadan family? And where did you get the news that Giovanni is here?" "The place where the Hamadan family rules is called Huiwa Heights." "I don't know where I got the news." "That is to say, the news of Giovanni was not discovered by your scouts, but obtained through other means." "Yes." "The Hamilton family, how many combat personnel are available?" "I don't know, maybe tens of thousands." Boom. This pale-blooded person also burst open again. After that, Blackthorn continued to interrogate the remaining 2 corpses. "I also have some understanding of Huiwa Heights and the Hamadan family. Huiwa Highland is a territory ruled by the Blood Clan, and the large affiliated villages below are the reserves of the Blood Clan in addition to labor. Blood taxes need to be paid on time, and some of them will be taken away and raised in blood kills to supply those blood clans with food. And these pale-blooded people have been relatively better because they need to serve the blood clan. They will not be exploited too much. At the same time, I also learned that the patriarch of the Hamadan family is. The pale-blooded can't tell the rank of the Red Duke, but what is certain is that it is a hero of the orange rank. He is also the founder of the Huiyue Highland system. After hearing the news, Feng Hao sat down again. Fortunately, the Blood Clan's first investigation was discovered by myself, and the news was eliminated by myself before the news was sent out. An orange blood race hero. To be honest, Feng Hao was not so worried. Vampires are about sucking blood, transforming humans, and manipulating corpses. Vampires are no threat to skeletons. It shouldn't be strong enough to suck bone marrow. Okay, clean up here. Kill this and throw it into the transformation pool. Feng Hao continued. The remaining pale-blooded person. Nor did he intend to stay. I didn't kill him before, but I also wanted to let Xiaoyu use it to carry out camouflage and investigation similar to the last time. But knowing that the other party was orange, Feng Hao dismissed the idea again. Orange heroes have their own special abilities. And powerful. Once Xiaoyu is discovered, there is no chance to escape, so there is no need to take this risk. The surviving pale-blooded people want to ask for mercy or say something. But just as he spoke, a long sword had already pierced through his body, blood flowed out from his chest, and his life was rapidly draining. He collapsed helplessly, feeling like he was being dragged away and thrown into the middle of a pile of corpses. The next day, it was gray and cloudy in the morning. Feng Hao got up in the morning and walked out of the room. The maids have already started their work, and Ear is also preparing breakfast. Everything is as usual. Had breakfast. Feng Hao took in Jia and Dimika to set off again and came to the south side of the territory. It is located in the middle of the territory and the city of Puril. A river more than 3 meters wide blocks the road and needs to pass through the wooden bridge under the foot. But the river is not deep, and the current is not urgent, and you can walk across the river to the opposite side. Feng Hao opened the Book of Lords and looked through the construction drawings he found. Next to the wooden bridge north of the river, choose build. The light rose, and when it faded again, the fortress had been built. The city wall extending tens of meters will occupy the coast, and in the future this will become a checkpoint to your own territory. Call. Several bone dragons fell from the sky. 50 Tauren warriors came down from their backs, and quickly came to Feng Hao. I have seen Lord. The Tauren saluted. Well, Terry, you've gotten a lot stronger recently. Feng Hao said to the headed Tauren. These Tauren are all members of the Tongyo clan, and Feng Hao also knows the head of the Tauren. His name is Terry. He is an 8th Order Tauren warrior, and he is also the most promising Tauren in the Tauren tribe to be promoted to a hero. The Bronze Bull valued him very much, and he also had a certain prestige in the clan. Thank you, my lord. I have been eating well recently, so I have gained some weight. Terry scratched the dreadlocks on his head embarrassedly. Keep working hard. I have prepared the hero's heart for you. When you reach the 10th level, you will come to the main city to be promoted to a hero. Feng Hao patted the opponent's arm. The muscles on the arms are somewhat exaggerated. It's as if you're slapping yourself on a hard rock. Thank you, sir. I will definitely live up to your expectations and the training of the chief. Terry said loudly. Well, you are also working hard to hone yourselves. Anyone who reaches the 10th rank can go to the main city to participate in the assessment. I will provide the materials and equipment. Just work hard. Feng Hao also said to the other Tauren. Thank you, my lord. All the Tauren thanked them. The Tauren secretly delighted in the correctness of the former chief's choice. After joining Feng Hao, the village has become better and better. When a few people are chatting, a few more skull dragons fell. The 14 giant sword infantrymen descended from above, glanced at the Tauren, and walked quickly to Feng Hao. Grown-ups. Well, go out with me in a while, and when you come back, you will be stationed here and listen to Captain Terry's command. Feng Hao continued. Yes, my lord. The Ape infantry looked back at Terry. Captain Terry. Yes. Terry nodded in agreement. After getting to know each other, Feng Hao continued to build defensive towers and houses for the fortress. Then they can live here too. After returning, Feng Hao will arrange a large number of skeleton soldiers to come. Expand the river so that the wooden bridge of the fortress is the only passage. It can also make the fortress play a better role as a level. Finished dealing with the fortress, Terry also began to lead people to stand guard. Fong Hao took 14 giant sword infantry and set off to the southwest. Yesterday, he received 2 bounties in the tavern. One is called the other. Compared to the second one, this name is more detailed. As can be seen from the name, there should be some monster in the well. What they are going to this time is the village. The team walked for half an hour. He saw a village in the distance. The village is a bit desolate. It seems to have been abandoned for a long time. The village door is open, except for an old man squatting at the door of the village. There is no one in the village. The team is up front. Old man, we came from Pural City. I heard that there is a reward here. With some cloudy eyes, the old man glanced at Fong Hao and his party. Yeah, are you here to collect taxes or to help? The old man asked. Helpful. Hearing this sentence, a smile appeared on the old man's face. Wrinkles piled up like wrinkled tree bark. The old man showed a smile, although not good-looking, but more kind and simple. He glanced at the monitor lizard and the lizard man, and said to Fong Hao, Are you the captain? Captain, he should think that Fong Hao is a mercenary group. Yes. Fong Hao nodded and continued to ask, Old man, is it just you in the village? Fong Hao looked at the village again, but saw no one. I'm also here to see if anyone comes, and I'll go back in the afternoon. I live in the village next door now, and no one can live here. The old man said hurriedly. So serious. No, a lot of people died, and the gentleman in the city didn't care. If it wasn't for other villages who were afraid of suffering, we wouldn't care about this place. The old man continued. It seems that the villagers have all moved out. They are all looking for a village to live in, and this village is simply abandoned. For the villagers, it is also a simple method. Old man, tell us what kind of monster it is. The more detailed, the better. Fong Hao said. It is good. The old man squatted at the base of the wall and began to talk. This well has been around since the village existed, and the people of the village rely on this well to draw water for their living. But who knew half a month ago? Some people found that there was always a lot of silt left at the wellhead, and it exuded a foul odor. What is a well? It is related to the health of the whole village, and the villagers attach great importance to it. At first, I thought it was the children in the village who did it, so I took out a few mischievous people and beat them together. But even so, the next day still exists. The villagers began to realize that something was wrong, and they began to stand guard at night. When night fell, strange noises began to appear in the well, and some villagers dared to step forward to check. A black shadow appeared in the well and swallowed the villagers directly. After that, a humanoid monster started attacking the villagers. The village organized a young and strong attempt to expel the monsters, but a lot of people died. The village arranged for people to report to the nearby cities, and no one cared about their lives. The well is occupied and dangerous. Slowly the people left, and the village became empty. A ghost? A ghost that swallowed people in one bite. Fong Hao asked curiously. The term ghost should refer to the undead. Even Nelson, the orange undead, doesn't eat people. Swallowing people sounds more like beasts or monsters. No, it seems that the entire chest is opened, swallowing an adult in one bite. The old man recalled the scene at that time, his face gradually showing fear. Fong Hao looked at Njia and Dimatega. Both of them shook their heads slightly. For the monster described by the old man, it is impossible to infer what it is. What about the output method? Fong Hao continued to ask. What is output? That's how to attack. Is there any long-range tricks? I just waved my arms and swallowed people, but I didn't see anything else, and there was no professional person to take care of it. I don't know if there are other long-range tricks. The old man thought about it and didn't answer clearly. The battles with the monsters were all at night, and the sky was dark, and I saw some through the moonlight. When they saw that they were eating people, they all ran for their lives, and then they still had the intention to look at the means of attack. Okay, old man, take us in to see. Fong Hao said again. The old man hesitated, gritted his teeth, and said, I will take you in and tell you the location of the well. I don't care about the rest. This village is no longer inhabited. If it can't be solved, let's wait for the city lord to send troops. It is good. The old man entered the village with several people. The empty village is a bit desolate, and there are scattered baskets of furniture and beams, wood and bricks in the collapsed ruins. It's the well. I can only take you here. The old man said. His body began to tremble slightly. There is a well in the direction indicated. Weeds and silt accumulated at the wellhead, made of stone bricks. Scattered pieces of wood and various utensils give the impression of dragging everything down the well. It is also like being rolled in the direction of the wellhead after opening the gate to release the water. Okay, old man, go back to the village. If we solve the problem, we will arrange someone to go to the village to tell you. Feng Hao said to the old man. Oh, okay. The old man agreed, turning around and running away. Everyone looked at the wellhead's position, waiting for Feng Hao's order. Obviously, this matter has nothing to do with them, and to meddle in this matter is to cause trouble for themselves. You might even lose your own life. What should I do? And Jia asked. Not urgent. Feng Hao opened the backpack, and the skeleton bullfinch flew out with its wings. Take care of me. Feng Hao boarded the cargo bar on the monitor lizard's back, lay down and cast divine apparition. A mass of soul fire ignited in the pupils of the skeleton bullfinch and flew towards the wellhead. After a circle above the wellhead, except for the accumulation of various silt and sundries, nothing else was found. Looking into the well, there is calm well water below, and there is not a trace of strangeness. As soon as Feng Hao controlled the gray sparrow's wings, he plunged directly into the well. The sun shines in, but it is not dim. Halfway through the flight, the bullfinch opened its wings and hovered in the air. On the side of the well, there is a huge crack. Behind the crack is not dirt or masonry, but a dark black hole, another space. In the cracks of the broken bricks, the same silt and weeds as the wellhead remained. It seems that the monster in the mouth of the old man came out of this crack, or escaped into this crack. With the feeling that I am not afraid of death, Feng Hao flew in along the entrance of the cave. His sight gradually got used to the darkness, and he gradually saw the scene inside the cave. This is a slender stone corridor. The neatly excavated stone walls are gray and dilapidated, and residual watermarks can already be seen. Keep going. Entering the room, there are luminous stones on the wall, brightening the space. But Feng Hao's heart became more and more solemn. This is a room made of human skulls. Feng Hao was in the room, and it was as if he had entered a region of fear, and his whole body was bone-chillingly cold. In the center of the room is a stone desk with rotten paper scrolls and copper-green lampstands on it, and there are already some objects that can no longer be seen. Someone has lived here. Who would live in such a place? The room is still made of skulls. Simply evil. The soul fire in his pupils beat. Feng Hao suppressed the shock in his heart and continued to look for the target monster this time. You can still find mud marks on the slate under your feet, all the way to a huge clay pot next to the stone table. Could it be this clay pot? Feng Hao speculated in his heart. But it's not right either. If the pot is a monster, you should be able to see the name. It doesn't show a name now, which means it's not what it's looking for. Is it in a clay pot? According to the description of the old man, it can open its abdomen and swallow an adult. How could it be possible to hide in a clay pot? Thinking about it in my heart, I flew to the clay pot. The bullfinch stood on the stone table, looking down from above along the mouth of the jar. The inside of the tank was pitch black, and it seemed that some liquid was slowly squirming. Feng Hao looked inside carefully, trying to see what was inside. Call. A black shadow poured out from the spout, like a big net that wrapped and swallowed the gray sparrow, and then retracted back into the clay pot. Outside the well, the back of the monitor lizard. Feng Hao sat up suddenly. Chow? It scared me to death. The left hand covers the position of the heart, soothing the rapid heartbeat. Feng Hao woke up suddenly, and the guards on the side were also startled. The infantry directly showed their weapons and entered a combat stance, watching the position of the wellhead vigilantly. And Jia propped up with one hand and jumped directly onto the monitor lizard's back, supporting Feng Hao, who was terrified. What's going on? The skeleton bullfinch is dead, Feng Hao said. What enemy? Do you see clearly? I see, mud monster. The monster in the clay pot killed the skeleton bullfinch head-on, and at the last moment, he could still see the name of the other party. Dirty stucco monster. The mud is fine. This world is more evil than Journey to the West. Why can mud become essence? What? And Jia didn't understand. The filthy stucco monster, the Ninth Order unit. Feng Hao explained it again. What is that? And Jia had neither seen nor heard of it. At this time, Dimika also came over and said, "It is a kind of mud monster. The monsters that are generated due to some energy interference generally hide in dark and damp places to breed, swallowing some creatures that can dissolve, and it is difficult to deal with." It seems that Dimika has a certain understanding of these. Can we kill them? Feng Hao asked. He is not interested in how the other party was formed, and maybe he can gradually understand it in the future. Now what he needs to consider is whether they can deal with them is the key. It's very difficult. Due to the characteristics of the mud monster, it is difficult to deal with melee combat. We may have casualties. Dimika analyzed. Dimika is an orange hero, but he made such an evaluation of a class monster below. It can also be seen that this mud monster is not as simple as its name. Remote possible? It's more effective than normal slashing. Dimika nodded seriously. The heroes present all have a wealth of combat experience, which is not something that Feng Hao's cleverness can't compare to. Since Dimika said that there will be casualties in melee combat, then he will transfer some distanced ones. What's more, the current combination of arms is not his fighting style. He still prefers the crowd-crushing style of play. Okay, let's go back to the fortress first. Feng Hao ordered directly. The team went straight out of the village and returned to the fortress. Feng Hao cast Shenlin again, possessed a skeleton warrior in the main city, and began to count the number of people. As the skeleton transformation field has been transforming corpses uninterruptedly these days, the number of people stationed in the main city has exceeded 600,000. Mobilized 30,000 archers, 20,000 undead mages, and 50,000 melee arms. These 100,000 people will be stationed in the fortress directly after clearing the mud monsters, without having to return to the main city. Another half-time. The undead army arrived at the fortress. Anjia, Dimitega, you should change your appearance so that you don't get noticed by the nearby villagers, Feng Hao said. Seeing the army of undead, even if a human finds it, they will avoid it far away, or even run away. But when Jean discovered Anya and Dimitka, it would be difficult to explain once it was spread. There will be many troubles. Okay. The two agreed, and they both put on gray-white cloaks. Dimitka's cloak is larger to cover her huge tail. Okay, let's go. Feng Hao returned to the commander's mansion in the fortress, but only used the presence of God and set off with the brigade. Soon, the army came back to this village. It's still the same scene I saw in the morning. Not a single change. Tear down all the houses and fences that are in the way. Feng Hao ordered again. The skeleton trolls turned the battle axes in their hands, and with a few bangs, they demolished the basic house into ruins. Let everyone's line of sight directly see the position of the wellhead. All the arms are arranged and ready. Feng Hao changed the object of Shenlin and controlled the bullfinch to re-drill into the crack in the deep well. This time he didn't look at the mouth of the can and a sprint. Just knocked the pot over. The clay pot fell to the ground and shattered with a snap. A pool of gray, thick and sticky black mud wriggled slightly inside the tank. After a brief period of confusion, he rushed towards the destroyer, the bullfinch. At the mouth of the well, the gray sparrow rushed out. Everyone stared nervously at the location of the hole. If the mud monster didn't come out, then they could only start digging the ground. Sudden, the gaps between the stone bricks at the wellhead began to be soaked and damp. The thick black mud appeared along the cracks of the bricks at the wellhead, and little by little, it gathered into a large pool of wriggling and rolling humanoid clay figures. As if the wax figure was melting under the high temperature, the large pieces of mud on the body kept falling and reuniting. Attack! Feng Hao didn't hesitate. If it weren't for the mud being difficult to attack in the cracks of the bricks, he would have ordered the attack long ago. It's not too late, after the order. The long-range arms that had already arranged various positions began to attack. Whoosh! The sound of breaking through the air was like a fighter jet flying by. With bursts of whistling, tens of thousands of magic and arrows attacked the mud monster in the center. The grand scene is somewhat cautious. Dimitka stood aside, his throat rolling. Even he, the orange tier 8 hero, would probably turn to ashes in an instant in the face of such an intensive attack. Boom. Magic and arrows densely hit the mud monster that has just been condensed. Boom. With a muffled sound, the figure of the mud monster exploded instantly, and the mud splashed like raindrops. The small mud scattered all over the ground was still squirming, and in the next second, It slid like a snake and rushed towards the long-range troops behind. Dirty Stucco Spawn. The name of the mud monster has been changed, and the rank has also been lowered. The little mud monsters wriggled, rolling grass clippings, coins, and debris from the road. While attacking the nearby enemies, the body gradually increases as the filler increases. We all give priority to killing the enemies around us. Fong Hao shouted. Anya and Dimiga also gave the same order. Magic and arrows attacked the approaching mud monsters again, killing them all. And those mud monsters that have grown larger and have reached a certain size, it will still explode again, splitting into countless mud monsters. If Fong Hao didn't have many troops, it would be really difficult to kill this kind of mud monster completely. Even if a nearby city arranges an army to attack, it is difficult to kill it, and it will even lead to the continuous expansion of the mud monster, endangering other nearby villages and cities. After fighting for more than an hour, the mud monster finally turned into a pool of watermarks. But the village was gone, and the whole village was in a mess as if it had been bombed by missiles. Is he dead? Fong Hao looked at Dimitka. The latter nodded slightly and said, the mud monster's intelligence is not high. Since he didn't continue to attack, he must have died. It's fine. Fong Hao also sighed in relief. He has done a good deed for the nearby villagers. Okay, clean the battlefield and collect all the arrows that can be used. The skeletons began to sweep the battlefield. Fong Hao and the three came to the wellhead and looked down. The well water is still calm, and there is no change in the well. Come on the rope ladder and open the hole a little bit. The rope ladder was dropped into the well, and Jia wanted to go down while holding the well edge. Fong Hao grabbed her and said, what are you doing? Go down and see what good things are there. What if you are careless and can't find everything? And Jia looked worried. Don't go down. Maybe there's still danger. You and Dimitka will direct the skeletons to do a good search. I'll just go down and have a look. Fong Hao said. The cave below is a little wicked. The walls are all made of skulls. Even if he lived with the skulls, Fong Hao felt a little uncomfortable when he saw it. Maybe there is something strange that will affect Njia, so I don't plan to let Njia go. Besides, there is nothing in it. Can you do it? I used the skeleton bullfinch to look at it before. It's a bare stone cave with a stone table in the center. I'm not blind and I won't drop anything. Fong Hao said. Okay then, you search carefully. And Jia turned back from the wellhead again. Do not worry. Fong Hao went down the rope ladder and stopped at the crack. Remove some of the stone bricks on both sides of the crack, bend over, and climb in directly. Since it was the third time I came in, I wasn't so shocked and scared in my heart. After carefully checking some clay pots, and there were no mud monsters in them, I began to search them seriously. The skulls on both sides of the wall have been integrated with the wall, and even if you look closely, you can't find any information. The items on the stone table were already rotten, and the rotten and broken items were thrown to the ground, but the items below made his heart move. Pages appear. This is the second fragment that Fong Hao has collected. The first one is to increase the power of his spells. Now I have another fragment of the Devil's Tome. What's wrong with the people here? What are you doing with it? Fong Hao's heart was beating violently because of the ability given by the remaining pages of the Devil's Tome. Demon Space, a small magical space where things can be accessed at any time. Isn't this the space ring, the universe in the sleeve of the fairy family? With this, you can use the demon space to carry items. If the capacity of the space is large, you don't need to carry so many scooters in the future, and you can pack them all by yourself. At that time, even the marching speed can be improved. This item is amazing. At this time, looking at the gloomy stone cave in front of him, it is no longer so gloomy and eerie. Putting away the remaining pages, Fong Hao continued to search. In the corner, another golden treasure chest was found. Ever since I saw the white treasure chest and saw the gold, my heart has not been disturbed. Open directly. The well is nothing to see. Move on to the second piece of equipment. It's a purple outfit. The properties of the ring made Fong Hao's heart move. The effect of the ring of no regret was exactly what Fong Hao needed. If one day there is a conflict between himself and the forces of the light department, then this ring will play a huge role. In other words, how can I get along with the villain like this? As long as I have something to do with the undead and demons, I can get some good things. An amber-like stone with a drop of blood sealed inside. Hold it in your hand and shake it slightly. You can see the blood turning back and forth. Weird stuff added. This is Fong Hao's blood after the vampire's heart. Even the description of very easy to use. I don't know how to use it. You can drink it, but I don't know what effect it will have. Who dares to drink? In short, it is also a harvest. Let's put it away first. The two items in the back are war coins and demon stones. Needless to say, the war coin is the current general currency, and the devil stone must be the recruitment material for the devil race. Sure enough, pack everything you can into your backpack. Go out of the hole and climb out of the well along the rope ladder. Is there anything good? And Jia asked enthusiastically. Yes, it's very useful. Below is a cave of the demon tribe. Fong Hao patted his backpack, and Jia looked at the shriveled backpack and was about to turn it over to find it again. Fong Hao persuaded her a few words before dispelling her thoughts of going down. Collect all the nearby stones and seal the hole. Fong Hao said to the skeletons on standby. The village was now in ruins. Gravel is everywhere and not hard to find. I don't know if the villagers will come back in the future, but it's better to seal the cave. The scene inside is really scary. After everything was over, Fong Hao took the large army to start the return journey. On the way back, Jia left the team and hurried towards a village to the south. When riding a horse near the village, the image of the orc still attracted the attention of many villagers. Jia glanced around and saw the old man chatting with others under a big tree not far away. Just approaching, the old man also saw Jia. It's you, the girl from the morning. The old man smiled again, and the folds on his face piled up. The matter in the village has been resolved. You don't have to worry, but don't go back to live. The houses there collapsed. Jia said directly, the village was reduced to ruins during the war. If you want to go back to live there, it is better to rebuild a village. Monster, eliminated? The old man looked shocked. Destroyed. After Jia finished speaking, she turned around and left. Wait. The old man called Jia. What else? The old man groped for a while in his arms. He took out a cloth bag, opened it layer by layer, and contained 5 gold coins. This is the reward on the bounty. The old man handed it over. Jia glanced at the village again. Forget it. You live a good life. If you have trouble in the future, go to the tavern to issue a reward. Thank you. Can you tell me your name? Jia. What about the black-haired boy? Fong Hao. Jia said something, raised the whip, and went into the distance. When Jia left, the surrounding villagers gathered around, inquiring at a high pace. The old man smiled and told everyone that the monster that destroyed the village was dead, and that someone had avenged the dead villager. The army returned to the fortress in a mighty manner. Fong Hao took the backpack from Skeleton's hands, and when he took out the remaining pages of the Devil's Tome, the system prompt sounded again. Is it recorded? Like the remnants of the Elemental Tome, the book of the system can be included, and there is no need to carry a single page around, and it is easy to lose it. Recorded. The Devil's Tome turned into a ray of light and entered the Book of Lords. Fong Hao immediately opened the Book of Lords, and there was an extra page named the name of the Demon Tome ability used. On the page, on the right is a model of an empty room, and on the left is a table of numbers. How does this work? When I came to a wooden table, I thought about collecting it. The wooden table is still in front of him, and it has not been stored in the demon space. Does it not work? Fong Hao continued to try, stroking his hand on the wooden table and thinking about collecting again. The wooden table disappeared out of thin air, and the next second it appeared in the room model on the page. After the experiment just now, Fong Hao also understood the operation method of the demon space. Items cannot be put away out of thin air through thoughts, but need to be touched. This is quite in line with the characteristics of the Book of Lords. Whether it is the Book of Lords that devours others or the scrolls that are included, it needs to be touched to achieve. Storing items works the same way. There is no specific amount of storage space, but according to the wooden table put in, it can be roughly inferred that it is a rectangular space about 5 meters long and 4 meters wide. It is a bit like the space where the desk is placed in the Devil's Cave just now, and the size is not too much. In short, it is a small room with a height of more than 20 square meters and a height of nearly 3 meters. You can arrange whatever you want, but life and troops cannot be stored in it. If you can, relying on this function to kidnap tickets will definitely be very convenient. Sir, the task of deploying the defense has been explained. and the 100,000 troops will stay under the command of Terry. Dimika came over. Terry followed behind, and at the same time assured, "Don't worry, my lord. I will definitely guard the fortress." "Well, I believe in you, Terry," Feng Hao said. After explaining all the tasks, Feng Hao and the three began to return to the territory. It's not too late now, but it's 3 or 4 o'clock, and considering the journey back, I'm afraid it's time for dinner. Returning to the main city, Ear has already prepared dinner. Several people sat and ate together, and Njia was still enthusiastic about the battle against the mud monster. The scene is grand, and it is simply a fight between gods. Feng Hao's eyes widened. If he hadn't been there at the time, he would have almost believed that the mud monster had fought her for so many rounds. On the other hand, Dimika remained silent. Instead of dismantling Njia, he listened with relish. Ding. At this time, the Book of Lords heard the prompt tone of private chat. Opening it, it was Zhang Bin who sent a message. Now they have a territorial channel. Chatting in the channel does not consume the number of chats. But whether it is Zhang Bin or Fu Lei, they still use private chat when talking to Feng Hao about some matters under the jurisdiction of the city. Of course, this is also good, and still keeps the secrets of the cities in the territory. "Boss, let's talk about 2 affiliated villages today," Zhang Bin said. The addition of the Cold Wind Mountains made the food in the territory suddenly tense. He asked the shaman Clay, and according to Clay's words, each tribe's own food reserves were enough for a month. If they are not provided with food within a month, the Cold Wind Mountains will return to the period when they attacked each other, and the tribes will snatch food from each other. Feng Hao saw the minerals in the Cold Wind Mountains and promised to provide them with food. "We'll try to do it." He has asked the cloth merchant Tavik to help contact the grain merchant. At the same time, Zhang Bin is also running for the grain, trying his best to recruit affiliated villages. "Well done," Feng Hao praised, but there was nothing to reward him. "Hey, thank you, boss," Zhang Bin continued. "By the way, boss, I promised to arrange for troops to be deployed in the village, but there are not enough troops in the city." This is what Zhang Bin wants to say. There are not enough troops, and Feng Hao did not give him the permission to recruit. "Oh, yes. I'll go to your place tomorrow morning to recruit some troops for you, and change your equipment at the same time," Feng Hao replied. The arms in Zhang Bin's territory are relatively simple. Only militiamen and épée infantry can be recruited. For the defense in the city, some undead troops that Feng Hao left for him can be placed. But those stationed in affiliated villages cannot use undead units. It is easy to cause panic. Today it was accepted as an affiliated village. You stationed some undead, and the next day the village was empty. The villagers have all run away, which is also a problem. Therefore, the troops of the human camp are still needed to be stationed. And Feng Hao has transformed into the architectural drawings of the undead camp, which cannot be unlocked for Zhang Bin. "Okay, then don't disturb the boss's rest," Zhang Bin said politely. "Well, you should rest early too. Your body is your buddy's capital." "Got it, boss." After closing the chat with Zhang Bin, Feng Hao continued to eat. Listening to Njia changing another story, it seems to be about how to fight with those orc children when she was a child. The next day, after breakfast, Feng Hao rode a bone dragon to recruit some épée infantry for Zhang Bin, used to station in affiliated villages to increase the village's defense. After returning, Feng Hao continued to patrol the territory, see if there is any need for him. Everyone is busy with their own business, whether it is the skeleton artisans or the skeleton merchant Duojin. Complete his own work. Feng Hao strolled around and began to prepare today's plan. There is still a map in the tavern, which also marked a village. Yesterday's gave Feng Hao a surprise. Today's village, I hope to get a good reward, called Anya and Dimika, and set off directly. Stop at the fortress, after ordering 10 épée infantry, continue to move towards the target point. The location of the village is on the west side of the city of Puril. The road was a little detoured, and even if I didn't carry any burdens, I still walked for nearly an hour. The outline of the village can be seen in the distance. There are villagers coming in and out at the gate of the village, and there are people standing guard on the city wall. Some are like a small cottage. When the guards found Feng Hao's team, they immediately became nervous. The village gate closed instantly, and more people boarded the city wall. "It seems that we are not very welcome," Feng Hao said softly when he saw this scene. "The arrows are all wound, so it's more than unwelcome. and Jia glanced at the people on the city wall. At this time, there were more and more people on the defensive wall of the village, until a strong man in heavy armor came up. He glanced at Fong Hao and the others who were out of range. "Who are you?" Someone shouted on the defensive wall. "Tell him that I received a reward in the village, saying that there is trouble here, and I came here to help." Fong Hao said. An AP infantry next to him stepped forward 2 steps and shouted loudly, "Don't be nervous. We received a reward from the village and the tavern, and we are here to help." The words of the AP infantry caused a brief confusion among the people on the wall. Although I couldn't hear what was being said, I could see that they were discussing and were a little angry. After a while, someone else shouted, "Oh, thank you. Please let us solve it by ourselves. Now it is not convenient for the village to entertain guests. Please come back." The other party said in a loud voice, but the arrow on the bow never came down. "Always be alert to Fong Hao's group." "Okay, tell him we're going back." Fong Hao took a deep look at the people on the village wall and said. The AP infantry shouted again, "Okay, then we won't bother." After speaking, the team turned around and left in the direction they came from. On the way, and Jia said, "These people are not like villagers. They are full of bandits." Having said that, Fong Hao feels that those people are not good people anymore. "Dimitka, how do you feel?" Fong Hao looked at Dimitka. Dimitka rarely spoke and said, "Sir, there are 3 people on the city wall wearing different styles of heavy armor, and they should belong to different forces. At this time, they are gathered together in a mess, which is more in line with the mountain bandits in Miss and Jia's mouth. Armor of different forces gathered in one team. Then this team will only be robbers or mountain bandits. It seems that the trouble and the bounty has already entered the village 1 step ahead of us." The large group left straight along the main path. After avoiding the sight of the village, under Fong Hao's signal, he came to a mountain call and stationed. The team began to build simple defensive measures under the command of Dimitka to prevent any emergencies. Fong Hao took out a skeleton bullfinch and directly cast Shenlin. When the fire of the soul was born in the hollow pupil of the gray sparrow, it flapped its wings and flew towards the village again. The village remained on alert, with guards standing on the walls and gates closed. Fong Hao controlled the gray sparrow, avoided the guard's sight on the left side of the village, and flew into the village. In the streets of the village, in front of the wooden houses, fierce men wearing different armors gathered. A few of them gathered together, treating the village as their own camp, talking and laughing loudly. There was never a single person dressed as a villager. Fong Hao's heart moved. It seems that Dimitega and Njia guessed well. The place has been occupied by bandits and robbers. Controlled the gray sparrow to continue flying towards the village, and saw the villagers not long after. Everyone was gathered in the open space in the center of the village, where men, women, and children were watched separately. Right in front of the crowd, the man in heavy armor on the city wall just now was pacing left and right with a leather whip in his hand. "You guys are really shameless. I didn't kill you, but someone went to the city to post a reward. It's very good. Now that you have done it, come out and admit it, and save others from suffering with you." The man said loudly, facing down. The villagers remained silent, and no one would stand up at this time. "Okay, very good. You have the guts to do it, but don't have the guts to admit it, right? Everyone hangs up and fights until someone is willing to admit it." The man said loudly. The bandits behind them immediately stepped forward and hung everyone up. "I did it." At this moment, a young man stood up and looked at the bandit indifferently. "What did you do? Good boy. Are you not afraid of death?" The mountain bandit leader looked at the man in front of him curiously. "Afraid of death? One person does things for one person, and you don't need to implicate other people," the young man said with his chest out. The villagers looked at the young man and scolded the young man for being too impulsive. "Okay, bloody. Hang him up and beat him. Remember not to beat him to death," the leader said loudly. "Yes." The bandits laughed and hung the young man directly. The whip in his hand slapped his body fiercely. On the field, a loud whip sounded, and there was already a painful wailing. "Boss, otherwise kill all these people. It will be bad to attract the army of Pural City." A mountain bandit said softly. "Kill what to kill? Kill you to cultivate the land? Let the brothers collect all the items and move everyone to the mountain before night. Then we will continue to be happy." The mountain bandit boss said loudly, causing the cheers of the younger brothers below. I don't know what's going on with Rebecca's little girls. If it wasn't for her, we wouldn't have run to this shitty place. That is, I heard that Rebecca has half-elf blood, and she is also known as the first beautiful woman in Lysis City. When we have more people, we will grab this little girl and make the boss a daughter-in-law. Hearing this sentence, the mountain bandit boss also burst into laughter. There will be a chance. It's fine here, at least no one will bother us. Spreading out a leather map in his hand, he explained to a few younger brothers, this is our camp, and these 3 places are surrounded by orc tribes. I have talked to these tribes. If there are any large caravans that will loot together, they will be distributed according to the size of the output. The orcs are very greedy. Can they do it? Said a younger brother. Greedy requires brains. Do those guys have brains? In the end, it's not all ours. The leader looked at the villagers below and said, these people are optimistic, and we will rely on them to farm in the future. Boss, then we will continue to search for what we can take away. Go, take away the food and goods, and leave it alone. It is good. The bandits scattered, like a sweep, going from house to search for all the items they could take away. Feng Hao released the state of being in the presence of God and sat up from the camp where he was camped. And Jia asked directly, how is it? Who are they? It was the mountain bandits who were driven out by the army of Lysis City. They arrested all the villagers, and after the village was raided, they brought everyone to the newly established camp. Feng Hao explained, what do the villagers do to build the camp? And Jia asked curiously, the mountain bandit camps they destroyed before were all mountain bandits, and there were very few villagers. It should be the lack of labor. According to their words, I plan to live in the camp for a long time and need people to farm or something. Feng Hao repeated the information he heard. Mountain bandits and robbers rarely have the habit of farming, and most of them rely on plunder. Even in winter, reserves are plundered from nearby villages. Sometimes, mountain bandits and villages have also formed a rule. If you give mountain bandits 30% of the food every year, the other party will not harass you. It's a protection fee. From the words of these people, Feng Hao also understood the situation of some mountain bandits. They had fled here before and established a camp on the mountain. I came down to plunder the nearby village today, but Feng Hao just happened to catch up. Then what should I do now? Go straight in. And Jia said again, no, let's go to their camp and wait for them. As soon as the voice fell, the skeleton bullfinch flew down from above its head, holding a simple map made of leather in its mouth. The location of the standard mountain bandit camp on the map, as well as several small orc tribes around. How shall we go? Go back to the camp, and the cavalry dragon will destroy the camp as soon as possible. It is good. The large team returned to the fortress. In the fortress, Feng Hao directly changed arms. The 3-bone dragons flew towards the location of the mountain bandit camp on the map, carrying troops. It took 20 minutes to reach the sky above the camp. The camp is small, with dozens of bandits residing there. Attack! The bone dragons swooped down, and the place where the crowd gathered was the breath of death. The black energy beam swept across, and several mountain bandits instantly turned into bones. The bandits screamed loudly and fled everywhere in the camp. The skeleton troll dragon jumped on its back and began to clean up the few fish that slipped through the net. Dusk is approaching. On the mountain road leading to the bandit camp, there was laughter from the bandits. The trolleys formed a long line, pulling the loot from the village. Accompanied by the sound of creaking wheels rolling, he was heading up the mountain. At the back of the convoy, there were villagers whose hands were bound and were driven forward like prisoners. The villagers' faces were pale, and the children and women were sobbing softly, clenching their roots so as not to let themselves cry out and attract the attention of these bandits. Boss, there are a few good-looking girls in here. When you're done playing, give it to us. Whenever you are missing, remember, please do it this time. Don't kill it. Yes, yes, yes. The bandits talked without hesitation and were heard by several nearby villagers, and their faces became even paler. These people are simply devils. The team moved forward little by little. Soon they came to the mountain gate of the camp. Stop advancing, the leader shouted. What's the matter, boss? But when the words reached their mouths, they immediately swallowed them back, and the scene in front of them made their mouths grow. The newly built camp has now been turned into a ruin, and at the gate of the camp, The faint rays of the setting sun cast a cicada-like brilliance from the gaps in the jungle. A skeleton in leather armor was sitting on the steps, looking at all the people below. The mountain bandits rolled their throats and swallowed involuntarily. What the hell? You guys are so slow, I'll go back to eat if I don't come. Skeleton said slowly. The bandits were taken aback. Two of them even had their feet soft and almost collapsed on the ground. Are you waiting for us? Half an hour ago, when Fong Hao and others cleaned up the bandit camp, a silver treasure chest was thrown directly in front of Fong Hao by the skeleton. Just select open. Get Fortress Construction Blueprint, White Steel Dagger Manufacturing Blueprint, Blue, War Leopard Shepherd Flute, Soul Crystal 4, War Fire Coin 22. General Harvest. A Fortress Construction Blueprint and a White Steel Dagger Production Blueprint have been released. Strongholds he already had, built, and played a big role in battles. What you get now, when you go back, sell it to others. Continue to check out the White Steel Dagger. White Steel Dagger, blue 2 hard and tough wood, 2 white steel ingots, 1 thick and tough leather. There is nothing too special, and Fong Hao's territory has no units that are good at using daggers. It can only be regarded as an increase in the blueprint reserve. After putting away the items that were opened, Dimika strode over. Sir, all the bandits in the camp have been cleaned up, and no one escaped alive. Okay, then we just need to wait for the bandits to come back. According to the conversation Fong Hao overheard at the time, the mountain bandits would return to the camp with goods and people after the raid was over. They just have to wait here and wait for them to come back. My lord, then I'll go down and arrange the manpower first, so that their scouts will not come back one step earlier. Okay, let's make arrangements. Dimika took orders to leave and walked aside with a group of soldiers. At this time, Jiao walked back with some people. Take the loot from the search. These bandits escaped and brought a lot of good things with them. In addition to some gold and silver ornaments, cloth and satin, there were also a small box of coins. There are more than 3,000 pieces. These guys are not as rich as Cold Wind City. And Jiao was a little dissatisfied. How can this small place compare to the Cold Wind Mountains? Fong Hao said, Skull-shattered thrall, it took so many years to scour the Cold Wind Mountains to accumulate so much savings. How can these bandits compare? Also, see if this is a map. And Jia handed over an old map. Map, Mysterious Stables. Category, single-page map. Description, a one-page map with special locations marked. You can try adventures, and maybe have a windfall. Sure enough, it's a map. Where did you find it? Fong Hao asked. The room in the center should be the room of the bandit leader. And Jia pointed to the position behind her. There is a 2-story wooden building, which is the largest building in this simple camp. It is also the building where the leader lives. It's a map. When this matter is over, we can go here and have a look. Fong Hao said. It is good. Search the camp. Fong Hao and others waited here for the bandits to return. Time passed by, and Fong Hao finally heard the unbridled laughter of the bandits from the foothills in the distance. The trees are intertwined, and the trees shade the sky. It made the sky, which was already entering dusk, even more gloomy. Fong Hao looked down the mountain road and saw a long queue of cars rushing towards the mountain. In addition to the carts filled with goods, there are also villagers who have their hands tied and move forward like slaves. Standing in front of the mountain gate, he looked at Fong Hao in surprise. You guys are so slow, I'll go back to eat if I don't come again. Fong Hao spoke slowly. Boom. The 2 mountain bandits were staggered, their weapons slammed into the scooter, and there was a dull sound. Are you waiting for us? The mountain bandit leader asked in disbelief, his eyes widened. He couldn't figure it out after the robbery victory. It is not a woman and fine wine that greets him, but a bone skeleton who can talk to him. Otherwise, I'm afraid no one else will come here. Fong Hao replied. The leader swallowed and spit. His eyes swept lightly around the little brother. Courageously asked, What are you looking for from us? It's nothing. It's just murder. As soon as the voice fell, the quiet forest suddenly changed. A large number of undead appeared on the side of the road like ghosts, raised their weapons, and rushed towards the mountain bandits like beasts. Take up arms and fight back. Hurry up. Kill these undead, otherwise no one will survive. Gather to me, quick. Gather to me. The undead came fiercely and rushed directly into the mountain bandit team. In just one encounter, Dozens of bandits fell in a pool of blood. The leader of the mountain bandit gave orders loudly, but the entire mountain road was already in chaos, and there were constantly mountain bandits falling in the pool of blood. The mountain bandits near the mountain bandit leader formed a small defensive circle. It resisted the fierce attack, but from the form of the scene, it was just delaying the time of death. The leaders were crushed and beaten by the undead, and their footsteps kept retreating. Struggling to support the defense, people kept falling. The leader looked at Fong Hao, who was watching the fun on the steps, and shouted loudly, "What do you want? You can give all these slaves to you if you want to live. If we are in a hurry, you will not benefit. Although I have never seen the undead, I have heard some things about the undead. Ask the undead what they want." The first thing that came to his mind was the need for living people to serve as sacrifices and perform some evil rituals. Fong Hao glanced at the bandit, but did not answer. The battle continued. Sparks flashed from time to time between the collisions of weapons, and the clinking symphony was incessant. The chaotic fighting on the road did not affect the villagers whose hands were tied. When it was discovered that those tall undead holding giant swords would only attack those holding weapons, they began to retreat down the mountain cautiously. After withdrawing for a short period, I found that both sides of the war, no one paid attention to them. He let go of his steps and ran down the mountain. No one will stay here and wait for the battle to end, and no matter which side wins, it will not do them any good. In the blink of an eye, all the villagers ran away. As the villagers left, Dimika also walked out of the dense forest, swept out the long sword in his hand, and killed a large number of bandits again. "You came to the village in the morning. I have seen you, lizard men," the chief shouted. Dimika looked at the only remaining mountain bandit leader and said solemnly, "Come on, this is your last chance." The leader's body was shaken, and the erratic eyes once again revealed firmness and sharpness. This was his last chance. "I fought with you." The leader shouted loudly, then raised the long sword in his hand and stabbed the lizardman's neck. There is a position where the armor is not covered. As long as it hits, the lizard men will die in their own hands. However, he underestimated the lizard man in front of him. The heavy long sword was as light as a one-handed sword in the hands of the lizard man. With a slight force, he swayed his sword, and the blade cut open his throat. Hot blood spurted out, and he slowly knelt to the ground, his face full of disbelief. "My lord, all the bandits have been eliminated." Dimika came to Fong Hao. "Okay, clean the battlefield and bring back all the spoils." "Yes, my lord." The soldiers began to clean the battlefield here. In addition to the dead bandits, there are many items looted from the village, which are still left here. The villagers had all left, and he had no choice but to take all these items back. "Lord, look at this." Dimika handed over the things in his hand. It is an item found from the leader of the mountain bandit, a small token. The token does not know what material it is made of. It is somewhat like metal, and it does not have the texture of metal to the touch. A total of 5 pieces, each with the same word, purple scales, written on it. Recruitment token, purple scales. Type, prop. Description, some magical strongholds and facilities will randomly appear in the wild. They are full of dangers and opportunities. Recruitment tokens can be used to recruit special units in the corresponding facilities. Kindness. Fong Hao suddenly remembered the special map he just got. Seeing the introduction of the recruitment token, Fong Hao instantly remembered the map and Jia had just found. Mysterious stables. Is this map a facility that can be recruited? There's a real possibility. The map was found in the room of the mountain bandit leader, and the recruitment token was also found on him. To a large extent, there is a direct connection between the two. "Sir, after cleaning, you can go back." Dimika came over again. "Well, Dimika, you lead the team back to the fortress first, and in Jia and I will go out," Fong Hao said after thinking for a while. Dimika hesitated, feeling that it would be dangerous for Fong Hao to move within Jia. But thinking about it, Fong Hao is now in a state of divine presence, and even death will not threaten his own life. Just relax. "Okay, please pay attention to safety on the road." Dimika nodded and said, "Don't worry, it's nearby. You go first, we'll catch up soon." Fong Hao told him not to worry too much. The location marked on the map is nearby, and there is no danger here. Otherwise, these mountain bandits will not build camps here. The only thing needed is to hurry up and return to the territory before dark. Okay. Dimigo walked back to the team and shouted loudly. Let's go. Return to the fortress. Call. The bone dragon soared into the sky with the cargo. Below, the barren tomb guards pushed the carts and formed a long line, walking down the mountain. The undead team gradually drifted away. Fong Hao looked at the map in his hand to identify the direction. The location marked on the map is to the southeast of the buildings centered on this mountain bandit camp. There's no definite distance, but it's certainly not far. Fong Hao boarded the bone dragon, and Njia also sat at the back. Why are you here? Why don't you go back to eat? Njia rubbed her stomach, looking hungry. It's not too far. I'll eat when I go back, and bear with it. Fong Hao patted the bone dragon and pointed to the direction marked on the map. The bone dragon flew up and flew over the dense forest. Fong Hao looked at the location below, looking for the stable. When the bone dragon circled the second circle, it was Njia who discovered a strange building among the trees below. The bone dragon fell to the ground, and Fong Hao and the two turned over and jumped down. This is really a horse shed, surrounded by rattan in the dense forest, forming a horse shed that blends in with the surrounding environment. The stables in the woods. Category: Outdoor Architecture. Recruitment: Swift Purple Scaled Horse. Quick Purple Scale Horse. Purple Scale Recruitment Token. Residence Countdown: 2 hours, 42 minutes, 33 seconds. Swift Purple Scaled Horses. Recruited purple scaled horses cannot be bred. Sure enough, the stables and the recruitment tokens in their hands are related. Moreover, there is a countdown to stay, and when the time is up, the building will probably disappear. At that time, even if there are more tokens, there will be no place to recruit. The maximum number is to recruit 5. I don't know if this can trigger a 100-fold increase. Adjust the number of recruits to 5. Select Recruit. Triggered by a 100-fold increase. Recruit Swift Purple Scaled Horse 505. The system prompt appeared. Fong Hao was overjoyed. The next second, purple light appeared, and 505 purple horses appeared around the forest. Different from ordinary horses. The purple scaled horse is like a blue glass. The sun shines brightly in the afterglow, the limbs are long and powerful, and the long hair from the crest of the hooves is flying when walking. What a beautiful horse! Njia exclaimed. A purple scaled horse seemed to understand Njia's praise, and took the initiative to walk over, lowering its high head so that Njia could touch its head. I like this one, and this one will be mine in the future. Njia stroked the horse. Give you a more aggressive name. Let's call it Broken Skull. No, you are so disrespectful. Fong Hao hurriedly stopped after hearing this. Skull Shard was killed by Fong Hao. Nelson is working on it. In 2 days, you will join the realm as a skeleton hero. What does it mean when you name your horse Skull? When the time comes, if you call Skull broken, is it a hero or a horse, and you don't respect people? That's called a fire blade? Are you just using these 2 words? Can you not hurt the friendly troops? Look, I'll give you a name and he'll take care of it. When I get back, I'll give you a nice name so that he won't hear it. Njia stroked the purple-scaled horse in front of her. Hiss! The purple-scaled horse snorted and glared at Fong Hao with big eyes. These horses are pretty smart. Fong Hao continued to check the properties of the purple-scaled horse. Swift purple-scaled horse. Faction: none. Racial characteristics: living beings, super high endurance, marching without stopping. Skills: evasion, purple electricity, iron hoof. Inherent ability: advanced speed mastery. Super stamina: this unit has super high stamina and can run for a longer time. Never stop marching. This unit is immune to any form of slowing effect. Evasion: when moving at high speed. Remote evasion plus 20%. Purple electricity: enter high-speed movement state, running speed plus 50%. Iron hoof: attack power of front and rear hoofs plus 10%. The attributes of the swift purple-scaled horse are really good. Both speed and endurance have been added, and the face is also handsome and powerful, very beautiful. It is several grades better than the first-order horses raised. In the future, whether it is fighting or trading, these horses will play a great role. Okay, Njia, stop playing. Aren't you hungry? Take them back. Fong Hao shouted loudly. It is good. The bone dragon flew back first. while Fong Hao and Njia returned to the fortress with 505 swift purple-scaled horses. When everything was over and the three returned to the main city, the sky was already dark. Huiwa Heights, Blood Clan Castle. Wearing a black dress with scarlet eyes, the Red Duke is sitting on the throne in the center of the hall. On the side table next to it, there is a cup of fresh blood just taken from the blood kiln. Is there any news from the scouts? So many days have passed. Don't say that I haven't gotten any news at all. The Red Duke's tone was cold, revealing dissatisfaction and accountability. The following vampires swallowed the spit and said, Lord Duke, the pale-blooded person has been set off for 5 days, but no news has come back yet. According to the time, it should be back. Those with pale blood are addictive to a certain extent, and it is difficult for them to survive outside except in the territory of the Blood Clan. These scouts, even if they didn't get any news, would come back at a fixed time to resume their lives. And now not only is there no news at all, but no one has returned. How many people have you arranged? The Red Duke asked. 5 or 5 people. His voice trembled. Heh, none of the 5 people came back alive, but you've lived a leisurely life here. The Red Duke's expression instantly turned cold. It's been half a month since the Giovanni affair. From the initial loss of contact to the posting of a missing person notice, I only got some news from the Faceless Hut a few days ago. 5 scouts were arranged to investigate the undead territory in the information. After so many days, not only the information was not obtained, but even no one came back. This has almost exhausted the patience of the Red Duke. Mr. Eunuch Duke, there must be something wrong. I will immediately send more people to inquire about the information. The Blood Clan who was in charge of the intelligence immediately panicked. You should reflect on it. The Red Duke snorted coldly and said to the door, Come on, send him to the dungeon and reflect on it. Lord Duke, give me one more chance. This time I will not make mistakes. I will definitely not. In the Blood Clan's loud begging for mercy, 2 blood servants walked in. The silver hook in his hand pierced his collarbone directly and dragged it towards the dungeon. The dungeon is for prisoners who are all wronged by the blood. The silver iron hook made the wounds of the blood race unable to heal. He would constantly feel the piercing pain and the continuous bleeding of blood in the dungeon, until the Red Duke remembered one day that such a person was still imprisoned in the dungeon. The screams of the vampires got farther and farther, and the hall fell into a dead silence. Only the bloody smell in the air made the rest of the vampires in the room swallow and spit, and their eyes glowed red. Tell me, what should we do next? You shouldn't be as useless as him, right? The Red Duke's eyes swept to everyone again. The blood race is also a race that is guarded by living beings. Once there is any action, it will immediately attract the attention of the surrounding life forces. Therefore, he needs information and how many men and horses are needed to destroy this undead and bring back the book of the ancestor of the blood family. By the way, he wanted to avenge his nephew. Hearing the question from the Red Duke, all the blood clans were silent, and some were unwilling to take this errand. Lord Duke, I have a few good scouts under my command. Why don't you let me do it and bring the information back to you? A vampire said. Still want to be safe. The Red Duke glanced at this man and did not agree to him. Those undead have already been alerted, and Zane's rejection has little effect. It is very likely that the other party has also prepared a trap, waiting for you to arrange more people to die. Is there any other way? The Red Duke continued to ask. There was a little silence in the audience. At this time, a tall and thin man stood up, bowed slightly, and said, Lord Duke. Well, Fielding, what do you want to say? The Red Duke looked at the tall and thin man and raised his brows slightly. Fielding acts as the official merchant in the vampire, responsible for the purchase and sale of goods in the general territory, and has a certain status in the Blood Clan. Moreover, some troublesome things the Red Duke will not give him to do. Lord Duke, I feel that the other party has already noticed it. If we continue to wait for him, I'm afraid it will not have much effect. Fielding said softly. The Red Duke nodded, which was the same as his thoughts. Well, if you have a better idea, just say it. Since the other party is speaking now, it means that he already has another idea, and it's more secure than Anxie. Cough. Fielding coughed lightly, looked at the Red Duke seriously, and said, Lord Duke, have you considered incorporating Pural City into the rule of the blood race? Whoa. As soon as this word comes out, the audience instantly became noisy, and even the Red Duke on the throne frowned. Fielding should know what this sentence means. Once it spreads, I am afraid it will cause a war between the human race and the blood race. Tell me what you think. The Red Duke said directly, without expressing his position. Fielding smiled slightly and said, Sir Duke, the Lord of Puril City Cyril had some contact with me not long ago. Oh, is there such a thing? The Red Duke became interested, and so did the others. Yes, Cyril has a son. He suffered some injuries in the first 2 years. He has not recovered yet. I am afraid he will not live for long. Cyril has been looking for a way to treat his son for the past 2 years. Erding said here, and did not continue. But everyone present understood what Fielding meant. A father who has been looking for a cure for 2 years. As to why he has contact with Fielding, it should also be his son's business. What does this have to do with the undead? The Red Duke continued to ask. Sir, the undead's territory is north of Puril City. If you can control Puril City, you can not only better find out the news of the undead, but even in a war, Puril City can send troops very well, not Huiwa Heights. Fielding continued to explain. The Red Duke leaned his chin and fell into thought. Contacting Puril City is a very risky step. If it succeeds, the Blood Clan will have huge benefits. Failure or information leakage may reignite the war between the two clans. But, well worth a try. Fielding, the Red Duke whispered. Lord Duke, it's up to you to do this. If the negotiation fails, kill that Cyril, and you can't reveal this matter. The Red Duke said solemnly. Yes, Lord Duke. The Red Duke continued to look at the people below and reminded coldly, Who dares to say this? You will know the consequences. Yes, we know. The next day, early morning, Fong Hao woke up from his sleep, and the golden wheat on shone in from the window, which was a bit dazzling. Sit up from the bed and stretched. The weather is fine today. Turning over and getting out of bed, after a simple wash, he went straight downstairs. Ear was preparing breakfast when she saw Fong Hao and said hello. Master, why don't you sleep for a while? I've had enough sleep, so I got up. By the way, Master Nelson brought a skeleton hero in the morning, waiting for you at the entrance of the Organ Museum. Ear said. Nelson came out. Maester Nelson asked me to pass it on, and then went back to work. Eileen continued. Oh, I'll go take a look. Walk out of the Lord's mansion and walk straight to the location of the Organ Museum. In front of the door of the Organ Museum stood an orc skeleton hero. The hero's skeleton is thick, and even if it is made into a skeleton, it looks like a strong giant bear. As he got closer, he also saw the name of the skeleton hero. It seems that the first one Nelson made was Skullsmash Thrall, the war chief of the Coldwind Mountains. Now he can only be called Skull Shard. I've seen Lord. Skull Broken kneeled down on one knee and lowered his head. Well, you are welcome to join Skull Shard. Fong Hao lifted Skull up. Thank you, sir. Well, you go to the warehouse to retrieve your equipment first, and I will take you to the Coldwind Mountains in a while, and then you will manage there instead of me. It's an adult. Skull Shard went to the warehouse to get his before equipment. As long as these equipment are not broken, they will be placed in the weapons warehouse, and no one will move them. Skull Shatter's equipment is a purple heavy armor suit, and his weapon is a long-handled warhammer with spikes. This is also the origin of his skull smashing name. Fong Hao also took this time to check the attributes of Skull Shard. Skull Broken. Faction, Undead. Template, Purple. Racial characteristics. Undead, Hollow Skeleton, Light Weakness. Legion Talent. Berserker, Tyrant, Heavy Infantry Commander. Skills, Strength Faith, Shatter, Crazy Hammer, Berserker's Wrath. Inherent Ability, Advanced Tactical Proficiency, Advanced Command Proficiency, Advanced Warhammer Proficiency. Fury, after killing or assisting in killing an enemy, the combat unit under the command will increase its strength by 1% for 5 seconds. This effect can be stacked up to 15 layers. Heavy Infantry Commander, Infantry Unit Defense, plus 20%. Tyrant, the combat unit under the command, morale minus 20%, all attributes plus 5%. Strength Faith, all physical damage plus 20%, non-physical damage suffered by self minus 5%. Crush, deal plus 15% damage to inanimate armor. Crazy Hammer, crazy rotation of the warhammer on the target, causing 100%/120% 140%, 160%, 200% force damage. Rage of the Berserker. Enter a state of rage. All attributes plus 20%, ignoring any reduction effects and ignoring pain. Skullshard's properties are pretty good. All in all, he's a good warrior. But before going to manage the Cold Wind Mountains, it turned into a civil unrest area. Have a unified system, but let each other plunder. As long as the members of the Skull Smash tribe do not move, they can pay tribute on time every month. This also made the interior of the Cold Wind Mountains chaotic, and many mines were unable to mine normally. Now the memory of Skull Shard has been modified, and it has 100% loyalty of Fong Hao in territory. At that time, it should not be a big problem to arrange him in the Cold Wind Mountains. Both knowing there and deterring. Master, Sister Iyer asked you to have breakfast. A maid came over. Okay. Fong Hao agreed and walked in the direction of the Lord's mansion. Just had breakfast. Fong Hao took in Jia, Dimitka, and Skull Shard, and the three of them boarded the Bone Dragon. After preparing everything, the Bone Dragon flew into the sky and headed towards the Cold Wind Mountains. In Cold Wind City, when the Bone Dragon fell, Shaman Klai brought a group of orcs to greet him. When he saw Fong Hao behind him, followed by the skeleton hero, he immediately recognized the identity of Skullbroken, the great chief Thrall. Clay's face changed, and the rest of the people knelt down directly, showing horror on their faces. It seems that Thrall's terror has penetrated into the hearts of everyone here. Although this is a skeleton, the size and the equipment on his body are the equipment used by Skull Shard Thrall. Everyone can confirm that what is in front of him is the Skull Shard Thrall after his death. Skullbroken looked flatly at the people who were kneeling on the ground and said, I saw a Lord first. The memory of Skullbroken was modified, but not all erased. Oh, everyone immediately turned around and saluted Fong Hao, Lord. All right, how is the progress of the resumption of mining in the mine? Fong Hao strode into the chief's hall and sat down directly on the main seat. The rest of the people also sat on both sides in turn. This time, an orc stood up carefully, glanced at Fong Hao and Skull Shard carefully, and said, Lord, the mines are starting construction one after another, but the tribes seem to have some doubts and are not very active. Oh, what doubts? Fong Hao looked at him curiously. Let me make a bold guess. It should be the treatment you promised. It's just my guess. Just guess. The orc finally said, sweating on his forehead. Fong Hao promised them that he would provide some special treatment. For example, you don't need to pay tribute and beauties on a monthly basis. You only need to complete the monthly mining task. It will also provide some basic guarantees for daily necessities and even food for various tribes in the future. And the doubts in his mouth should still doubt whether Fong Hao, a human who controls the army of the undead, will keep his promise. Skull Smash. Sir, say it. The two looked at Fong Hao at the same time. When the time comes, you can take a trip in person and arrange for people to go to the village where the mine is open to open a tavern, and you can provide free drinks on demand. Fong Hao thought for a while and said, offers free booze, plus the deterrent of Skull Smash. A warning to these orcs too. They don't have the right to choose, either work or drink, and Fong Hao also gives them the necessities of life. Or it is to return to the rule of Skull Shatter, still the original job, but it is not so easy. Yes, my lord. Skull Shard agreed. Fong Hao looked at the orc just now again. It should be fine to do this, right? No problem. Fong Hao nodded and continued to look at Clay. Clay, is the furnace factory going well? It's very smooth. The factory is operating normally, and the output is very stable. I also arranged for someone to build a house for the blacksmith. Everything is normal, Clay replied. Okay, where's the fortress where Fireblade is stationed? Orcs are also arranged for auxiliary work, my lord. And Fong Hao continued to look at everyone. Any more questions to ask? There is none left. And Fong Hao got up and walked towards the door. Bringing several people to the warehouse with Skullbroken, Fong Hao directly made 101 troll brewing barrels. Skull Crush, this is the troll's brewing barrel. Add water and fruit to make fruit wine, and then you can send it to the villages that open the mines. Fong Hao said, Understood, sir. Well, you will stay here in the future, manage these orcs well, and let me know if you have anything to do. Fong Hao patted Shattered Skull's shoulder. Good lord, I will definitely live up to the heavy responsibility of the Lord. It is good. After explaining the broken skull, Fong Hao rode the bone dragon to look at the Cold Wind Fortress. After explaining a few words to the station Fireblade, he returned to the main city. After returning from the Cold Wind Mountains, the sky was gradually getting darker. Riding a bone dragon has shortened the round-trip journey, but the distance is still very long, and the round trip takes several hours. Returning to the Lord's mansion, Ear also brought up the prepared dinner. For dishes and one soup are quite rich. Fong Hao had just eaten, and the sound of the system prompt came from his ear. Random event, uninvited guests. Task description. 10 hours later, all the surviving Lord's territories will welcome a group of uninvited guests. They come to your territory with hostility or goodwill. Please be prepared. Event countdown, 9 hours and 59 minutes. Good luck. Hearing the system prompt, Fong Hao frowned. Random events appeared again. After going through the battle of the lords and the courage of every man, this is the third type of random event, called uninvited guest. According to the mission description, there should be a group of outsiders near the territory, hostility or goodwill. It should be that the purpose of the other party's visit is not certain. There is not necessarily a fight. Just when Fong Hao was going to see everyone's reaction on the regional channel, the prompt appeared again. The enemies are still randomly generated, and the rebels are generated by themselves. And the task of this subsidiary territory has also appeared here. According to the ordinary forces, spreading the burden is the safest way, but Fong Hao doesn't have to go here. Zhang Bin and Fu Lei are mainly developing agriculture, and their combat effectiveness is not strong. I have enough troops here, and it is difficult to pose a threat whether it is a rebel army or a mountain bandit. What's more, this item is not like a battle event. There may be special gains. Direct selection, completed by the main city. Ding. At this time, Zhang Bin's message came from the territory channel. Boss, did you take over all the tasks yourself? Fu Lei also said, thank you, boss. This kind of event mission is always dangerous. Even if the traveler in the path does not sound like a combat event, who can be sure that the other party is coming here with goodwill? It's okay. These battles are not difficult. Just focus on managing your own territory. Okay, boss. Thank you. The two thanked them again. Fong Hao took all the battle on himself and lightened their burden. Turn off the territorial channel and turn on the regional channel again. Everyone was really discussing this. You say, if I abandon the city and run away and come back after the event time, it will be considered a success or a failure. Success. Cough. I have a friend who did this last time with natural revenge. When the time expires, the enemy will disappear automatically and come back. However, the resources in the territory will be much less, and the buildings will be damaged. Oh, thank you, boss, I understand. What the hell is the Undead Patrol City? I won't be here tomorrow with the undead, right? What about the undead? Is it a talisman or a cross? Who knows? Cross, talisman, or something. Isn't it for the bouncing zombies? Prepare some garlic too. I've seen undead. The cross doesn't work. I tried it myself. There is experience upstairs. Teach me how to deal with them? I don't know. I ran away with someone, and I didn't have a hard anus with him. You can ask Fong Hao. His merchants are all skeletons and should belong to the undead category. Yes. At Fong Hao, boss, my territory will be undead tomorrow. Can you help me see what weaknesses the undead have? Good guy, it's really Art himself. What are the characteristics of undead? There are many kinds of undead. Fong Hao thought about it for a while, but still replied. The undead are afraid of light spells. If you have a channel to get it, it should have a significant effect. Me? I'm drinking stamina potions, and I don't have a place to get light spells. Is there any other way? Fong Hao continued. The intelligence of the low-level undead is not high. Do more traps and obstacles, and do it overnight tonight. It can be very useful. Thank you. I kneel to the boss. I'll go dig a trap now. I'm a mountain bandit. Does Mr. Fong Hao have any skills and methods? Boss, how to fight orc thugs. Many people began to ask Fong Hao. Even if they already have plans in their hearts, they should ask Fong Hao's opinion. It seems that he has a clearance strategy here. Just to give you all the support, there is not much to say. It is not that he has a strong mind that he has developed to the present, but the characteristics of 100 times the explosive force. If you don't understand some things, it's easy to mislead others when you say it. He hung up the regional channel and swallowed his last bite. Come to the hall and asked the maid to call the blood hunter. After a while, the blood hunter came in. Sir, are you looking for me? Well, wait for you to go around the territory and see if there are any special buildings. Fong Hao said, Okay, sir, I'll go now. Well, be careful. Come back and tell me when you find it. Fong Hao asked again. Yes, my lord. The blood hunter walked out of the lord's hall, mounted the bone dragon, and flew out of the territory. After an hour, the blood hunter rode the bone dragon and fell in front of the lord's hall. He walked quickly into the hall and said, Sir, I found 2 camps. The buildings in the camps are complete, but there is no one. Sure enough, it was similar to the last natural punishment quest, and the building would appear when the quest was released. When the mission countdown ends, the enemies in the mission will appear. Where is the location of the camp, and what is the scale? Fong Hao continued to ask. The camp on the north side is larger and can accommodate 10,000 people. The camp on the east side is slightly smaller, more like a small village. Bloodhunter replied. And Fong Hao nodded. It seems that the size of the camp is directly related to the number of people. The mission prompt says that there are 30,000 rebels, so it should be the camp in the north, and the smaller one is the mountain bandit, and the number should not be much. Fong Hao looked at a maid. Go and call Dimitka and Anjia. Yes, master. There are 4 heroes in the main city. Nelson, Bloodhunter, Anya, and Dimitka. Nelson is working on the remaining skeleton heroes and can't participate in tomorrow's event quest. Therefore, only some tasks can be assigned with the remaining 3 heroes. When the maid came back, Dimitka followed behind, and Anjia also walked downstairs. Take a seat on the side. Fong Hao said, There are 2 camps in the north and east of the territory, and the enemy will attack the territory tomorrow morning. Sir, what do you mean? Dimitka is in charge of the larger camp in the east and arranges troops to surround them with me, and don't let any of them out. Fong Hao said, Yes, my lord. Dimitka nodded in understanding. Fong Hao continued to look at Anjia. Anjia, you are in charge of the camp to the east, where Blood Hunt is in the city. It is good. The 2 also nodded. At night, Dimitka and Anya took advantage of the darkness to see 2 empty territories. Arranged. The next morning, Anjia, get up, I still have a task today. Fong Hao shouted from the door. After shouting several times, there was still no response in the room. No one? No. Fong Hao was puzzled and pushed open the door. The door opened, and Anjia was seen lying on the bed in the bedroom, with white hair scattered like clouds, a loose vest on the upper body, and small pants wrapped around her round buttocks. Guys, all in action, you're still sleeping. Snapped. A crisp sound echoed in the room. Anjia woke up instantly, clutched her butt, gritted her teeth, and said, What are you doing? What am I doing? What time is it? Who promised me yesterday that I would get up early today? Fong Hao asked rhetorically. Anjia suddenly remembered that she was assigned a task today. While putting on clothes, he said, You can just call me. Why are you hitting me? I can wake you up. You don't even know the quality of your sleep and the collapse of the house. Fong Hao said through gritted teeth. Hey, I was wrong. What did you eat this morning? Anjia stuck out her tongue and walked out while rubbing her butt. The 2 went downstairs, and Eeyore had already prepared breakfast. There was plenty of time, enough for them to finish breakfast. After eating, Dimitka and Anya, with 100,000 and 20,000 troops respectively, went to their assigned camps. Dimitka was in charge of the east, and the mission description stated that there were 30,000 rebels. His 100,000 troops, plus a few bone dragons, are enough to level this place. The only pity is that this camp cannot be dismantled, otherwise the effect of crowd tactics will be better. As for the bandit Anjia was responsible for, although there is no indication of the number of troops, the village-level camp is estimated to be a few hundred people. Anjia's 20,000 yuan was enough to deal with it. 20 minutes later, Fong Hao used the presence of God to follow Dimitka to the camp. The melee arms surrounded the camp for several layers. The long-range arms climbed the wall, and the bone dragon stuck its head inside the wall, ready to spit out the breath of death at any time. The camp is like a giant bowl, waiting for the rebels in the bowl to appear. Time passed little by little. With the appearance of the prompt, a large light suddenly appeared in the open space in the camp. Rebels wearing iron armor and triangular iron helmets appeared in the camp one after another. On the high platform, a general held a knight's sword high in his hand, and just appeared, he said loudly. The scout has received news that there is a territory in the south. As long as you occupy, occupy. Halfway through the impassioned words, the general's expression changed instantly. The rebels present were also pale. I don't know when. The defensive wall of the camp was already covered with densely armed undead, holding bows, arrows, and staffs in their hands, staring at them in earnest. Above the wall, there were several bone dragons, which stuck their heads in from above and were staring at them curiously. What's going on? Why is my camp surrounded by undead? They are like rabbits in iron cages, watched by hunters. The undead did not give the rebels much time to think and react. With an attack sound, all the undead started their own attack. The bone dragon spit out a black beam of energy, and the rebels where it passed instantly turned into white bones. The archers and mages on the wall also attacked at the same time. A rain of arrows and magic missiles poured out downwards. Like a large black net, it enveloped the entire camp. Quick, look for cover, quick, don't be stupid. The general hid directly in the wooden house and commanded loudly outside. He doesn't understand what's going on and doesn't have time to think now. Let the soldiers hide first to avoid such a dense attack. In the camp, corpses were scattered everywhere, and broken limbs flew around under the bombardment of magic missiles. The blood dyed the ground dark red, forming streams flowing outward. The general gritted his teeth and looked at everything. He couldn't wait any longer. It was almost time for the undead to be cleaned up. They have no chance of breaking out. He shouted to the rebels in the rest of the buildings, "Look for the shield, and go out with me later. This is our last chance, and we will avenge the other brothers later." Okay, the rebels responded. Everyone started looking for shields and everything that could be used as a shield. Tables and chairs, or iron armor on dead companions. Are you ready? All right. Shield formation. The people in several nearby rooms quickly gathered together and gathered their shields together to resist arrows from all directions. The quality of the rebels is higher than that of the mountain bandits. With the command of the general, a formation can be formed quickly. The arrow slammed into the shield and walked towards the gate of the camp. Rebels kept joining along the way, and the scale of the tortoiseshell formation gradually increased, and the muddy flesh on the ground that was trampled on rushed towards the gate of the camp. Hold on, we'll be outside soon. The general encouraged the team. All the rebels insisted on moving outward. When everyone finally stepped out of the camp gate, the footsteps stopped involuntarily, and his face was ashen. Outside the territory, there is an army of undead surrounded in circles and circles, densely packed with no end. In the next second, a black beam of light swept across the shield, and everyone turned into bones. Next, the melee armies entered the field and caught the rebels hiding in corners and houses to kill them. The battle lasted just over an hour, and it was over. The skeletons swept the battlefield, began collecting equipment arrows, and wriggling spines. Dong dong. The door was gently slammed, and then I heard eaters calling. "Master, master." Fong Hao released Shen Lin and sat up on the bed. "What's the matter, L?" "Master, Lord Bloodhunter caught a few people. During the interrogation, he said he was just passing by here." Ear said softly beside him. Ear's words reminded Fong Hao of the third random event. He ignored this matter. If he was an ordinary businessman or traveler, he would be killed by the undead as soon as he approached. If it wasn't discovered by Bloodhunt, these people would largely bypass the undead area and leave directly. "Oh, take me to see it." "Good host." Eater took Fong Hao out of the Lord's mansion. In an open space in the center, several people were detained by the undead, kneeling on the ground with their heads held. "Sir." Bloodhunter saluted. "Well, what's going on?" "I found these people on patrol. They were sneaky, and now it's time to be alert again, so I caught them back." Xuehuan glanced at the few people kneeling on the ground. "My lord, we are just passing through here because the food we brought is not enough. We are looking for a nearby city to exchange some food." A human hurriedly explained. Fong Hao looked at this person. "Technician? Male technician. Does this world have a physiotherapy industry?" Humans are not the only ones in the team of technicians. There are also dwarves and elves. But they were all men, especially the dwarf technicians, who were not tall and had thicker beards than hair. Several people are all in the dust, but they have confirmed the identity of travelers. You hand over all the weapons on your body. You can rest in the city. I will arrange for someone to prepare food for you. Fong Hao said. Thank you. Several people glanced at each other and put their weapons aside. Sit down and talk, and when the food will be prepared for you, you can leave. They are my guards and will not hurt you. Fong Hao explained. Several technicians stood up and sat down on the bench beside them cautiously. Fong Hao continued to ask, What's your name? My name is Ram. These are my companions. The leading male technician said. Oh, where are you going? Why did you come here? We're going back to the city where we live, but it's not clear. You built a city here before you entered by mistake. The maid brought fruit wine to several people. The technicians, after thanking them, gulps down. From the looks of them, food should be more in short supply than they say. Prepare some food for them first, and then set off when you are full. Fong Hao continued to the maid. Yes, master. The maid replied and went down to prepare food. Thank you very much, sir. I haven't asked for your name yet. Ram leaned forward to show respect. Fong Hao. Oh, Mr. Fong Hao, we will remember your kindness. No, it's just a little help. Fong Hao smiled slightly, indicating that they don't need to take it to heart. A few people chatted, but the technicians were not as restrained as they were at the beginning and slowly began to talk more with Fong Hao. I was still wondering why these skeletons would listen to Fong Hao's words. Fong Hao is not easy to explain. He can only say that this is an ability that can drive skeletons to obey, not those undead to attack living beings indiscriminately. The maids brought the food, and a few of them devoured the food while thanking them. During the chat with Ram, Fong Hao also got some information. They just came back from work from the underground mine in the south of the territory, and the food they carried was not calculated enough for them to return to eat. On the road and the village changed some, but still difficult to stick to their own city. Fortunately, I met Fong Hao, provided them with food, and was willing to prepare the food they needed for the next journey. After eating the rice in the bowl, Ram put out his clothes and wiped his hands. After thanking Fong Hao again, he pulled his companion and whispered to the side. Fong Hao did not disturb them, but waited quietly. The technicians discussed it for a long time. Ram looked at Fong Hao with a smile, wiped his hands again, and then put his hand into the old leather bag and took out a huge piece of paper. Respectfully sent it to Fong Hao and said, Mr. Fong Hao, thank you again for your hospitality and help. All the money we have is used to exchange food with the villagers. This blueprint will represent our heart and serve you thank you. From Ram's demeanor, it can be seen that he attaches great importance to this blueprint. Okay, I accept your thank you. Fong Hao didn't hesitate to take the vellum from the other party's hand. The blueprint is huge, and even with his arms outstretched, he can barely open the blueprint. Acquisition. Blueprint for the overall production of the gargoyle construct. The overall production blueprint of the gargoyle structure. Basic head production blueprint. Headstone armor production blueprint. Basic torso production blueprint. Torso stone armor production blueprint. Basic arm production blueprint. Arm stone armor production blueprint. Basic leg production blueprint. Leg stone armor production drawings. Good guy, a complete set, all recorded in one big blueprint. Now Fong Hao also knows that Ram and the others are not pedicures. I have obtained the drawings of the gargoyle construct very early, and only now have the drawings of its components. Moreover, each component is actually a separate set of blueprints. If I hadn't obtained a complete set of blueprints from Ram and collected them separately, I'm afraid it would be the year of the ox. Mr. Fong Hao, there is a lot of knowledge about constructs recorded on it. If you are not interested, it is also a valuable collection. Ram continued. Constructs involve a variety of disciplines, requiring systematic study and more of a talent. It is too late to study at Fong Hao's current age. However, the classification of construct drawings is enough to collect them as a collection. Thank you, Mr. Ram. I like this item very much. In which direction your city is, I can arrange for soldiers to escort you there. Fong Hao became more and more curious about the identities of several people. Ram and the others glanced at the undead beside him and quickly waved. No, we just go back by ourselves. That's fine. Prepare more food and water. Good host. Food and water were loaded onto the scooters of several people, enough for the rest of their journey. What's more, they are just tasks and random events, and when the time is up, they will naturally disappear. After Ram and the others finished resting in the city, They walked out of the territory with Fong Hao's escort. Mr. Fong Hao, thank you again for your help, and I hope to have the opportunity to meet again in the future. Ram thanked again. Yes, Mr. Ram, Fong Hao said, waving goodbye to him. After sending off Ram and others, Fong Hao returned to the territory. Collect blueprints with the Book of Lords. It can be said that 3 tasks. This is his biggest gain. Mentioning the task, Fong Hao frowned again. Dimitka has already returned with the soldiers who have cleaned the battlefield. Why hasn't Anjia returned? Nothing will happen. Thinking of this, I felt a little uneasy in my heart, and hurriedly returned to the room to cast the armies carried by Anjia. When the gods came to success, Fong Hao was a little dumbfounded when he saw the scene in front of him. Where's this? Isn't this the fortress between the territory and Pural City? Did Anjia bring soldiers here? Looking around, at the gate of the fortress, I found Anjia's figure. Quickly stepped forward and asked, Anjia, why did you bring the soldiers here? The mountain bandit camp has been cleaned up. Anjia used to be naughty, but the assigned tasks were still completed seriously. Nothing like this has happened today. It's cleaned up, isn't it there? Anjia pointed to the river ditch in front of her. Fong Hao looked in the direction he pointed and saw hundreds of burly men with various tools cleaning the river. You brought them here to dig the river? Fong Hao was stunned. Increasing the depth and width of the river was mentioned by Fong Hao before, in order to make the wooden bridge in front of the fort the only entrance. It was originally intended to be excavated by skeletons, but I haven't paid much attention to the past 2 days. And Jia actually remembered that she even brought the mountain bandits on the mission to serve as coolies. Isn't it a pity to kill them? Let them work. And Jia said, it seems to make some sense. I brought the tens of thousands of rebels here to work. The mission time was 12 hours. When the mission was over, they would disappear automatically. At that time, there was no need to provide meals, and they did a lot of work. No matter how you think about it, it's a profitable business. You brought them here when they appeared? Fong Hao asked curiously, and Jia sat down in the wooden box beside him, looked at the bandits who were working honestly below like a foreman, and said, No, they were still very frantic when they came out, roaring and yelling, saying that the number of people was dominant, and they wanted to one-on-one with me. And then I beat up the eldest among them, and so on, and then I became more honest. And Jia said indifferently. He also pointed to the guy in the distance, who was strong in iron armor and had a bruised face. It seems that it is the boss in Njia's mouth. Okay, then you should be optimistic about them, and don't make any trouble. Do not worry. Fong Hao clicked to release the state of God's presence. Confirm that Anjia is safe. Fong Hao began to look at the obtained drawings. If all the materials can be made, he can try to make some gargoyle constructs to increase the combat effectiveness. Gargoyle Basic Head, Iron 5, Cast Iron Block 2, Metal Parts 12, Precision Parts 8. Gargoyle Basic Torso, Iron 15, Cast Iron Block 8, Metal Parts 42, Precision Parts 17. Gargoyle Basic Arm, Basic Legs of the Gargoyle. For the basic body part of the gargoyle, the material requirements are not too high. Fong Hao can take out the consumables. But when he looked at the stone armor of the gargoyle next, there were materials that he did not have. The name is carved stone slabs. Headstone armor, 2 cast iron blocks, 1 carved stone slab, 2 mithril, and 1 magic essence. Trunk armor, 18 cast iron blocks, 8 carved stone slabs, 10 mithril, and 5 magic essence. Corresponding to the basic body, the gargoyle also needs the stone armor of the body part. At that time, in the ancient tomb of Xiaoyu, the stone armor of the gargoyle had a strong defense. I took the first order skeleton soldiers, and the iron sword chopped up, and a spark appeared. Even the Anjia blue hero, it takes a certain amount of effort to blast away the stone armor. It can be seen from this that the stone armor defense of the gargoyle already has a certain defense, even stronger than the common armor defense. This made Fong Hao pay more attention. Of course, there is a second point, which is calculated by Fong Hao himself. When making some parts such as arms, torso, etc., 100-fold increase was triggered, and then when these parts were synthesized into a gargoyle, it was 100-fold increase. Wouldn't that be 100-fold? At that time, the effect of blasting soldiers may not necessarily be worse than that of skeleton soldiers. The possibility of that is really high. Do you want to go to the Alliance and fill in the drawings of the carved stone slabs for this week's orders? However, it is still uncertain whether the carved slate is a finished product or a drawing. The stone processing factory is more likely to produce finished products. Ta-ta-ta. Outside the Lord's mansion, there were the sound of footsteps approaching and the sound of rubbing against the armor. Immediately after, Dimmitka strode in while holding his helmet. My lord, the rebels have been cleaned up and have harvested a lot of weapons and equipment and wriggling spines. Dimmitka reported. Okay, hard work, Dimmitega. Fong Hao praised. With the addition of Dimmitka, the strength of the territory has been significantly improved. Sir, we also found this, said, handing an item similar to a badge to Fong Hao. The metal badge is in the shape of a metal shield with a war horn pattern printed on the shield. Horn of Valor, orange emblem. Category, emblem. Ability, wearing the emblem, human. The horn of war attribute, plus 100%. Description, in the dark ages of mankind, they united, wearing the horn of valor, noble faith, sacred bulwark, sharp thorn, just truth, to unite mankind against foreign races and defend the last of mankind. Dignity. In this continent, each race has its own advantages and characteristics. But the human race is all very weak. Whether it is in front of orcs or ogres, they are at a complete disadvantage. It seems that the previous human race had a dark moment, and after uniting and fighting, they obtained the space to survive now. The heroic horn, noble faith, sacred barrier, sharp thorn, and just truth mentioned in the description should be different emblems and can also add different attributes. It can be said that these emblems are of far greater significance to the human race than they can provide themselves. Just don't know why it appeared in the hands of the rebels. Or are they subordinate to the wearer of the emblem? Or get it from above? These are not important to Fong Hao. The attributes of the emblem are good, and only the human race can wear it. It's a nice piece of equipment for him. Time passed little by little. The sky gradually darkened. The system prompt sounds again. Congratulations, all lords. The mission of the random event uninvited guest is over. Next, according to the comprehensive score of the props obtained, the top 3 items and winners of the props obtained will be announced. The random event ends. Those who were still attacking also sounded the horn to retreat and disappeared after returning to the original camp. And those who have won have already received rewards from the enemy. Top 3 public announcements. The first place, Horn of Valor, is of orange quality, holding Fong Hao. The second place, Alliance Token, is purple quality, holding Yu Tianpeng. And the third place, overall blueprint of Gargoyle Construct, blue quality, holder Fong Hao. The system prompt ends. The channel area once again generated heated discussions. Damn it. Fong Hao is awesome. The first position is unshakable. I recognize Mr. Fong Hao first, but why is he the first and third? I'm sorta deaf. Why didn't Lao Tzu's purple necklace rank third? I'm not convinced. I'm going to find customer service. I called the customer service, and Mr. Fong Hao answered. He asked me where my territory is. Yu Tianpeng has never heard of it. The new boss almost surpasses Fong Hao. How purple is super orange, but Yu Tianpeng is really in B. Everyone boasted about Fong Hao and Yu Tianpeng. Seeing that the two did not speak, the touting voice gradually decreased. I don't envy the two bosses. Mine is a green hero recruitment paper, and a green elf hero came out with pointed ears, big buttocks, and big breasts, you know. Fuck me. I don't envy them anymore. I also want to have a big butt. I envy women. How come I can't even catch a single horned sheep with a mother? Next, the lord who recruited the heroine also took a lot of photos from various angles and sent them to the channel. Induce a piece. You are a wonderful woman. Fong Hao looked at the chat channel and did not participate in everyone's discussion. But the focus was on Yu Tianpeng. Fong Hao had no impression of this person, but there was one thing that made him more concerned. That is, this Yu Tianpeng is on his blacklist. That is to say, this Yu Tianpeng either attacked him verbally in the channel, or he was a member of the Qinglong Mutual Aid Alliance. More likely it is the latter. This second-ranked person is very likely to be his potential enemy. Of course, this was only Fong Hao's attention, so as not to be kicked by a rabbit that he doesn't care about. Dang. At this time, Njia also walked back. As soon as she stepped into the gate of the Lord's mansion, she shouted that she was hungry, and Fong Hao abused her. Yi smiled and brought her the prepared dinner, as well as some pastries that Jia liked. In the territory, the best relationship between maids and heroes is Yi and Jia. Both are orcs, and they joined Fang Hao's command before and after. And Jia's personality is carefree and has no thoughts. And Jia, did you get anything good from the bandits? Fang Hao approached and asked. And Jia was taken aback and exclaimed, how do you know? What good stuff? Show me. It's not impossible. And Jia threw a leather wallet directly over. Fang Hao took it in his hand and checked the attributes. Greedy purse. Category, money bags. Ability, for each gold coin loaded, the wearer's attack power plus 1%, maximum 5. Description, greed makes you stronger. This equipment is pretty good. It's called a purse, and it actually acts as an augmentation prop. Put 5 gold coins in it. You can increase the attack power by 5%. Seeing Fang Hao staring at her purse in a daze, and Jia said pitifully, this is what I got, and I watched them work all day, and it was very hard. Tone and expression, like a child who was robbed of candy. It's rare to see this kind of expression on Jia's face. Fang Hao took out 5 gold coins, put them directly into the purse, and instructed, I'll give you the lucky money. Don't use them to play cards. Seeing Fang Hao giving her money, and Jia's face instantly burst into joy. I haven't played that thing for a long time. I'm learning to play chess with Nelson now. And Jia asked while eating, by the way, what is New Year's money? She can always hear some strange words here in Fang Hao. It's just that this money can't be spent to suppress unlucky things. Only good luck. Fang Hao explained casually. Oh, what if I want to buy something? Didn't I give you pocket money? Hee. And Jia giggled and continued to eat. The next day, early morning, Fang Hao got up early and walked out of the room to wash. As soon as they walked out of the Lord's mansion, maids greeted them one after another. Speaking of maids, with the development of the territory, various buildings have increased. As well as his plan to open a shop in Lysis City in the future, the maids in the territory began to be insufficient. Whether it was a rabbit maid or a fox maid, Fang Hao was quite satisfied. The face value is high, and it is 100% obedient. The most important learning ability is still relatively high, whether it is learning cooking with ear or the rabbit girls who go to the tailor shop to help, they can quickly learn it and then put it into work. Likewise, the maids also liked Fang Hao's territory. No need to go hungry or live in a greasy iron cage. Fang Hao provided them with all the necessities of life, and it was not as scary as the rumored human nobles. It's better and more comfortable than anywhere they've ever lived. Even, Fang Hao is the favorite candidate of all maids. I hope that one day, I will be selected by Fang Hao to become a personal maid like ear. Fang Hao simply inspected the territory. Start daily aerobic exercise, running push-ups, and some fighting moves that I have been learning over the past few days. After practicing from start to finish, I started to sweat a little. After the workout, Ear was still preparing breakfast. Fang Hao stood in front of the Lord's mansion and found that the materials needed to upgrade the Lord's mansion were complete. The level of the Lord's palace can be further improved. 7th level Lord's stone building. Hard and tough wood 5200, stone brick 7000, iron 700, metal parts 520. The materials required for the 7th level stone building have begun to be replaced with advanced materials. Upgrade. The Lord's stone building was wrapped in light, increasing the scale of the building little by little. It took 20 minutes, and when the light faded, the upgrade was completed. 7th level Lord's stone building. Affiliated Lord. Fang Hao. Ability. Production and gathering plus 3.5%. Arm movement plus 3.5%. All attributes plus 2%. Existing buildings. Level 6 Underground Cemetery. Level 6 Stables. Note. Territory core buildings. Materials required for upgrading. Hard and tough wood 8500, stone brick 11,000, iron 950, metal parts 750, terracotta 1200. The Lord's Hall has been expanded again on the original basis. It is getting closer and closer to a stone castle that is biased towards the west. If you want to upgrade from level 7 to level 8, there is a new building material called terracotta. He had seen Taohua in the original world, but he still met him in this world. If you want to rise to level 8, terracotta is the next goal to break through. After upgrading the Lord Stone building, Fang Hao continued to upgrade other buildings one after another, all improved by 7 levels. Do your best to increase the overall strength of the territory. Good morning, Lord. At this moment, Duojin came over behind him and saluted slightly. Good morning, Duojin. Feng Hao greeted with a smile. Now there are undead, orcs, lizard men in the territory, and Feng Hao himself is a human. Everyone lives together in this city, but it is unexpectedly harmonious. As the goblin teller said, never heard of it. These races live together in a city and are still peaceful. Sir, I have an order here and I need your help. Duojin said his intentions. Oh, what order? Feng Hao asked curiously. Duojin handed over the order in his hand. Specified order. Requirements. 1,000 troll heavy armor, 1,000 troll iron helmet, 1,000 troll boots, 3,000 adze axe. Acquired from the exchange. 510,000 war coins. Troll influence plus 10. It's the troll's order. The same order, sold to trolls once before. This time, the specified order appears again, and it can be determined that it is the troll tribe that purchased the equipment last time. The equipment in the warehouse is not enough. Do I need to make some? Feng Hao asked. Yes, sir. Okay, let's go to the warehouse. The two went to the Business Alliance building and accepted the order. Then head to the warehouse and craft the gear ordered by the troll. After the production is completed, the skeleton merchant will take the troll equipment to deliver it. After chatting with Duojin for a while, and nothing special happened, he walked out of the Business Alliance building. Master, Sister Ear asked you to go to dinner. A rabbit maid ran over, her proud bust swaying greatly. Feng Hao is afraid that the inertia of ups and downs will make her fall. What's the hurry? Don't run and fall. Feng Hao said. Master, we drank the potion, and Sister Ear asked us to exercise more to strengthen our physique so that we can help you. The rabbit maid said by adjusting her breathing. It turned out to be running, and he informed Feng Hao along the way. Did you drink the stamina potion? Feng Hao asked curiously. During this time, the Business Alliance has successively received orders from 2 alchemists. Some of the medicines obtained were also distributed to the maids below. As for the rabbit maid in front of him, Feng Hao was somewhat impressed. He was more than 1.5 meters tall, and even when he was a slave, he had a round face even if he could not eat enough or wear warm clothes. A baby face. The big ears are the white lop-eared ones, and they are furry. Yeah, how is it, master? See if I'm getting better. The maid waved her fist. Great, but didn't see it. But Feng Hao knew that Sawyer had to make some underwear for the maids. It's so empty, I don't know if it will affect normal development. Orc Warrior, Tier 3. Looking at her attributes, let alone the 3rd rank, it is fast to improve in the rabbit maid. It's really unbelievable. Amazing. Keep working hard and don't tire yourself. Feng Hao walked towards the Lord's mansion and rubbed her little head lightly. Had breakfast. Just after breakfast, Sawyer took the ready-made dress sample. The samples are tried on in the blank stage before the finished product. The white blank does not mean that the fabric must be white, but the preliminary style to see if it fits. While trying on the sample clothes, the fabric, lace and buttons can also be modified. The sudden completion of Sawyer's dress forced Feng Hao to change today's plan, planning to take the team directly to Lysis City and let the lady of the city master try on the sample clothes. Speeding up the process of dresses is also speeding up his plan to open a shop in Lysis City. Determined to go to Lysis City, Feng Hao called Ear and Bloodhunt. After explaining the affairs of the territory, he took Anjia and Dimikga out of the territory. In the southern fortress, with 20 Ape infantry, boarded the swift purple-scaled horse. At this time, the storage function of the Book of Lords played an important role. All the baggage of the entire team was put into the storage space by Feng Hao. This greatly reduces the consumption on the journey. The reason why the Tavik caravan lasted for 2 days was largely due to the slowness of the goods. Let's go. Feng Hao waved his hand, and the team quickly boarded the main road. Dimikga and Feng Hao were sitting on the monitor lizard, while Anjia rode his own purple-scaled horse, named Zidian. I don't know if it will be the same name as any other hero in the future. The team was moving very fast, with the sound of horse hooves and howling wind. After a few minutes, when I looked back, the fortress was nowhere to be seen. Dimikga controlled the monitor lizard, and Feng Hao sat in the back row. Open the Book of Lords. Intend to watch the regional channel to kill time. Just opened it, and found a private chat. I didn't see it before. Mr. Feng Hao, The troll has sent you a specified order here, and I will make it after seeing it. It was Su Yang, the lord who connected the troll for himself. The time of the message is an hour ago. It should be when Duojin sent the order to himself. After thinking about it, Feng Hao still replied to him. I just saw that the order has been completed. Su Yang's reply speed is quite fast. Mr. Feng Hao, the goods have been received. Does the troll consume so much? It was ordered last time. Why is there so much equipment this time? Feng Hao asked curiously. Same equipment, same quantity. Hey, don't mention it. The troll lost a battle a while ago, and people from all tribes died a lot. Now the troll tribes are accusing each other, causing a lot of confusion, and they are all stocking up on equipment. I think it's going to be civil unrest. Su Yang said a lot, and was very worried. The troll is at war within himself, and he is also dangerous. Originally, he was attached to the troll as a slave leader. When the situation was chaotic, he also suffered. Su Yang's words made Feng Hao suddenly think of the Bloody Mountains. The last time the Bloodmaw tribe led the trolls of the various tribes, they launched an attack on themselves. There, more than 100,000 trolls died there. These are somewhat similar to the troll tribe described by Su Yang. Of course, Feng Hao didn't directly ask if the troll was in the Bloody Mountain range, and Su Yang might not be reliable either. After thinking about it, he said directly, well, you should be careful too. You tell the troll that I have many other materials for sale here, and you can buy them from me if you want. Oh, okay, I'll pass it on to the troll. Hanging up the chat with Su Yang, Feng Hao also took this matter to heart. In the future, you can pay attention to Su Yang's side, if there is a problem inside the Bloody Mountain range. He also took the opportunity to counterattack. In one fell swoop, this unstable factor was eliminated. On the road, a lord wearing a plaid shirt stroked the horse he was sitting on. The gray horse's mane was a little tangled, but he was still stroking it with satisfaction. This was bought by him from a traveling merchant and cost him 50 warfire coins. He knew that the merchant was asking for a high price, but he bought it anyway and was satisfied. At this time, he was riding a mount and taking the soldiers to hunt in the forest ahead. The flower shirt lord took out the Book of Lords and sent the photo he just took of his BMW to the regional channel. Looking at the channel, there was a cry of envy, and the smile on the corner of the mouth became bigger and bigger. Wait! The lord suddenly stopped the advancing team. Sir, what's wrong? The soldier asked curiously. The scenery around the corner is good. Take a picture of me there. Just point the book to me. Click here. After he finished speaking, he sat on the side of the road and immediately put on a handsome posture. Ta-ta-ta. Just then, the sound of hooves suddenly came from behind. Just when a few people looked back in doubt, they saw a few purple horses passing in front of them with the sound of howling wind. As beautiful as a sapphire, reminding tall, unusually beautiful when running. The flower shirt lord looked fascinated, but the horse that sat down was quite frightened. With a neigh, the front legs were raised high. He threw him out directly and fell to the ground in an embarrassed manner. The soldiers hurried to appease the horse and helped him up. The flowered shirt snatched the Book of Lords and took a few photos of the purple horse team that had already left. It was sent directly to the regional channel. Picture: the purple horse is like a purple lightning, and the speed is too fast. In regional channels, did you take it with a landline? Dare you to blur it a little more? Is this a unicorn? Or it's some kind of monster? How can there be such a strong horse? It's a horse, just passing by me. It's exactly the same as a horse except for the purple color and tall body. The flower shirt emphasized. Then why don't you take a frontal photo? I have to catch up too. When I opened the camera, I had already run so far. Even horses are special breeds, and I want such a good-looking horse. Well, this is my second wish after a beautiful mother, a purple horse. Have you ever considered upstairs, a purple mare? Both wishes can come true. I rely on you, or you are amazing. If there are centaurs, I can't accept pure horses. Pick and choose. The area chat was closed, and the soldiers also moved the frightened horses over. Sir, it has been comforted, and you can take pictures. The flower shirt glanced at the direction where the purple cavalry was leaving, and shook his head slightly. Stop taking pictures. What's there to take pictures of? Feng Hao did not pay attention to the chat in the channel. As dusk approached, Feng Hao and the others finally arrived at Lysis City. The purple-scaled horse was dressed in rough clothes, and his body was covered with beads of sweat. This journey is nonstop. Even the purple-scaled horses with super endurance are a little overwhelmed. At the city guard, he showed his travel documents and entered the city directly. First went to the hotel to make a reservation, and Fang Hao took Jia directly to the Lord's mansion. It's not too late. It's much earlier than the last time Rebecca summoned the businessmen, so it shouldn't be time to sleep and rest. Mr. Fang Hao, Madam is going to an important banquet tonight, and I will relay the news for you. In front of the city lord's mansion, the servant said. Standing in front of the city lord's mansion, Fang Hao looked at the respectful servant. It's really not the right time for me to come. Rebecca actually went to the banquet. Also, people in this era can't use mobile phones, and there are not too many entertainment items at night. There are more balls and banquets held among nobles. Can you come back tonight? Fang Hao asked again. If you can get things done tonight, you can return to your own territory tomorrow morning, and you can make good use of your time. Sir, I don't know when the madam will come back. You can stay in the city for one night. The madam may arrange someone to inform you tomorrow. The servant still kept a polite smile. It seems that there is really no way to see Rebecca tonight. Even if he came back, it was late at night, and the possibility of seeing him was very small. Okay, the city lord's wife is back. Please tell me. Fang Hao said politely. Okay. Taken Jia to leave the city lord's mansion, the sky is dark at this time. Occasionally home residents. The road is a bit empty. Where are we going next? And Jia asked curiously. Hurrying along the way, I was somewhat tired. Go to the pub for a meeting. It is good. When the two came to the tavern, they pushed the door directly in. There was a burst of alcohol and noise. Come on, what to drink? The boss came over. It seems that there are some impressions of the two. Beer, meatballs, here's a plate of bacon. Fang Hao ordered a few items at random. Okay, wait a minute. The boss wiped his hands and went to the back kitchen to let the chef prepare the food. Fang Hao set his eyes on the notice board on the side. On the notice board, in addition to the fragmentary residents offering rewards in the past, there is a map. The last time I came, the tavern did not have a map because the Lysis army was besieging the mountain bandits along the road. Not bad luck today. Map, Mountain Dark Fortress. Category, single-page map. Description, a map drawn by adventurers, recording the route and terrain of the mountain bunker. Interested in the map? 1 piece of 3 gold coins. You can take your team to try your luck. The boss said, and delivered the received beer to the two of them. The back chef also delivered the small dishes one after another. Just one. This one was sent by someone yesterday. There were some maps of mountain bandit strongholds that were cleaned up by the Lysis army. The boss replied, That's fine. The residents of the mountain bandits and the merchants who are with them are safer. The management of Lysis City is much stricter than that of Pural City. Pural City doesn't have a good way to deal with mountain bandits, and it's not too willing to take care of these things. It's all meaning, leave it to the mercenaries to deal with it. On the contrary, Lysis will encircle and suppress every year and control the number of mountain bandits. In this way, it is also a good thing for the residents and the nearby affiliated villages. The boss smiled lightly and said, The mountain bandit is like a mouse. You chase him, and he will bite you when you turn around. That's it. Also, I want this blueprint, and I'll give it to you at checkout. Don't worry, eat slowly. After the boss took off the map and handed it to Fang Hao, he went to entertain other guests. Fang Hao and Jia also chatted in a low voice while eating dinner. Just my scar isn't enough for you to buy me a drink. At the wine table not far away, a sloppy drinker spoke loudly. Come on, Hodge. Last time you said it was a vampire bite, but now it's a knife scar again. The drinker at the same table asked back, and the others waited to watch the fun. Hodge came every day, telling some bizarre or touting his own story. Everyone knows it's fake, but it's just a glass of wine, so I usually invite it. But today Hodge has been sitting in the pub for too long, and everyone is unwilling to continue to invite him to drink. That's because I drank too much. I have contributed to mankind. Without us, vampires would have been rampant and sucking living people everywhere. Hodge said indignantly, as if he had suffered a great grievance. Come on, look at your appearance. Fang Hao looked at the people arguing in front of him, and also recognized the sloppy old Hodge. The last time he and Jia came, the drunken-eyed old drinker boasted that he had killed vampires and made an arrow that was very useful for killing vampires. But looking at the attitudes of others, it seems that old Hawk is just an old alcoholic who can only brag. This time, I didn't expect to meet him again, still drinking and staggering, shouting loudly. Invite him for a cup, and it will be counted on my account. Fong Hao said. The boss followed Fong Hao's gaze to look at Hodge, took a glass of beer and gave it to him. Not far away, Hodge took the beer and looked at the young man who invited him to drink. He came over staggeringly. Boy, have we met. Hodge was full of alcohol and even covered up the stench on his body. I saw you last time, when you were bitten by a vampire. Fong Hao said with a smile. Yes. Are you willing to listen to my story? I'll show you my wound. Hodge opened his neck and exposed his shoulders. Fong Hao smiled bitterly. Last time you said arm. Yes, it's the arm. It's the left hand. Yes, left hand. Hodge rolled up the sleeve of his left hand again, paused slightly, and said, Boy, don't you believe what I said? It doesn't matter. It's just a story. The truth is not that important. This is not a story. Those monsters who abandoned their beliefs have forgotten that they were once human beings. I don't know how many people they killed. Hodge sat beside Fong Hao and sipped his wine. Once you were human? Who knows? I have never seen a real blood race. The ones we killed and those who killed us were all monsters that changed later. This reminded Fong Hao of the pale-blooded people he came into contact with and the Twilight Feasters in the story. They are human beings themselves, and they regard becoming a blood race as their goal. So, is it true that you kill vampires? Of course it's true. How do you think my wound came from? You improved the arrows to effectively kill vampires? Okay, the blood of those guys has changed, and they are extremely sensitive to metals like silver. They are as sensitive as those in the alley. Ahem. You two are still young, so you can't listen to these things. Hodge stopped. Stay behind. Are there any drawings? I'll take a look. Hearing Fong Hao's drawings, old Hodge was stunned again. I didn't see it. This kid is still an expert and knows how to use drawings to identify the truth of his story. He patted his chest and said, It's true. I designed and improved it myself. I'm afraid you don't know the goods. What about the drawings? I didn't bring it. I'll give it to you next time. Hodge pushed the wine glass in front of the boss. I'm going to have a glass, and it's on his account. The two debated for a long time on the topic of drawings. Hiccup, you're good boy. When you come next time, I'll bring you the blueprints, so that you can gain insight. After speaking, he staggered away with a burp of wine. Fong Hao watched his back as he left. It seems that he has really met a liar and cheated several cups. Would you like me to go out and beat him? And Jia looked down the window at the empty street. Go out now, find a quiet place, and beat him up without knowing who beat him. Forget it, just a few glasses of wine. After paying the bill with the boss, Fong Hao ordered some more bacon to put in the storage space and returned to the hotel to rest. The next morning, the sun shines through the window and wakes Fong Hao up. Covering the sun with his hands, he rolled over and sat up. Dong dong dong. There was also the voice of the hotel waiter from outside the door. After the waiter finished delivering the news, he left immediately. Fong Hao got up and took a simple shower. Take out the prepared costume in the Book of Lords. After all, if you are going to the City Lord's mansion, you still need to dress decently. After washing up, he went to the next room, woke up in Jia, who was lying in bed, went to the hall on the first floor to have dinner, and then went to the City Lord's mansion. City Lord's mansion, back courtyard. Sir, just ahead. The servant of the City Lord's mansion led the way. The two walked along the flower-shaded path and gradually entered the depths of the courtyard. Passing through the trail, there is a beautiful pool of water in front of you, surrounded by beautiful flowers and plants in full bloom, butterflies and birds flying around. Even if someone passes by, they will not be frightened. Beside the mirror-like pool, Rebecca was sitting on a white rocking chair, looking at the book in her hand in the sunlight. The rocking chair swayed, and the white gauze skirt and white bare feet gently followed the waves. Who can bear this kind of woman? Madam, Mr. Fong Hao is here, the servant said softly. Rebecca put the book in her hand aside, and her eyes fell on Fong Hao. Arrived last night? Yes, Mrs. Rebecca. Fong Hao replied with a smile. Rebecca stood up, stepped on the grass with bare feet, and said, The sample is done? Let me see how it goes. I hope your design can be well presented. Certainly. Fong Hao took out the sample clothes and stood aside. The maid on the side stepped forward and served Rebecca to take off her clothes. The fair and plump figure is exposed, full of charm. Fong Hao smiled, open-minded and upright, feasting his eyes. Put on sample clothes. Rebecca walked to the pool, looked at the reflection in the pool, and observed it carefully. The blue dress tightly wraps the body, showing the beautiful lines of women. The beautiful neck and the plump, white and tender arms like lotus roots were exposed from the sleeveless dress. Although there were no accessories, they were already beautiful. The tight dress drags the breasts up, towering and full. The round buttocks make the slightly tight waist show the curve of the waist and hips. Especially the bold short skirt design in the front, with white stockings, makes the dignified and elegant lady of the city owner a little more sexy. She wanted to offer some opinions of her own, but she could see the dress reflected in the water. I am also afraid that my unprofessionalism will affect the effect of the dress. This is just a sample dress, and she is very satisfied. Seeing that Fong Hao was also looking at himself, he turned around with a smile and asked, "How is it? Is there anything that needs to be modified?" Compared to herself, she believed Fong Hao's opinion more at this time. "Perfect, Mrs. Rebecca. It makes you more charming." Fong Hao praised. Rebecca's originally dignified face flushed slightly, and she gave the black-haired young man in front of her a white look and smiled again. "Then I have to be careful. Don't change your orientation back. Then I will suffer." There is a cloth dealer in town with a good design concept. This cloth dealer is completely a man's body and a woman's heart. He likes everything about women, including handsome men. The previous dresses were also chosen by this cloth dealer to design clothes for Rebecca. Fong Hao smiled slightly and did not explain much. At this time, the servant came over with a tall mirror and stood on the grass. Rebecca said casually while looking in the mirror, "I heard that you opened a restaurant in Pural City." Fong Hao was slightly taken aback. It seemed that Rebecca arranged for someone to inquire about him. At the same time, my heart also became nervous. I would pretend to be a sissy so I wouldn't reveal the truth. But soon this concern in her heart was put down again, and if it was revealed, Rebecca would also react. It should have been inquired with some traders or someone, but there was no detailed investigation. Play the role of a cloth dealer yourself, and you won't arrange for spies to investigate. "Yes. How's the business?" Rebecca asked casually, as if she were talking at home. "Not bad. There are a lot of guests." "You are a young man with ideas," Rebecca praised. Fong Hao is so young. He not only has innovative and bold clothing design, but also opened a restaurant with good business. "Thank you, Mrs. Rebecca, for your praise. I hope you will take care of me when I open a shop in Lysis in the future." Fong Hao replied politely, "Yes, it can be seen that you are a capable young man, and Lysis welcomes capable people." Rebecca continued to answer, "Thank you, ma'am. I don't know if there are any shops on the commercial street for sale. If there are, I want to take a look today." Fong Hao said directly, "The faster the process of opening a store, the better." He didn't want to delay any longer. Rebecca looked away from the mirror and looked at Fong Hao curiously. "I didn't expect him to be in such a hurry, and I wanted to go to the store today." "Someone," Rebecca whispered. A maid walked over quickly. "Madam." "Well, go and see if there are any shops in the commercial street for sale." "Yes, ma'am." The maid agreed and walked out quickly. As the lady of the city lord of Lysis City, Rebecca has the convenience that Fong Hao does not have. Those cunning businessmen, even if they had the courage, would not dare to provoke the city lord's mansion. They were still a woman. Seeing the maid leave, Fong Hao thanked again. "Thank you, Mrs. Rebecca. It's nothing, it's just a small matter. I also hope that you can open a store in Lysis City, and it will be more convenient then," Rebecca said with a smile. The two continued to chat about the design of clothing. After a while, the maid came back again. After saluting again, he said, "Madam, there is a shop in the commercial street that has been registered and sold in the city lord's mansion." "Well, you'll take him to see it later," Rebecca said. The sample clothes made Rebecca very satisfied, which made her feel very good. Naturally, he is also willing to help Fong Hao with this small favor. The maid served her, took off the sample clothes, folded them gently, and handed them to Fong Hao. "Goodbye, Mrs. Rebecca. The finished dress will be made, and I will send it to you," Fong Hao said softly. Rebecca smiled and nodded, and sat back lazily on the rocking chair again. The maid took Fong Hao out of the city lord's mansion. Outside the door, and Jia, who had been waiting, was eating pastries bought on the roadside. Seeing Fong Hao coming out, he quickly followed. "Where are you going now?" "Go and see the shop." "What's wrong with your throat? It sounds so strange." And Jia asked curiously. Fong Hao glanced at the maid who was not squinting and winked at Fong Hao, telling her to stop talking. The maid took them to the carriage and headed towards the commercial street. Through the streets, people come and go on the commercial street, and there are many small stalls and vendors and rows of shops. The carriage stopped in the central area, and the three got off the carriage. Mr. Fong Hao, this is the registered shop. It used to be a very good tavern, the maid said. The building in front of you is a 3-story stone building. This row of shops are of uniform specifications and architectural shapes. Then why didn't it continue? Because of some special reasons, the owner of this shop was arrested, and the shop is also sold by the city lord's mansion. The maid took out the key and opened the door of the shop. Fong Hao, Anjia and the two entered the store and checked their own. The items in the store have long been emptied, and the floor is full of messy items. From the counter full of clutter, he took out a poster-like piece of paper with a colorful nude female figure on it, posing in a bloody pose. It seems that the industry that this store operates in before is quite extensive. I want this shop. Fong Hao agreed so readily, but the maid was slightly taken aback. Even though he followed his wife's order and brought this young cloth dealer to visit the shop, he never thought in his heart that he would actually buy it. This is one of the 3 most prosperous commercial streets in Lysis, and the prices of the shops have also been fired to sky-high prices. Like her, the maid of the city lord's mansion has an enviable job and treatment. Don't eat or drink, and live to be more than 500 years old before you can buy a room. This is even without the price of housing going up. Do you need any formalities? Fong Hao asked again. The stunned maid immediately recovered and asked again in a confirming tone. Sir, are you sure you want to buy this shop? The price recorded by the city lord's mansion is 700,000 gold coins. When she said 700,000, the maid's voice trembled. This is simply a terrifying figure, and only those firms or families that have been famous for a long time will spend so much money to set up shop here. Can I get a discount? Fong Hao asked. Sir, I'm not too sure about this. Maybe you can ask Mrs. the maid said. You can use work cards here. Okay, then let's go. Take me to go through the formalities. What? Fong Hao took Jia out of the shop, and the maid snorted and followed. Is this young cloth dealer really so rich? Just took a look at it casually and decided to buy it? She has also seen many noble businessmen, but she has never seen someone like Fong Hao who spends hundreds of thousands of gold coins quickly and indifferently. The 3 boarded the carriage again and bought the deed of the shop at the place where the house was registered in the city lord's mansion. From now on, this shop will be owned by Fong Hao. The maid's work is completed, and she does not need to continue to lead the way later. After bowing slightly, he said goodbye to Fong Hao. Go back to the store and take out your key to open the store. This is my second store. What are you going to do? And Jia said, kicking the wooden cup beside her feet like she was hyperactive. Make a banging sound. Hot pot restaurant. Go back and make some money first, replied. Different from the clothing and accessories industries, hot pot restaurants are easy to open and quick to see results. The store only needs to be cleaned, and the base material prepared by ear is shipped, and then the store can be officially opened. And with the scarcity of food in this era, hot pot is very popular. Even commoners can afford it, and it tastes good. 2. Dang dang. The wooden cup that was kicked up still made the sound of rolling down, as if it was going down the stairs. The 2 looked at each other and walked towards the area where the wooden cup flew away. Behind the stairs, the 2 found a downward entrance. The wooden cup fell from here, and there was a sound of collision. It was dark inside the cave, which should be the basement of the shop or the storage room. Fong Hao took out a luminous stone lantern from the Book of Lords, bent down and stretched the lantern into the basement entrance. The soft light of luminous stone illuminates the basement. It was cold, empty, and smelled a little musty. After confirming that there is no danger inside, he opened all the covers and walked down the wooden stairs. What's the smell here? And Jia complained while covering her nose. It does have a musty smell. It should be the wine cellar of the previous tavern. When you say that, I feel like I don't want to drink this month. And Jia said, hang the lantern on the ceiling, and the surrounding space can also be illuminated. There is indeed a wine cellar here, and there are traces left after the barrels were removed. I simply searched here, but found 5, the essence of wine, which is an unexpected harvest. Fong Hao, there is a mailbox for the Business Alliance. And Jia exclaimed not far away. Business Alliance mailbox? Where are you? Feng Hao asked. And Jiao walked out and took Feng Hao to a hut isolated by a secret door. The hut is not big, with a wooden table in the middle and a black letterbox with a sickle hook pattern. This is not the symbol of the business alliance, but the faceless hut. In other words, there is a tavern operating here on the bright side, and it is also the intelligence agency of the faceless hut. Send out the information you have inquired. Maybe the maid said that she was arrested because of this. After all the forces will buy intelligence from the faceless, and they also reject the faceless. Is it a business alliance? It's the faceless hut, an agency that buys and sells intelligence. Feng Hao explained. Items in the desk have been emptied, only debris on the floor. But Feng Hao was still among the debris, and found a letter with only a corner left on fire. Wrote, capture the traversers and send them to. Sent to the back was also burned. But these few words made Feng Hao's brows instantly wrinkle. The word traverser is only understood by the people like them. Even Aboriginal people would not use the word even if they understood that they were foreign. Either it was said by the traveler himself, or it was some special way to understand the meaning of the word. For a moment, Feng Hao thought of the witch holding a crystal ball he had met. Magic and the undead exist, and some ways of searching for memories are not surprising. Is there a problem? And Jia asked softly when she saw Feng Hao standing by and frowned. It's not a big problem. Call our people and make a simple arrangement first. It is good. The two climbed out along the stairs, transferred the Apei infantry on standby at the hotel, and removed all the useless waste in the store and discarded them. Day 2. At dusk, Feng Hao and his party returned to Pural City. The cool hot pot restaurant in Laos is a little deserted today. It was dinner time, but there was not a single customer in the shop. Why not alone? Feng Hao asked. With a sad face on Xiaobai's face, he apologized. I'm sorry, master. I don't know what's going on today, and suddenly no one came here. Several rabbit maids on the side also lowered their heads. You mean suddenly? Well, since yesterday afternoon, fewer people came, and today there is even a guest who didn't come. Xiaobai said, this is a little strange. In this day and age, suddenly a store has no customers. This shouldn't happen unless people are poisoned in the store. Do you know why? Not sure. It's okay. I'll go to the opposite pub and ask. If there are no customers, you can get off work earlier and rest. Feng Hao comforted a few people. Oh, good master. After leaving the store, Feng Hao went straight to the Rose Tavern opposite. Similar to the form of a hot pot restaurant, there are no customers in the tavern. The proprietress was also sitting there listlessly. Why is it so lonely today? Feng Hao sat down at the front desk. The proprietress glanced at him and sighed heavily. But he still got up and took 2 glasses of beer and placed them in front of Feng Hao and Jia. I'm afraid it will be more deserted in the future. Well, what? The proprietress glanced vigilantly and said softly, I heard that there is going to be a war, and everyone in the city is worried. Who has the heart to come out and drink? War? Don't make a fuss. Even the bandits can't be encircled and suppressed. Who are you fighting? Feng Hao said in disbelief. Pural is a small town, and Feng Hao killed the first 2 mountain bandits and fire wolf mercenaries. Now that Pearl will fight, he doesn't believe it. The proprietress glanced at Feng Hao and said seriously, the undead in the north, starting this morning, the rich and powerful have all left only. Hearing the boss's words, Feng Hao's eyes narrowed instantly. Undead of the north. Isn't that still me? He set up a fortress in the middle position with Pural, so to speak, so as not to be interfered with by each other. He has done enough by himself. What the hell is this Cyril doing? He has to shoot himself. Because of what? Cyril's brain is convulsing. Feng Hao directly said the name of the city lord and cursed. This sound made the proprietress and the others instantly nervous, and they felt relieved when they realized that there was no one else. Even behind their backs, they didn't dare to scold the current city owner. How do we know? But there were a lot of people in the city yesterday. It may be related. What kind of person? It's very similar to those who wore hoods in broad daylight last time. They all look like cultists, said the proprietress. Bloodlines. Feng Hao knew that the cultists in the mouth of the proprietress were those with pale blood. Although they can walk in the sun, they have begun to hate the sun and wear huge hoods to cover their bodies all day long. Because of Giovanni's affairs, the Blood family has arranged for scouts to investigate themselves. However, what does this have to do with Pural City, And what role does Cyril play in it? Is it true what you said last time? The proprietress suddenly turned around and looked straight at herself. What? Fong Hao's thoughts were interrupted. I can't open the tavern anymore. Let's help you. The proprietress's expression was a bit bitter. After so many years of operation, I did not expect that there will be a day when it will not be able to open. Okay. Fong Hao's shop in Lysis City is preparing for staff, and she is a good candidate. I have a lot of people. The proprietress looked at the bartender and the back kitchen. The bartenders bowed respectfully when they saw Fong Hao's gaze. We can come together. Fong Hao nodded. Everyone is happy. Fong Hao is a rich second generation, and if he hugs this thigh, they don't worry about the business of the tavern. Anyway, Fong Hao sent them money. Just when everyone, including the proprietress, breathed a sigh of relief, Fong Hao spoke again. But, as the leader, I need you to sign a slave contract with me to make sure you don't betray me. The smiles of the proprietress and the bartenders subsided instantly. They have seen slave contracts. When slave traders sell slaves, they will give out contracts to ensure that the slave does not do anything that would harm the master. Likewise, if you sign, you need to listen to the other person, even if it asks you to do something against your will. Are you serious? I went there just to help you run the shop, the lady boss said in surprise. To work on your own, you also need to sign a slave contract. This is indeed a bit too much. No way. I need someone I trust completely. Fong Hao said helplessly. His secrets can't be revealed yet, especially since the faceless hut under the tavern was discovered yesterday. He should be more careful. Well, it seems that we can't cooperate anymore, the lady boss said with a wry smile. Fong Hao was rejected. She didn't want to sell herself because of this. Similarly, Fong Hao's words were also guessed in his heart. Fong Hao is the second generation rich, and the family should have stricter rules. Nobles will always have some bizarre, seemingly incomprehensible rules. It doesn't matter. Even if we can't cooperate, we are still friends. If you have any difficulties, you can come to me, Fong Hao said with a smile. Kindness. After drinking the beer in the cup, Fong Hao left the pub with Njia. Go back to the shop, take all the maids and soldiers, close the shop and return to the territory together. Returning to the territory, the sky has dimmed. After eating the dinner prepared by Ear, Fong Hao sent the sample clothes to the tailor. Rebecca is very satisfied with the sample clothes. Some insignificant minor modifications can be added on the way to the finished product. The goldsmiths are also making matching jewelry. Everything has been explained, and Fong Hao has nothing to do. Just wait for the finished product to come out and give it to Rebecca. The next day, early in the morning, after breakfast, Fong Hao and Jia, Dimija, and others rode on the bone dragon. At the back, there are 10 bone dragons, full of skeleton trolls and barren tomb guards, rushing up the clouds and heading south. Today they are going to the map, Mountain Dark Fort, that Fong Hao newly obtained. The name of the dark castle sounds higher than any cave or cave. Looking forward to giving myself something powerful. On the clouds, there is no need to worry about the villages and towns below, and go straight to the direction of the dark fort with the shortest distance. According to the map, the location of the mountain bunker in the east between the cities of Puril and Lysis. 2 hours away, the brigade had already reached the top of the uninhabited mountains. The bone dragon lowered its height and gradually approached the target point. Some traces of stone and brick buildings can be seen. As move on, Fong Hao also saw the target point this time, Mountain Dark Fortress. It can even be said that this dark fort is not difficult to find. There is a huge downward entrance between the rocks. In front of the entrance, you can see the piles of bones, the bloodstains left behind, and a huge iron pot stewing food. But no creatures were seen. The bone dragon fell in front of the entrance, and Fong Hao and the others turned over and jumped off the bone dragon. What creatures actually use such a big pot? And Jia asked aside. I didn't pay much attention in the air, and when I landed, I realized that the iron pot was huge. And Jia's height is only half the size of the iron pot. Go down and see. Those guys should live here. Fong Hao looked at the depths of the entrance. The stone steps at the entrance go all the way down, and the mountain walls on both sides are cut flat. It is also a good place to live. You are in charge of the Dimika team, and Jia and us are behind, Fong Hao said, releasing a frost armor for himself. Due to the distance problem, Fong Hao did not use the divine presence. Coming here in person reduces the consumption of mental power, but also faces the danger of life. Okay, sir. Dimitka nodded and continued to say to the skeleton soldiers beside him. The skeleton troll is standing in the front row, and the Baron Tomb Guard is standing in the back, ready to enter the hole. Whoa! The skeletons who adjusted their formation began to enter the cave step by step. As the team deepened, luminous stone wall lamps with soft glow began to appear on both sides of the cave. Light up the entire hallway. Call. Snoring. Not far away, there was a grunt like thunder. On a platform ahead, a tall troll was sleeping soundly on an animal skin blanket. The snot bubbles keep getting bigger and smaller with the snoring. One-eyed troll, 8th order. Dimitka made a gesture to stop moving forward, and the skeleton team stopped in an instant, as still as a clay sculpture. Dimitka pulled out the long sword from his waist and slowly approached the sleeping troll. Dimitka quickly came to the side of the sleeping troll. The long sword in his hand was raised high. Puff! A cold light flashed across my neck. Snap! When the snot bubbles burst, the troll's head also rolled down. Blood flowed out, and the troll opened his eyes wide, looking at the body getting further and further away from him in confusion. Sir, you can move on. Dimitka stepped on the rolling head and said softly, It can be proven at this time that this place may have been a bunker before, but now it has been occupied by these one-eyed trolls and has become their lair. Well, keep going. There should be trolls down there, Fong Hao said. Yes. Dimitka waved his hand again, and the skeleton team continued to move forward. The stone steps continued downward, and on the gentle steps, all weapons and armor equipment were piled randomly. It can be seen from the specifications of the equipment that it is equipment used by humans. It seems that before Fong Hao and others arrived, a lot of humans came here. But the final outcome is not very good. The team continued walking downward for a few minutes before they saw a suddenly spacious stone wall at the end of the stone steps. There should be a hall ahead. At the same time, in the hall, the rough chatter of the trolls could be vaguely heard. Dimitka glanced at Fong Hao, who nodded slightly. Dimitka took a deep breath, and he could see light blue energy gathering on his neck, and then he exhaled a thick mist downwards, spreading quickly. This is a very useful skill of Dimitka, Misty Sky. Mist works best in such enclosed areas and can last longer. The sudden appearance of the fog caused considerable confusion among the trolls below, and they heard angry roars. Why is it foggy? I can't see. If there are enemies, take up arms and go out to fight. Where are my weapons? Who has seen my weapons? Ouch! This side is a wall, ouch. This side is also a wall. Damn it, I'm trapped. It was a mess below. Fong Hao and others stood on the stone steps. They only heard the loud shouts of the trolls, but no one found the right way to rush out. Kill! Dimitka no longer waited, shouted and led all the skeleton soldiers into the fog. The long sword in his hand swung out, cutting off the leg of a troll in front of him, and his body fell forward. Ah! The troll just let out a painful cry, and the sword turned and penetrated his chest from bottom to top. The blood of the drum spurted out. The troll also saw clearly the enemy's appearance from such a close distance. With his last breath, he shouted, It's the lizard men, they're the lizard men. But his words were immediately corrected by other trolls. They are undead. I can see them clearly. They are bones. The trolls fought and yelled. The entire hall was as chaotic as a vegetable market. Central region. A one-eyed troll wearing heavy armor rotated the huge metal mace in his hand. The howling wind sounded, and the surrounding fog dispersed a lot with the air current. But it was only a brief moment of clarity. After the air flow passed, the fog covered him again. Whoops! After another rotation, the fog diminished, and a man covered in golden armor suddenly appeared in front of him. The lizard man's identity can be determined from the huge, exposed tail behind him. Despicable reptiles, they think they can make us stronger by relying on these despicable methods. The troll roared angrily, raised the black metal mace in his hand, and hit the lizard man on the head. When a harsh metallic sound sounded, a chi energy spread rapidly centered on the lizard man, rolling with layers of clouds and mist. The huge repulsive force made the troll's hands feel numb. He never expected that he, who had the advantage in strength and size, would be picked up head-on by a short lizard man. You can't defeat me with strength. The troll roared, raising the mace in his hand again and hitting the lizard man. But when the mace fell, the lizard man turned his feet and turned sideways to avoid the oncoming blow. The mace hit the ground hard. The lizard man raised the sword in his hand instantly, and a cold light passed through the troll's wrist. Bang! The mace fell to the ground along with the two arms. The troll wanted to scream, to roar. But the moment he opened his mouth, the lizard man jumped up again, and the long sword in his hand penetrated his mouth. He whimpered in pain. After more than 20 minutes, the fog gradually began to dissipate. The battle in the hall is gradually coming to an end. When Demika finally killed the one-eyed troll, the battle ended completely. Fong Hao walked down the stone steps and began to look at the space. The stone walls on both sides were neatly carved, and there were animal skin blankets used by trolls to sleep everywhere, as well as some messy daily necessities. It seems that the trolls have been living here for a long time. In the center of the hall is a simple wooden table with small cloth bags placed on it. 12 in total. Fong Hao stepped forward and said, "Open the bag." A Baron tomb guard stepped forward, placed the white steel giant sword in his hand on the wall, and reached out to pick up a cloth bag and open it. Pour it onto the table. Bang! A ruby the size of a thumb fell on the table and rolled over. Ruby. Category or description: an ore that has no use other than attracting a mate. After making sure that there was nothing dangerous or disgusting in the bag, Fong Hao touched each one and found that it was hard. I opened them one by one and poured them on the table. Sure enough, they were all colorful gems. Have the trolls started studying gems too? And Jia came over from behind. The one-eyed troll's attire is still very simple. The fur is simply wrapped around the body and serves as clothing. It's a bit like the ancient Western way of dressing in movies and TV shows. Just hang the curtains on your body and you're dressed. They packed the gems in portions, and it looked like they were going to sell them. Fong Hao collected all the gems. It doesn't matter what you planned to do before, it's all yours now. It happened that the gold carver was also at the stage of selecting jewelry and gemstones to bring back to them. Boom! With a muffled sound, two skeleton trolls carried a silver treasure box over and threw it at Fong Hao's feet. There were puddles of blood on the floor of the stone chamber, and bright red blood spread everywhere after being smashed. Open. Obtain. Giant mace production blueprint. 22 troll stones. 25 war coins. The light appears, but the reward is a little too little. There is only one production blueprint, but the troll stone rewards 22 pieces, which can be used to recruit skeleton trolls. Giant mace green. Category: mace. Damage: level 3 damage. Ability: heavy attack. Heavy attack. The weapon is heavy, and each attack will double the damage. Description: who doesn't love a giant stick? Fong Hao has seen the latter two items, and there is nothing to take a closer look at. The blueprints are collected, and the troll stones and war coins are also stored in the storage space. Sir, I need you to come over here. Not far away, Demika spoke again. Fong Hao and Njia walked over and looked at the ground where Demika was looking. This is a stone wall, and a large amount of blood on the ground is flowing downwards along the cracks in the corners of the wall. Sewage outlet. Immediately afterwards, Fong Hao denied this idea. This is not in line with the role of the sewage outlet. A gap can easily be blocked by debris. It may be the gap between the second construction and the original mountain, or there is a space behind the stone wall. Check and see if there is any way to open it. Fong Hao said. Everyone spread out and started looking for a way to open the stone door. Click. Demika exerted a little force, and there was a soft sound from the wall lamp nearby. Immediately afterwards, there was the sound of the gear chain turning. The stone door in front of me is slowly opening little by little. Unexpectedly, this is still an institution. All the stone doors were opened, revealing the still downward stone steps. The dark stone steps leading downwards have no end, as if they lead to an underground abyss. From the dust scattered from the stone door, I am afraid that the trolls who lived here before did not know that there was another mechanism here. Go down and take a look. The trolls have been living up there for so long, so there shouldn't be any big problems. Fong Hao said softly. Demika nodded, reorganized his team, and began to descend step by step. The team went all the way down without encountering any danger. After walking for 5 or 6 minutes, I saw a huge flat floor again. This place is different from the trolls' flat floor. There are a large number of old and damaged weapons and armor piled around. Dust covered the weapons, and plants growing from the cracks in the bricks climbed up the rotting weapon racks. It seems that this place is more like an underground weapons depot. Demika wanted to step forward to check. Wow! The sound of bones colliding sounded, and the scattered skeletons slowly climbed up to form skeleton warriors, picking up the rotten and curled weapons on the ground. Skeleton warrior, level 4. Call. Fong Hao breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that they were just ordinary skeleton soldiers. These familiar enemies made him feel slightly safer. Quick fight, quick decision. Fong Hao said. Yes, sir. Dmitri picked up his sword and led the skeleton soldiers to kill them. The battle did not last long, and all the skeletons present were cleared away. The team began to collect the rotten weapons and equipment so that they could be remade by the blacksmiths after they returned. There is still a silver treasure chest in the corner. Fong Hao opened it without hesitation. Obtained. Hidden Soldier Cave Construction Drawings, 12 Shadow Stones, 33 War Coins. Level 1 Hidden Soldier Cave. Category, Special Building. Maximum Capacity, 10,000. Construction Requirements, 1,500 wood, 3,200 stone, 520 iron, 80 metal parts. Description: soldiers can be hidden here for strategic purposes. Hidden Soldier Cave. This is quite a nice building. The undead are his main force, but the impact on living creatures must be considered. If the troops stationed in various places set up Tibetan soldier caves, a large number of soldiers can be stationed in the Tibetan soldier caves. Can solve a lot of troubles. A large area of weapons and equipment was collected, and Fong Hao pulled the wall lamp above with the intention of trying. Click. The familiar sound of the mechanism being triggered sounded again. There really is. Demidja and Anja also looked in the direction of the stone gate. The stone door slowly opened, and a feeling of moisture and warmth hit my face. Continue to explore the next floor and sort out the equipment on the way back. Fong Hao looked towards the corridor leading to the next floor. Okay. Demidja unified the team, and everyone walked down to the next level again. Halfway through, the stone walls on both sides began to change. It is no longer the original smooth stone wall, but has become a rugged mountain wall. The way down is also more difficult to walk. Continuing downward, finally, a half-excavated underground palace appeared in front of everyone. In the center of the underground palace, there is a huge natural pool with bubbles rolling gurglingly. Groups of skeleton warriors climbed up from the ground, hundreds of skeletons spinning stiffly, looking at the entrance to Fong Hao and other outsiders. Immediately afterwards, the skeletons roared silently, raised their weapons, and launched an attack towards the stairs. Kill! Demidja shouted, leading the skeleton troll and the tomb guards to kill him. Fong Hao held the staff tightly. As the light flashed, 3 wood servant spirits gathered in front of him. As soon as the wood servant spirit appeared, it immediately used the entangle skill. Countless vines grew from the cracks in the stone, wrapping around the ankles of the enemy skeleton and binding them in place. Demidja and Anja did not give up this opportunity and took the opportunity to kill a large number of enemies. The battle lasted nearly an hour. The stone steps under which Fong Hao and others were standing had been filled with white bones. It was as if they were standing on a mountain of bones, recovering their physical strength. Now Fong Hao also realizes how annoying the undead's human sea tactics are. It's obviously not a high level, but it just doesn't give you a chance to breathe. Keep attacking, keep rushing forward. Sir, they are all wiped out. There are no more enemies. Demidja asked the skeleton troll to go around inside, but no other enemies appeared. This battle was successful, but Fong Hao's side also lost a lot of men. More than 100 skeleton soldiers were brought out, but now only more than 30 people are dead. Okay, let's clean up the battlefield. This should be the last level. Fong Hao said. This floor is obviously half-built, and it is the last floor. Clean the battlefield and clear the roads. Demidja ordered loudly. The skeletons started to take action and saw the bones blocking the road pushed aside, clearing a way to go down. Fong Hao walked down the stone steps, but did not approach the steaming pool. He doesn't have divine presence now, so it's better not to take risks. Soon, look for Shuyuan the skeleton troll carried a gold treasure box and placed it in front of Fong Hao. Not bad. Here is the golden treasure chest. Open. Obtain. Hot Spring Construction Blueprint. Hero's Heart 2. Hero Certificate. Blue. 1. Shadow Stone 24. War Coin 75. A drawing of a hot spring was produced. Fong Hao's eyes fell on the pool beside him again. Is this a hot spring? What kind of hot springs do the undead soak in? No wonder the bones of those skeletons just now had green moss growing on them. After a while, mushrooms might grow. Okay, pick off all the luminous stones around and exit with the loot. Fong Hao greeted loudly. Following Fong Hao's instructions, the skeleton soldiers picked off the luminous stones on the cave wall and retreated step by step to the second-level area. Then he continued to carry a large amount of corrupted equipment on the second floor and retreated to the first floor at the entrance. The corpses of those one-eyed trolls were still lying on the ground, and the cave was filled with a strong smell of blood. Dispose of the body and then pack it up and take it back. The skeletons carried the troll corpses outside the cave and piled them together. The bone dragon's death breath shrouded the corpse, and the flesh and blood fell off, turning into white bones on the ground. Fong Hao's storage space is already filled with weapons and equipment, and a large part of it needs to be carried back by the bone dragon. All the trophies were wrapped tightly in large and small packages, and everyone climbed onto the dragon's back. The bone dragon flapped its wings and flew towards the territory. The bone dragon flies quickly. Fong Hao's eyes fell below and saw a cottage as big as a matchbox. That's the place where grizzly bears live. When I turned into a skeleton gray bird, I followed the mercenaries here. Fong Hao rolled his eyes and had a plan in mind. Patting the bone dragon's neck lightly, it immediately changed its direction, retracted its wings, and swept downwards. Inside Grizzly Bear Cottage. In the boss hall, Grizzly Bear sat on a chair with a slender look on his face not looking good. Opposite him sat a tall man wearing heavy armor. The man was the leader of another bandit camp, and everyone called him the Ghost Wolf. The origin of the name is a story circulated among bandits. He is the messenger of the god of death in the human world and becomes his enemy. Even after death, his soul will suffer endless torture. Of course, these grizzly bears don't believe it either. Bandits and robbers would give themselves a fierce-sounding name, just like their grizzly bear, and the saying that they could transform into a giant bear when they were angry. They are all used to deceive the villagers and bandits at the foot of the mountain. Fuck you. You saw with your, but that my troops are out of strength and the stronghold cannot be defended, right? Grizzly Bear sat on the chair and cursed. Oomph. Don't be so shameless, Grizzly Bear. I'm proposing a marriage to save your face. Let's run this village together. With someone like you, you and the village will still be mine after I capture it. The man's expression also changed. Darkened. Word had spread that Grizzly Cottage was ambushed while raiding the caravan. The bandits who had no place to stay due to the encirclement and suppression by the Lysis army all set their sights here. In the past 2 days, many bandit spies have appeared around, paying attention to the situation here of Grizzly Bear. Capture it. How dare you say this? The Grizzly Bear sneered, but his heart was already filled with worry. She knew what was going on in the village, and if a battle broke out, her side would be defeated. But she was still unwilling to give up her village. At least I am not reconciled to the man in front of me. No matter how I lose, I can't lose to such a person. Boom. The man punched the table hard, then roared violently. I'm not here to ask for your opinion. I want to be the bandit leader of this area. I want to be the wolf king of this area. The man has his own ambition. He wants to use this opportunity to unite all the scattered bandits and become the leader of this bandit. The grizzly bear was startled by the man who suddenly shouted, and his hand involuntarily touched the weapon beside him. The man narrowed his eyes, looked at the woman in front of him, and said coldly, I will give you one last chance. Either agree or die here. The grizzly bear saw the man's men approaching the door. As long as he dared to shake his head, the subordinate would immediately rush out and order an attack. Grizzly's eyes became more and more gloomy. He had been deceived by this man. I'm afraid that the new people he has taken into the village these days are all undercover agents he arranged to come in. The purpose is to negotiate with myself today. The grizzly bear's eyes changed rapidly. I'm going to FCK you. Before he finished speaking, there were sudden panic shouts and chaos outside. It's a bone dragon. The undead are coming. Hide now. The door was knocked open, and a bandit stumbled in. Boss, the undead are attacking us. Hide now. Grizzly Bear and Stygian Wolf's eyes narrowed, and they quickly walked out of the house and saw huge bone dragons falling around the village. Sitting on the back were tall, undead soldiers. The leather package was filled with white bones. What is going on? The huge white bone dragon claws of the bone dragon collapsed the wooden wall of the village. A black-haired human glanced at the bandits below and said in a cold voice, "If you don't want to die, let your leader come out." The bandits who were hiding all looked at the leader's haul in an instant. The grizzly bear swallowed his saliva and glanced at the Stygian wolf beside him. "The copycat is yours. You can get out." "Fuck. Stop talking nonsense. People are looking for you. Go quickly. We are going to get married." "Are you a man? Let me out." "Don't say that. I'm not that familiar." Fong Hao's eyes fell on the leader's haul in the middle, and he saw the grizzly bear hiding in the room. He said in a cold voice, "Grizzly bear, do you want to die?" As his name was spoken, an invisible pressure instantly enveloped the grizzly bear. It was as if a pair of invisible hands were holding her heart tightly, making her heart feel difficult every time it beat. "Boss, ask him what he wants to do." The younger brother on the side pulled the corner of Grizzly Bear's clothes. Grizzly Bear woke up instantly, suppressed the tension in his heart, and asked, "My lord, what do you want from me?" "A week ago, you robbed my caravan. How should we deal with this matter?" Fong Hao looked directly at the grizzly bear. The latter frowned and recalled what happened a week ago. "No, the only battle a week ago was against the cloth merchant, and most of his brothers died. I have never dealt with the undead." "Sir, we didn't we? I'll give you a chance. Surrender to me. I don't have to kill you." Fong Hao directly interrupted Grizzly's defense. Grizzly knows. It didn't matter whether he robbed the undead caravan a week ago or not, and the other party never wanted to hear his explanation. His purpose is to make everyone surrender to him. The grizzly bear hesitated for a moment. It is different from bandits trying to occupy the village. The sense of oppression brought by the undead is even stronger, and the fear of death surrounds him. There are more than 80 people left. Facing the 10-headed skeleton dragon and the tall skeleton warrior on its back, how many people will rush out? I'm afraid there aren't many. His eyes glanced at the phantom wolf on the side, who immediately avoided looking at him. Rather than letting the other bandits take over his village, it would be better to gamble on the undead. "Sir, my men and I are willing to surrender to you, and I hope you won't make things difficult for us." The grizzly bear knelt down on one knee and put the weapon in his hand on the ground. "Good." Fong Hao turned over and got off the bone dragon, with Anjia and Dimija guarding him on both sides. "From now on, this will be used as a transit point to Lysis City. You will also be responsible for the safety of the caravan on the way." Fong Hao found a piece of paper in the Book of Lords. Blank slave contract. Grizzly looked at Fong Hao, then at Anjia and Dimija. When his eyes fell on Dimija, his pupils suddenly shrank. It was really that cloth merchant's team. Last time in the mist, she was deeply impressed by this lizard man. Damn the iron-blooded mercenary group. They have tricked themselves to death. "It's my lord." The grizzly bear bit his finger and pressed his fingerprint on the slave contract. The light of the contract shrouds the grizzly bear, and the rules will constrain her behavior. Human warrior read, current loyalty is 65. The grizzly bear's loyalty is only 65 points, which is not high, but it is normal. Those who are forced to sign a contract by force will not have high loyalty at the beginning, but will gradually increase in the future. Don't worry about this. The grizzly bear's name is Reed, which is also a relatively unisex name. Maybe Grizzly Bear thinks that men are more suitable for his identity. At the same time, the Book of Lords also sent an option to confirm the attached village. Grizzly Bear Village becomes your affiliated village. You can name the village here and have control over all resources in the village. Later, Fong Hao closed the Book of Lords directly without any unnecessary operations. "Come inside and let's chat." Sitting down in the hall, Fong Hao's eyes fell on the netherworld wolf beside him. "Who are you?" Stygian wolf, who was pretending to be a transparent person, felt nervous. Just when he showed a flattering smile, Grizzly Bear spoke first. "He is the leader of another camp and wants to be the Wolf King here." Beads of sweat as big as peas appeared on Pluto Wolf's forehead instantly, and he explained with an embarrassed smile, "What a Wolf King, sir. You can just call me Puppy, Puppy." Fong Hao was a little confused. A hero's prefix is a symbol of strength and characteristics. Why did this bandit give himself a nickname? Both Grizzly and Puppy, and being called a puppy doesn't sound very powerful. Okay, don't leave. From now on, you will be managed by Grizzly Bear and run this camp. Fong Hao said, Uh, I, I still have something to do, sir. What matters is life. Fong Hao took out a slave contract and handed it to Grizzly Bear. Let him sign the slave contract. This contract was not signed in Fong Hao's name, but in the name of Grizzly Bear. It also allows her to better manage this cottage. Grizzly Bear, how many men do you have? 89 people. Grizzly Bear replied. This was an actual number, not a number reported to deceive other bandits. Puppy, what about you? Sir, I have more than 200 people. Okay, from now on you are no longer bandits, and you are not allowed to rob passing caravans. What shall we do next? Grizzly asked curiously. Apart from looting, they don't know much else. You should develop as a normal village first, and I will arrange tasks for you then. Fong Hao said. Oh yes, sir. Also, if the matter of the undead is revealed, don't blame me for being rude. Fong Hao reminded him coldly again. The suffocating feeling of depression enveloped the two of them again. We must make arrangements. We must make arrangements. The two said hurriedly. Okay, I'll leave this for you. I'll inform you of any tasks then. Fong Hao handed a skeleton gray bird to the Grizzly Bear. The latter was holding a palm-sized bird's bones. He didn't understand what Fong Hao meant, but he didn't dare to ask more questions. I could only nod in agreement subconsciously. Oh, okay. Okay, let's hold a meeting for everyone. This is no longer a cottage. It's called Grizzly Bear Village. Okay. Grizzly Bear called all the bandits together for a meeting, while Fong Hao walked around the village. Bandits' camps and cottages will not be run with too much care. After all, I don't know when I will be surrounded and suppressed by the army, and I won't even want the cottage. But it's different now. The location of Grizzly Bear Village is right between Lysis City and Fulei Fishing Village. He needs to be built up, at least for now. Fong Hao came to the open space next to the leader's hall and opened the Book of Lords. Find the construction drawings of Tower of the Dead. Choose build. Purple light emerged, slowly building a tall tower. Conquering the Tower of the Dead can increase your divine presence skills. If there are drawings near the mountain bunker, in the future, you don't have to go there in person. After completing the construction of the Tower of the Dead, Fong Hao continued to upgrade the city wall and set up defense towers and some defensive measures. Half an hour later, the original wooden mountain range had turned into a small fortress. Sir, I have already told you that no one will mention the undead. Grizzly Bear walked over. Yes. Fong Hao nodded, boarded the bone dragon again, and looked at the Grizzly Bear. Do it well. You don't want to be a bandit for the rest of your life. Seize this opportunity and give yourself a new future. After saying that, he patted the bone dragon's neck gently. The bone dragon flapped its wings and flew into the sky again, disappearing from sight with the rest of the bone dragons. Everyone in the village stared blankly at the sky. If the cottage hadn't changed its appearance and the tower was still standing, everyone might have thought it was a dream. In a dream, 3 people of different races came over with their undead and directly occupied the village. This time the bone dragon did not stop and returned directly to its territory. The troll's bones were sent to the transformation field, and piles of equipment were also sent to the warehouse, waiting for the blacksmiths to choose whether to repair or recycle them. Ear is preparing dinner. Tibetan Soldier Cave and Hot Springs. There is currently no place to build the Tsangbing Cave, but the hot spring can be built. You can also enjoy it and relax. Hot spring. 800 stone bricks, 300 stone slabs, 1 ordinary well, 2 red flame essence, 1 trace of spring water. Description: the comfortable hot spring may help you relax. The well will automatically disappear after being occupied and can be rebuilt separately. Rejuvenation hot spring. 1,000 stone bricks, 500 stone slabs, 1 rejuvenation spring well, 3 red flame essence, 2 magic essence, 1 trace of spring water. Description: a hot spring built by the rejuvenation spring. Soaking in it can restore your mental health and enhance your physical fitness. The rejuvenation spring will automatically disappear after it is occupied and can be rebuilt separately. 2 versions of the hot spring appeared. One is a hot spring built based on an ordinary well. The other type is the Huichun hot spring built by Huichun Spring, which has the effect of restoring mental strength and strengthening physical fitness. The rejuvenating spring itself has the effect of rejuvenating the spirit and strengthening the body. But in the territory, only Fong Hao was willing to drink it, and the maid, even in Jia, would not drink from the spring of rejuvenation just because she was thirsty. Most of them are sold within the channel in exchange for some resources. If it is built into a rejuvenation hot spring, then this concern can be solved. Just taking a bath will increase the original effect of the rejuvenating spring. Moreover, after being occupied by a hot spring, a new rejuvenating spring well can be built without delaying either. Fong Hao has sufficient materials. Ask the maid to scoop out all the rejuvenation spring from the rejuvenation spring well at once and put it into the container. Continue to the garden behind the Lord's mansion, choose an open space, and choose to build rejuvenation hot spring. The light flashed, and a hot spring gradually took shape. Neat stone bricks are paved to form a pool, and the light blue hot spring slowly flows out, emitting an amber shimmer under the moonlight. Fong Hao, it's time to eat. And Jia ran over excitedly and stared at the hot spring that suddenly appeared in the backyard. Is it a fish pond? The hot spring pool covers an area of about 20 square meters. Although there is no gurgling bubbles, there are still bursts of hot steam. It's not clear whether the fish will survive, but the soup should taste good. After all, it is stewed with rejuvenating spring water and tastes like breast milk. This is a hot spring. You can come and soak in the hot spring after dinner. It is good for your health and can beautify your skin. Fong Hao rubbed in Jia's head. Jia slapped his hand away, still curious about the hot spring. I'll go down and try, he said as he took off his clothes and went down. Eat first. Fong Hao carried her back again. After dinner, Fong Hao checked the material reserves. There are enough materials to make the rejuvenation hot spring. It is enough to build 10 of them, not to mention one. I discussed the location with the maids, and after chattering for a while, I selected an open space in the residential area and built a hot spring. He also reminded them that this hot spring is good for their health, and they should take a dip more often. The maids took the potions one after another and began to exercise themselves. The rejuvenation hot spring is also very helpful to them and increases their physical fitness. Nancy the Bunnyman's loyalty to you has increased by 5 points, and her current loyalty is 98. The loyalty of Bunnyman Mommy to you has increased by 10 points, and the current loyalty is 95. The Fox Tribe, its loyalty to you has increased by 5 points, and its current loyalty is 90. The loyalty of all the maids has been enhanced. Now it is basically above 90. Those who have taken the potion are about to reach 100. After dealing with the rabbit maid's hot springs, Fong Hao found Dimitka again. Sir, I need a separate hot spring, if possible. Dimitka stood straight aside. Fong Hao originally wanted to set up a hot spring for men and women, but he didn't expect that Dimitka wanted a separate one. As an orange fighting hero under his command, a little special treatment is enough. Okay, build it behind your house. Dimitka nodded. Dimitka has his own separate residence. Although the house is not as tall as the Lord's mansion, it is separated from the residence of the maid. The two came to the back of Dimitka's house, and a hot spring made of stone bricks appeared in front of them. Ancient Blade, Dimitka's loyalty to you increases by 2 points, and the current loyalty is 100. My subordinate Ear, whose loyalty to you reaches 100 points, will not be affected by any negative status such as rebellion, betrayal, etc. Thank you, sir. Dimitka thanked him again, took off his hard armor, and walked in with his long sword. Taking a bath with you and a knife? Aren't you afraid of cutting yourself? Fong Hao didn't say much, turned around and left Dimitka's residence. As soon as he left, he heard Dimitka's voice of haha, and strong winds of sword energy struck in the distance. Is this exercise? Fong Hao shook his head, not understanding the habits of the lizard people. After finishing the hot spring construction, Fong Hao continued to build the Huichun spring well, and he would sell the Huichun spring as usual tomorrow. After finishing everything, it was getting late. Everyone is soaking in the hot springs, so naturally, you also want to feel the effects of the hot springs. The moon was already high in the sky, and the luminous stones emitted a soft light. He took off all his clothes, wrapped himself in a leather blanket, and walked into the pool. The warm spring water spreads over the whole body, and the comfort spreads all over the body, as if every pore opened instantly and was healed by the rejuvenating spring water. Fong Hao felt that his whole body had been sublimated, and the fatigue that had been present in the past few days disappeared instantly. Soaking in hot springs is indeed good for the body and mind. The body is leaning against the corner of the wall, the head is resting on the edge, and the eyes are closed to rest. At this time, Njia's voice came from not far away. Hey, ear, why are you wearing these clothes? What's wrong? Doesn't this look good? Not really, it just feels weird. Isn't it uncomfortable that these clothes are so tight? Well enough. The two people talked closer and closer, and as the back door opened, Ear and Anjia walked over holding hands. Ear was wearing a black bunny girl costume. Her slit chest seemed to be bursting, and her white legs were exposed to view. And Jia is dressed in a sailor suit, showing off her strong figure. I knew you came here secretly to hang out. And Jia looked like she had guessed you. Master. Ear blushed and stood by the pool. Ahem. Fong Hao coughed lightly and said, Come down and have a bath. I've built a hot spring for the other maids. The three of us can just take a bath here. Thank you, master. Ear thanked her and slowly entered the water. And Jia jumped up high and splashed into the pool with a splash. The pool was also several meters wide, and Anjia swam back and forth excitedly, shouting incessantly. Ear sat opposite, her face slightly red, and her eyes quietly looked at Fong Hao. Fong Hao was also looking at her, and Ear looked hazy and beautiful in the moonlight. Why did you think of wearing this today? Fong Hao asked softly. I want to give the master a surprise. Ear stood up and walked step by step from the pool. The spring water wets the whole body, and the girl's dress is tightly wrapped around the body, fully displaying the figure. Fong Hao sat at the bottom of the pool. Ear sat next to her, her body close to her. Getting closer, his arms and thighs were pressed against Fong Hao's. Taking advantage of the opportunity to speak, he slowly sat in Fong Hao's arms. After a soft cry, his whole body turned red instantly. And Jia heard Ear's exclamation and looked back. What are you doing sitting in his arms? No, I just fell down. Oh, Fong Hao, can I practice swimming here? And Jia looked at Fong Hao again. Yes, but only allowed to swim on your side. All right. Would you like to increase the difficulty, such as swimming in the fog? Okay. Fong Hao raised his hand and released the mist, covering the entire hot spring area. The fog blocked his vision, and Fong Hao's voice could be heard vaguely. Ear, do you want to learn to swim? I'll tell you how to kick the water. Okay, good master. Under the bright moonlit quiet night, the sound of waves rang out. The next day, early morning, Fong Hao woke up on time as always. Yawning, he rubbed his still hazy eyes. It's a new day. I got out of bed and got dressed, but my eyes found that the sound-transmitting conch on the bedside had already stored a message. It's the slave trader's conch. Putting the conch to your ear, you could hear the greasy tone of the slave trader. Oh, my best friend, I haven't contacted you for a long time. This time I brought a new slave. I will stay at Manhwa Market for 2 days. There must be slaves here that you are satisfied with. The slave trader used the same rhetoric every time, and he also believed that the reason why Fong Hao bought his slaves every time. It was his way of expression that worked, and he enjoyed it. After hearing this, he put the conch aside again, put on his clothes, and walked out of the room. Walking straight down the stairs, Ear had already started preparing breakfast. The maids also started their work. Master, good morning. The busy maids greeted. Good morning. Fong Hao glanced in the direction of the kitchen. Ear has a simple breakfast. I have to go out later. Good master. When Fong Hao went downstairs, he was also thinking about the message from the slave trader. After thinking about it carefully, I still plan to go to Manhwa Market to see the development of Tongyo, and also to replenish the number of maids. Shops in Lysis were immediately up and running, and the demand for maids was increasing. Those clerks recruited locally are really not as obedient and useful as these maids. Not long after, breakfast was served. Anjia was woken up by Ear and pulled downstairs, and Dimitka happened to walk in. Simply fills the stomach. Fong Hao took the two of them to the Bone Dragon and headed directly to Nyoto City. Nyoto City was Zhang Bin's city at the beginning, but was later transferred to the city in the west by Fong Hao. It is now managed by Tongyo. Fong Hao simply changed the name to Nyoto City. The Bone Dragon fell, and Tongyo came forward with several bull-headed guards to greet him. Sir. The copper bull saluted, but his eyes looked at Dimitka curiously. Well, this is Dimitja, the new hero. Let's get to know each other. Fong Hao introduced briefly. The two nodded to each other as a greeting. Walking straight into the city lord's mansion, Fong Hao sat down on his seat and asked, "How are you doing lately? Are there any difficulties?" "No, adults. Everything is going well, and the business in Manhwa market is getting better and better, and many villages come to trade." Tongnyo replied. The market in Manhwa is much better than before. Tongnyo itself also conducted an analysis, and a large part of the reason was Manhwa's accelerated construction. The roads are smooth, the market areas are classified and stalls are set up, rather than laying a piece of cloth everywhere to sell items. All the changes are visible to the other villages. The reputation of the Nyoran tribe is increasing, and more people are willing to come here to do business or exchange for the items they need. Okay, this is a good phenomenon, but it is also the beginning of the plan. I plan to build Manhwa into a commercial city for the orcs. Fong Hao said. Commercial city? Manhwa itself is an orc market, so how can it be built? Tongnyo was a little confused about Fong Hao's plan, but he didn't ask any more questions. Fong Hao is willing to put resources in the Manhwa market, which is a good thing for him and his tribe. Okay, sir, Tongnyo replied. Fong Hao thought for a while and continued. This Nyodo city will be managed by you from now on. Open the Book of Lords and find the city conversion function. Whether to convert the Nyodo city affiliated city into the original affiliated city. After the conversion, the acting archon will not have the function of using the city lord's book, including but not limited to recruitment, upgrading, production, etc., and the city buildings and troops will get reserved. Fong Hao has never tried to change the city. Now Tongnyo is doing pretty well, and a new city lord has not been found to take over here, so it is simply left to Tongnyo. Convert. Conversion successful. You can name the city here. The city lord's palace can set up an acting console, and the console information can be viewed at any time in the Book of Lords. Next, Fong Hao wrote Nyodo City in the name of the city, and the governor was Tongnyo Tilok. Setup completed. Nyodo City. City level, level 5 original city. Attributes, taxation plus 10%, orc reproduction plus 5%, pasture breeding plus 5%. Description, a city with attributes can bring various benefits and accelerate the construction and development of the city. As the auxiliary city became the original city, special attributes have also been added. The attributes should change according to the race of the archon established, not according to Fong Hao's own camp. It is not that the original city cannot be upgraded, but the Book of City Lord cannot be used. To put it simply, if he wants to upgrade, Fong Hao needs to make a trip in person to use the Book of Lord to upgrade. If it is an ordinary attached city, the city owner can use the City Lord's book to upgrade it. Thank you, sir. Tongnyo saluted again. He couldn't figure out what Fong Hao had done, but he could guess that it was the same magical power as before. Let's go outside and have a look. Fong Hao stood up and walked outside. A group of heroes followed behind them and came to the center of the city, with dense skeleton soldiers standing on both sides. Millions of undead are stationed here, serving as the first barrier to defend the east side of the main city. When on standby, these undead will stand still like terracotta warriors and horses, standing stiffly in line. Even though there were white traces of bird droppings on the helmets of two soldiers, they still remained motionless. Fong Hao thought for a while, opened the Book of Lords again, and found the blueprint of the Hidden Soldier Cave. Level 1 Hidden Soldier Cave. Category, Special Building. Maximum Capacity, 10,000. Construction. Requirements, 1,500 wood, 3,200 stone, 520 iron, 80 metal parts. Description, soldiers can be hidden here for strategic purposes. I chose a similar location and chose to build. Shadows of light rose underground. After they dispersed, a stone staircase leading underground appeared in front of several people. Fong Hao took out a luminous stone and walked down to take a look. It's very much like the underground parking lot in the original world. The first-level Tibetan soldier cave can accommodate 10,000 soldiers. Fong Hao tried to upgrade the Tibetan soldier cave. Level 2 Hidden Soldier Cave. Maximum capacity, 20,000. Level 3 Hidden Soldier Cave, 40,000. Level 4. Level 5 Hidden Soldier Cave. Maximum capacity, 100,000. By the time it reaches level 5, the maximum capacity has reached 100,000. Fong Hao negotiated with Tongnyo and built 8 hidden soldier caves under the school grounds of Nyodo City. The soldiers who continued to patrol were left behind, and the rest went into the hidden soldier caves, and were on standby. After handling the matters here at Tongyo, Fong Hao did not stay any longer. Under the escort of the bull-headed soldiers, Fong Hao and his party arrived at the Manhwa market in the afternoon. The orc market is still lively. Many orcs were loudly selling their goods. When they saw Fong Hao and the lizard men, they immediately stepped forward to sell their goods. Fong Hao ignored these people and walked straight to the warehouse where slave traders often stayed. Warehouse area. The slave trader held the card in his hand and cursed in a low voice. It's a bad card again. I stepped on F-King dog shit today and carried it like this. A pair of eyes began to scan around, trying to find an excuse to stop playing, so as not to lose his last few coins. Looking for a reason, he saw a human striding in at the door. Snapped. He threw the cards in his hand and shouted excitedly, "Oh, my rich man is here." Without hesitation, he put his finger into the wine glass, dipped some wine in it, smoothed his hair, and walked towards Fong Hao happily. "Dear friend, welcome to your arrival." The slave trader rubbed his hands, and his face was full of joy. "Looking at you playing cards, it shouldn't have disturbed your fortune," Fong Hao said casually without stopping. "No amount of luck can stop me from entertaining my best friends." Fong Hao smiled. "Let's go. Let's take a look at your goods first." "Yep." The slave trader led the way, and everyone soon arrived at the warehouse. Just entered the warehouse. An orc girl was sitting on a wooden box with her legs crossed, eating an apple. The sudden arrival of someone also made her slightly startled. His eyes met everyone else's, looking a little embarrassed. "Should I go back to the cage?" After saying that, he got back into his cage, stretched out his hand from the gap in the iron bars. Click. There was a crisp sound, and the lock was locked. This series of operations was a little difficult for Fong Hao to understand. The orc woman was 1.23 meters tall and looked like a little girl who had not grown up. Brown hair, a pair of animal ears. Unlike Anjia, this woman's upper body is close to that of a human being. Outside of her brown shorts, her exposed legs are covered with soft hair. There were no shoes on his feet, and his sharp fingertips were like animal claws. When he sat cross-legged, he could see the black fleshy pads under his feet. "She is also a slave?" Fong Hao asked. "It was a slave. She stopped us on the way and sold herself." "This is the first time I heard of selling myself to slave traders." "How about taking a look at the slaves we brought this time?" the slave trader said. "Good." The oily skin was pulled open, revealing the rabbit girl and fox girl inside. 21 people in total. The slaves huddled in the corner, timidly looking outside. "Okay, I want both," Fong Hao said directly. "Okay, I'll get the procedures for you." The slave trader smiled broadly. He knew that as long as the beast tribe women were brought over, Fong Hao would definitely buy them all. The iron cage was opened, and the bunny and fox were brought out. They lowered their heads and did not dare to look forward. "Okay, don't be discouraged. You should be happy to have such a tall and handsome master," the slave trader said loudly, not forgetting to say some flattering words to Fong Hao. The slave contract was handed over, and Fong Hao put it all away. Was planning to leave with these slaves. Click. Suddenly there was a crisp sound from the iron cage on the side. Everyone looked around and saw the orc woman in the iron cage. She stretched out her slender fingernails and dug into the heavy iron lock, then opened the lock. He bent down and got out of the iron cage, came to Njia's side, and watched carefully. "You are Anjia. I remember your hair color." Hearing this sentence, several people frowned and looked at Njia questioningly. The latter also looked puzzled. "Do you know me?" "I'm Luoli. We used to fight when we were kids." "Forget it. I've beaten too many people. I can't remember them." And Jia gave up the memory directly. Luoli curled his lips, glanced at Fong Hao, and said to Njia excitedly, "Did you really go to a human city? Is there anyone willing to take you in?" This is not called taking in, it's called joining. While the two were talking, Fong Hao also came over. As she got closer, she saw the attributes of the beast girl. Orc warrior, level 9. It's hard to believe that this orc girl, who is 1.23 meters tall, is actually at the 9th level. After leveling up one more level, you can conduct the hero trial. "Do you know each other?" Fong Hao asked. "Do not know." "No." The two gave two answers. "What's the matter with you?" Fong Hao asked Xiang Luoli. "She is not like a slave, who can enter and exit the iron cage freely, just like her own home." Luoli looked at Fong Hao, then at Njia, and said, "Are you a city lord?" That's right, Fang Hao replied. Luo Li rolled his big eyes and said, Really? You have taken on Jiaoan. Can that make our village depend on your city? Village? Yes, my village is being relocated, and we need a reliable city to rely on. Luo Li said happily. How many people are in your village? More than 200 people. Joining me requires you to sign a slave contract, so you have to think carefully about it. Do you want to sign everyone in the village? No need. Just sign your village chief or clan chief. Fang Hao said. Will being attached to your city provide us with security? What do human villages need to do? Luo Li continued to ask. It seems that there is not much resistance to Fang Hao's signing of the contract. Do you know how to farm? Well, I know a little bit. What about breeding? Well, there's someone in the village who knows. What is your specialty? Well, we are very good at hunting and can catch the right prey. This. Fang Hao looked at Luo Li's height of 1.2 meters. What can you hunt? Catching rabbits? Fang Hao also thought of Luo Li's characteristics. He seemed to be good at picking locks, and he was small enough to be a thief. It seems that I don't really need a thief. But this man named Luo Li Orc has reached level 9 and will be able to advance to the hero trial soon. There are many orc-affiliated villages in the territory, including this one. Fang Hao thought in his mind, and Luo Li looked a little worried. It seems that this human city lord is not very satisfied with himself and his tribe. Friend, don't underestimate them just because of their size. Among the orcs, the Blackfoot are very good scouts. At this time, the slave trader said from the side. Slave traders had their own understanding of the characteristics of various races. Also know what buyers will value. Blackfoot clan. Fang Hao looked at Luo Li's black feet. Okay, if you are willing to join us, you can move the village here. Fang Hao glanced at Luo Li, who was looking forward to it, and said, Okay. Luo Li also breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. You sign a contract with me first, and then when the village comes, just ask your village chief to sign a contract. Fang Hao said. Luo Li rolled his big eyes, then looked at Njia, who was holding his arms beside him, nodded and said, Okay, I believe in my own vision. A slave contract was sent over, and Luo Li directly pressed his fingerprints on it. Everything was decided upon by Fang Hao and Luo Li, while the slave trader stood silently aside. By the way, how much does she cost? Fang Hao asked. We are friends. As long as you pay for her food during this period, there is no need for other expenses. The slave trader said. This is not good. It doesn't matter, 1 gold animal head is enough. Fang Hao took out a gold animal head and paid it to the slave trader. It seems that the slave traders want to send away Luo Li, an uncontrollable slave, as soon as possible. After the contract was signed, Fang Hao could also check Luo Li's attributes. Luo Li, 9th level. Faction, orcs. Racial characteristics, creatures, obstacle avoidance, cat feet. Skills, land gracefully, raise claws, hunt the weak. Inherent skills, intermediate combat proficiency, intermediate stealth proficiency. Obstacle avoidance. The body is small and flexible, so it can avoid obstacles and is less likely to trigger traps. Cat feet. Can walk in narrow places without making footsteps. Elegant landing. When falling from a height, the impact force is reduced by 50%. Claws raised. Can make nails sharper, attack power plus 50%, climbing speed plus 30%. Hunting the weak. Causes 100% damage to fleeing enemies. Description. For a long time, the Black-Footed Cat clan has changed the orcs' concept of judging combat effectiveness based on body size. The Black-Footed Cats are more like forest scouts or thieves than warriors. Skills such as obstacle avoidance and cat feet give them good concealment and sneak attack capabilities. In a head-on battle, they may not be the opponents of orthodox orcs. What's more, the long body is inherently small. After reading Luo Li's attributes, Fang Hao returned to Nyoto City with the slaves he bought. When he saw Tongnyo calling Fang Hao as lord, Luo Li realized that Fang Hao was not just the lord of a city. The prosperous Manhwa market is only part of Fang Hao's territory. This made Luo Li very excited, and secretly praised his sharp vision and made a smart decision. The bronze ox prepared food for the newly purchased slaves. Amidst the anxiety, the slaves ate carefully, their eyes looking at the new master, Tongnyo and Anjia from time to time. Tongnyo is different from Anjia, has high prestige among the orcs. Since the new master has been recognized by Tongyo, he shouldn't be too cruel. This is what all slaves are thinking. At the other end of the dining table, Fang Hao continued to look at Luo Li and asked curiously, "When will your tribe arrive? Do you need me to arrange for someone to pick them up?" The attributes of the Black-Footed Cat clan are pretty good. Becoming an affiliated village is also a good decision. Luo Li sat on the chair, swinging his legs back and forth, and said, "Can I go to your territory to have a look first, so that I can get familiar with the road?" Sure. After signing a slave contract, Fang Hao didn't have to worry about his secret being discovered. "Why did you sell yourself to the slave trader?" Fang Hao continued to ask. According to the slave traders, Luo Li stopped the slave trading team and sold himself. "Oh, I was planning to visit the humanoid city, but I wasn't familiar with the road. I happened to hear that those guys were going to sell slaves to humans, so I just followed. Luo Li looked like he was within my plan." Well, Fang Hao didn't continue to ask. This Luo Li's brain circuit is as good as Njia's. After all the rabbit and fox girls had filled their bellies, the large team began to return. When you can see the outline of the main city in front of you, as well as the undead army all over the mountains and plains, a historic scene was staged again. The rabbit girls and fox girls fainted, and those who didn't fainted hugged each other, with fear on their faces. Luo Li was now on all fours, his back arched, and the hair all over his body exploded. He turned around and was about to jump off the carriage. But as soon as he exerted force on his back foot, Jia grabbed his neck and pinned him directly to the ground. No matter how hard you struggle, you can't break free. The convoy passed directly through the undead army and entered the city. Came out with her maid to greet them, and when she saw the frightened rabbit and fox girls behind the carriage, she was a little surprised. "Okay." Will familiarize them with them and explain the rules of the territory. Fang Hao got off the carriage. "Good master," replied with a smile. Is the head maid. It can also be said that these new maids in the future will have their work arranged by It is also beneficial to get to know each other in advance. "What about me?" Luo Li stood aside and didn't know where to go. After the slave contract was signed, she couldn't even run away. "You should also go take a look and get to know the territory," Fang Hao said. "Oh." Luo Li jumped out of the carriage and chased and others. Everyone dispersed and went about their own business. Fang Hao returned to the Lord's mansion and took a sip of the fruit wine handed over by the maid to recover from the fatigue caused by the rush. After resting for a while, he walked out of the Lord's mansion again, ready to go to the cutter and goldsmith to check on the progress. On the way, I saw a tall skeleton troll passing by. This skeleton troll has only one eye in the middle of its forehead. It should be the one-eyed troll that was transformed yesterday. View properties. Skeleton one-eyed troll, level 7. Faction, undead. Racial characteristics, undead, hollow skeleton, weakness in light system, lack of verticality. Skills, fleshless body, multiple attacks, giant stick. Inherent abilities, intermediate combat proficiency, intermediate defense proficiency, advanced blunt weapon proficiency. Lack of vertical sense, target perception -30%. Fleshless body, passive skill, physical damage received is reduced by 35%. Multiple blows, active skill, launch 2 giant stick hits. Giant stick, active skill, hits the target, the damage is increased by 25%, and small targets are knocked away and knocked back. Note, skeleton soldiers transformed from corpses still retain their characteristics and attack methods in life. It's actually a level 7 unit. Fang Hao continued to check several other transformed one-eyed trolls. They were all at level 5, and he was the only one at level 7. It seems that among the one-eyed trolls that his group killed, there is still a small leader. He just didn't pay attention at the time and was killed in a daze. There's nothing much to say about the attributes of the skeleton one-eyed troll. The skill mentions the giant stick, and the proficiency refers to blunt weapon proficiency, which implies that the mace weapon must be equipped. Among the racial characteristics, there is also a lack of vertical perception, and the target's perception is reduced by 30%. This is a bit unreasonable. They have become undead, their eyes are hollow, and their lack of perception has been reduced by 30%. It is a bit unreasonable, but the attributes were generated like this, and there was nothing he could do about it. After reading the attributes of the skeleton one-eyed troll, Fang Hao continued to the tailor and chatted for a while. When he returned to the Lord's mansion, also came back with a group of newly joined maids. The worry on his face was much lessened, but his eyes towards Fong Hao were still evasive. "Master, do you want to make dinner?" Said. "Okay, have their houses been arranged?" "The arrangements have been made, and the number of houses is enough," replied. "Then prepare dinner. Let them get familiar with the environment today and arrange work tomorrow." "Good master." Went to prepare dinner, and the newly joined maid was led to the warehouse to collect daily necessities. "They will live here from now on." Lord's Mansion Hall. Luo Li held the wine glass filled with fruit wine in both hands and took a cautious sip. Asked, "You really won't turn us into skeletons? If you want to be a skeleton, you can also become a skeleton." Fong Hao said, "I don't want to think about it." Luo Li shook his head quickly and continued to ask, "Then when my tribe comes over, will you embarrass them?" After signing the contract, his fate cannot be changed. She wouldn't have brought her people here if it wasn't the right choice. As long as they abide by the rules in the territory, I will naturally not make things difficult for you, and they will receive funding and protection." Fong Hao said, "Like Chief Bronze Bull, the tribe of Tongnyo is just one of them. There are nearly 200 orc tribes in my territory, and they all need to abide by the rules here. With its development now, the territory is no longer the small village it once was. Including the orc tribes in the Cold Wind Mountains, the number has exceeded 200. Oh, then I need to think about it." Luo Li was still a little uneasy. "Okay, you can live here for a few days and get familiar with it." "Oh, thank you." Luo Li thanked him. It seems that Fong Hao is not so domineering. Tap, tap, tap. While the two were chatting, the sound of rapid horse hooves sounded outside the door. Immediately afterwards, a heavy sword infantry came in carrying a man with a sack on his head. He took 2 steps forward and said, "Sir, this bartender who calls himself the Rose Tavern wants to see you. Commander Terry asked me to bring him here." Terry and Apei infantry were stationed in the fortress south of the main city. The bartender went to the fortress today and told Fong Hao important news. Terry was afraid that something important would happen, so he arranged for someone to send him here. In order to avoid trouble, a light tight sack was put on his head, just like a meat ticket. "Take the thing off his head, and I'll ask him," Fong Hao said. The heavy sword infantry pulled off the sack, revealing the bartender, whose face was slightly red. The sack was ripped off. The bartender also saw the location clearly. The spacious and bright hall has bright luminous stone chandeliers and thick and drapey silk curtains. The bartender blinked to clear his vision. There were orcs and lizard men standing on both sides of the front, and a maid in a black and white skirt was cleaning the room. What's the situation? Was he being taken to the palace? Isn't the pub busy today? The bartender followed the sound and looked up. On the throne on the stone steps, a familiar face was looking at him with a smile. "It's Fong Hao." "Yes, I'm here to see Fong Hao." "Fong Hao, the eldest sister was taken away. She asked me to come to you. Only you can save her. Do you like this video? Let me know by giving it a thumbs up and leaving a comment below. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell to stay updated on my future uploads. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.